The story begins with a young man who believed that even someone like him, whose talents had awakened on the battlefield, could start a new life. In that new life, he dreamed of building a family, something he had always wished for with all his heart. However, over time he realized he was mistaken. It had been a long time since anyone had forced him to wield his sword more than 10 times in a row in combat. Suddenly a man approached and asked if he was the famous Argrik, the talent that had bloomed on the battlefield. Argrik was surprised as he didn't expect someone to recognize him so easily, but he felt strangely happy about it. He stood up and said it was an honor to be recognized, calling the man Duke Thermion. They were in the territory of Drenik, Argrik's homeland. Duke Thermion then asked if he knew his name, and Argrik confirmed. He knew that man was one of the 6/6 class knights of the Empire of Altheon, and that it had taken only one day on the battlefield to feel the weight of his presence, as if he were a true black wave. Thermion, coming from the powerful Empire of Altheon, asked if the boy dared to face him even knowing who he was. He then said it would be a pity to eliminate someone so talented prematurely. He asked if the young man intended to surrender, but Argrik said he would never do that, for he was born on the battlefield and intended to die there as well. Despite the harsh words, the Duke saw regret in the boy's eyes. He said that if the boy had had more time to grow, he could have been a worthy rival. But if that was the fate he chose, then he hoped that in a next life he could say goodbye to his regrets. So the two resumed their fight. The war between the Empire of Drenik and the Empire of Altheon lasted many years. Argrik's mother was a young widow and a war refugee. She left him alone in that chaotic world when he was still a child. When she took her last breath, Argrik's fate as a war orphan was already sealed. He lived a life focused solely on his own survival, willing to do anything to stay alive. At 14, he was sent to his first battlefield. It was in that bloody place that his talents awakened. The mana core in his heart enhanced his movements and senses to levels never seen before. His commander pulled him aside, calling him Commander Argrik, and said he intended to recommend him for a special knight appointment. Over time, Argrik surpassed 3 mana cores and became a quad core with 4 cores. He then asked to join the 5 knights of the Exa class of the Empire. This, though difficult, was not impossible. He believed he had finally reached the opportunity he always dreamed of. After that war, he might find peace after a weary life. During the war, he kept fighting and killing enemy soldiers, believing he was very close to achieving everything he had always wanted. But suddenly, a mysterious man appeared in the middle of battle and attacked him with brutal force. Argrik thought it was unfortunate, for he wanted to go much further. The man struck him hard, making him cough up blood. The boy only wanted to build a family, but with that single blow, he was thrown far away and fell to the ground on the brink of death. His dream was slowly crushed by fate. As he was about to die, everything went dark, but amid the darkness, a light appeared. He heard a voice saying that the little Dane had finally woken up, and another voice said he was a good boy because he wasn't even crying. Confused, Argrik began to wonder what was happening to him. At last, he opened his eyes. One of the people nearby commented on how clear and beautiful his eyes were, and said she was sure that child was a gift from God. It became clear that Argrik, who had died on the battlefield, had been reincarnated as a baby. Still conscious in his new form, he didn't understand what they were saying, or why they were calling him a child. He wondered what was really going on. Then, the man picked up the child in his arms and said he should become a great lancer, following in his father's footsteps. The boy was confused by that, not understanding what he meant by father. The man's name was Arkan Sogris. However, a blonde woman named Lily Sogris slapped his hand and questioned what he was saying, insisting that their son would become a great assassin. Arkan was irritated and asked how she could want to turn their youngest son into an assassin. He thought it was horrible since, according to him, a man should use a spear, considered the most beautiful and complete martial art. Lily, also irritated, replied that an assassin was better than a lancer, as he could hide in the dark, kill his targets, and vanish without a trace, which to her was much more interesting. Dane, the protagonist, explained that all of this really happened to him. He thought he would meet his end at that moment, but ended up reincarnating. To make matters worse, he was reborn in the Empire of Alon, enemy territory, as the youngest. Son of a count, his parents, Arkan and Lily, were still arguing about his future, and after much discussion, they reached an agreement. He would be both, an assassin and a lancer. Even so, Lily kept insisting she was sure Dane would become an assassin. Dane then thought that his current parents were 2 lunatics, stuck in a heated debate about what he should be in the future. Since he was born many years after his sisters, he was sure they wanted their son to follow in their own footsteps. Maybe more than they should. Suddenly, the coachman announced that they had arrived. Arkan asked Lily to hold his hand, but she hesitated, asking what the castle members would think if they saw that. Arkan replied that he was just holding his wife's hand and that it didn't matter. He asked her to be careful in that place, and Dane, still a baby, already felt his eyes burning from watching that exchange. Soon, Dane looked around and was surprised by the size of the house. Lily commented that he seemed very happy to be returning home and he really was smiling. Dane thought that in a house that big, it would be much easier for his talents to grow and take flight, much more than he had imagined. 2 months passed, and Lily said that Dane could now babble. He began to realize that he was actually speaking his first words. It was a new experience for both sides. He commented that in his previous life, he had rarely seen young children, having spent so much time on the battlefield, and the few children he did see were injured, covered in bandages, crying because they had nowhere to go, or mourning the loss of their parents. Many slowly died of hunger and despair. Compared to that, the Sogris household was extremely wealthy and fortunate. Dane was certain he would not die of hunger there. Suddenly, Arkan burst into the room holding a spear, presenting it to his son for the first time. Dane was shocked, thinking that this crazy man was really his father, the strongest lancer of the Hexa class in the Arkan Sogris Empire. Despite his appearance, he was a war hero known as the Blue Whirlwind. Lily was furious, asking how he could enter a child's room with something so sharp. Arkan, startled, said he only wanted to show the spear to his son. She, irritated, reminded him that she had already said it was too early for that kind of education. He replied that she was once the best assassin in the Empire, known as Lily Sogris. Lily threatened to start teaching stealth to their son while he was still young if Arkan kept behaving like that. Dane, watching the scene, thought his mother had a much louder voice than he would expect from an assassin. His father said everyone was doing that kind of thing that day and mentioned the magical house tradition of teleporting a child at birth with a staff placed beside them. Arkan then asked if a spear could now be considered a symbolic item like that. The spear, in truth, was a sharp and dangerous weapon, and Dane began to think that, despite everything, this was a harmonious family. His parents were so concerned about his future because both of his older sisters had chosen completely different paths. Neither followed the way of the spear or assassination. In another scene, Dane was lying in his crib, and his 2 sisters were beside him. One of them said that if he did that, his cheeks would get chubbier. The long-haired girl was Arabella Sogris, and she had magical talent from a young age. Arabella had followed the path of a mage early on, and at the age of 12, she was already a 3rd circle mage, since the highest level for a mage was the 9th circle that made her a true genius, far above average. Arabella asked her brother if he wanted to learn magic with her, since she was bored studying alone. Dane, internally, just wished she would stop poking his face. The other sister, named Claire Sogris, suggested that summoning was also a good path. Claire had monstrous talent for summoning, having managed her first summon at the age of 7. Now she could already summon 2 creatures at the same time. Arabella then smiled and said their brother was very small and cute. However, Claire didn't look too pleased. At first, Dane thought she didn't like him, but soon realized it was more like the jealousy one feels when gaining a younger sibling. At that moment, she seemed less guarded than usual, but still approached, touching his nose and asking how he could be so soft like that. Claire then said Dane could be a lot of fun, especially if he turned out to be talented in summoning as well, and promised she could teach him everything in the future. Dane then thought that now everyone wanted to teach him their specialty. His father, a Hexaclass Lancer. His mother, a legendary assassin who once intended to kill the Emperor. His eldest sister, a prodigy mage. His other sister, a genius summoner. The Sogris household was noble and powerful, exactly the kind of ideal family he had always imagined. He wondered if there was truly any reason to seek revenge in this new life. Although his past death had been filled with regret, that world where he had died was a battlefield. Thinking about getting revenge on someone who fought him fairly now seemed almost comical. All family members were eager to discover what path he would take. Dane realized he had always hoped to have a true family, and now he was happy to have been reborn in that place. After all, who wouldn't want to be born into a rich and powerful family? The scene then shifts to a traditional Sogris household event, the choice ceremony. When a child in the family turns 1 year old, various objects are placed on a table, and people try to predict the child's future based on the object they choose. Some of the servants were chatting among themselves, surprised at how fast time had passed. They said it was hard to believe that young Master Dane was already turning 1. One of them mentioned that the 2 older daughters had become a mage and a summoner, and then wondered what the little master would choose. But they would only find out if they attended the ceremony. During the ceremony, they commented that the sisters had also brought their own objects, and one of the guests reflected on how much they had grown. Lily approached Dane and told him to choose what he liked most in life. He hesitated, wondering what he should do at that moment, since everyone seemed to expect him to choose the exact object each one had placed there. Arkan, watching from afar, thought the little one probably wouldn't resist the glow of the dragon's tail, the handle of a magic spear made from a rare ore called Kiran. When mana flowed through it, it became as sharp and heavy as the energy channeled into it. That mystical spear was the one Arkan had used all his life. He wished his son would choose it and continue his legacy. Lily, on the other hand, thought Dane was too handsome to be an assassin, but still believed he would choose the knuckle weapon called Nighthorn. It was made of arterio, a special ore capable of containing all the elements of the world, storing poisons and even combining them in different ways. Arabella, excited, said her brother would surely become a great mage and follow in her footsteps, eventually studying at the Magic Academy. The item she placed on the table was her subspatial pouch, an artifact that could only be used by mages or people with magical talent. She encouraged her brother to take her item. Finally, Claire said that if Dane also became a summoner, she would carry him and they would fly together to Decaron. She said they could fly together if Dane also became a summoner. The item she placed on the table was the Summoning Mark, an artifact used by summoners to receive a magical code, which varies according to the person's talent. Through this code, summoners can bring their creatures into the world. That was Claire's dream for her younger brother. Dane, however, could not understand why all of that was happening to him. It was as if he could hear the thoughts of each of his family members. Everything seemed very overwhelming, but unfortunately, he couldn't avoid it. He knew he would have to make a choice and began seriously thinking about which object he should pick. As soon as he began crawling toward the table, everyone became very excited. Each person present tried, in some way, to influence Dane to choose the object that represented their own area. Everyone believed he would do much better following the same path as them. At the moment he approached the objects, something unexpected happened. All of them began to glow at the same time, and Dane was confused, trying to understand what was happening. Lily, surprised, asked her husband what that meant, but Arkan said he didn't know either. The people present were astonished. It was as if the glow meant that young Master Dane was truly a genius. Dane himself reflected that in his past life he had been a genius of war, but now, in this life, he was on another level. Arabella asked her father if something like that had ever happened before, and he replied that he couldn't wait to see what would happen next, because even he couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. Everyone began wondering if they would have to teach all 4 specialties to Dane, and that left them completely stunned. The scene changed. Now, at 7 years old, Dane was already training with his father in the field. Arkan praised him, saying he was doing very well and had perfected the technique he had been taught. Dane thanked him respectfully, showing that he had learned to value training. His father continued, saying he really was an amazing boy, as expected from his own son. Suddenly, a man appeared holding a package, saying he had brought the gift. Arkan, pleased, said the present had arrived at the perfect time. Dane, curious, asked what it was, and his father explained it was his birthday gift. Originally, he had intended to present it during the banquet, but decided to give it to him earlier to beat his mother to it. The gift had been ordered 2 years ago, made by a well-known craftsman from the capital. Arkan, with a proud smile, wished his son an early happy birthday, and handed over the item. When Dane took the spear into his hands, he was amazed. The black shaft and silver tip matched perfectly, and it was surprisingly light. His father asked if he liked it, and Dane said he loved it. Arkan explained that he had the weight and size of the spear adjusted to fit his son's body, so he needed to get used to using the weapon from a young age. As the boy admired the weapon, Arkan asked if he remembered the difference between a sword and a spear. He explained that because of its length, a spear allows you to keep your enemy at a distance and control the surrounding space better. Dane replied that in close combat, a spear has an effective attack range. His father agreed and added that this was true, but that at a certain level, a spear would become more difficult to use than a sword. The main issue was that to attack with a spear, you must maintain a minimum distance, which could be a disadvantage in some situations. Every weapon had its pros and cons. Even the sword, considered one of the most complete martial arts weapons, became weak at certain moments. Dane said he would take all of that into account. His father smiled and said that now that his son had a new spear, he would show him something amazing. Dane started wondering if that was the true magical power of a hexaclass lancer, because even the magical aura his father emitted was extremely heavy. Then his father conjured an attack with the spear, which left Dane completely impressed by the strength of the blow. His father explained that the reason the space around them had distorted was because he released magical power through his whole body at the same time as he used the spear technique. That was a technique based on a mana core, which concentrates magical power into a single point. Dane remembered hearing something similar from his sisters, about how humans could surpass their physical limits through the use of magical cores, and that the greater the number of cores, the higher the limit the body could reach. He then thought that in his past life, he had developed a quadruple core. His father, smiling, confirmed that he was right and praised how much Dane had studied. He himself, Arkan, had only 6 mana cores, which left Dane even more surprised. The boy then thought that if he hadn't died in his past life, he might have reached that level too. Arkan then asked why his son did not try using that technique with his new spear. He told Dane to relax his mind, forget all thoughts, and simply thrust the spear with all his strength. Dane agreed and decided to follow the advice. He reflected on how, in his past life, he never had any interest in spears. After discovering his talent as a swordsman, he only used the spear as a secondary weapon. But now it was time to truly dedicate himself. With the spear in hand, Dane began to focus. His father watched and thought the boy had good form. Arkan himself had taken years to master that technique, and now he wondered if Dane, with his talents, could replicate it. Suddenly, Dane was able to execute the technique perfectly, which left Arkan completely shocked. Not believing what he was seeing, he asked how the boy had done it. Dane explained that at the moment he thrust the spear with force, he focused all his magical power into a single point, precisely at the tip of the spear, and just as the energy reached that point, he interrupted the flow. His father, still stunned, asked if he had really channeled all his magical power into the spear and then stopped the flow, and if that had created a mana core. Dane confirmed, saying that while reading a book about core formation, he decided to try it, and fortunately it worked. In truth, Dane thought the core had formed while he was practicing mana breathing. His father, even more impressed, said that forming a core just by reading a book was proof that he was a true genius, born into their house. He had always felt that his son was special, but now he was certain. He also said that one day Dane would become an extraordinary warrior. However, Dane thought to himself that his father would still have many other surprises in the future. Meanwhile, Arkan began to wonder if his son would become a mage, a spearman, an assassin, or even a summoner. The scene then shifted to the 7th birthday of Denny Sogris, the youngest son of the Sogris family. It was an extremely luxurious party, with many important guests. Suddenly, Duke Thermion appeared, saying to Arkan that it had been a long time since they had last seen each other. Arkan asked if everything was all right, but the Duke replied that there was no need for such formality. That man was Bot Thermion, the highest authority of House Thermion, part of the Altheon Empire, and also the head of the duchy. Arkan commented that many people were watching them and promised to be less formal later. The Duke said he could act however he preferred, and then explained that, besides greeting his friend, he wanted to meet his son. So Arkan called Dane over to greet Duke Thermion. As he approached, Dane was overcome by bitter memories of that man. The Duke then asked if that boy was Dane, the son he had always heard praised. The protagonist then said that his name was Dane Sogris. Dane thought he could not help but feel anger upon seeing him again, but still said it was an honor to meet him. The Duke commented that his son seemed very confident, and it looked like he had nothing to worry about. At that moment, a little girl appeared and politely greeted everyone. Her name was Layla Thermion, the youngest daughter of the Thermion Duchy. She introduced herself, saying it was an honor to meet everyone. Shifting scenes, Arkan asked if he could talk about the Baroness. They replied that they were trying every possible method, but had not made significant progress yet. Arkan said he had done everything he could in search of a solution, but he believed she would recover. He mentioned that if he suddenly disappeared, he wanted his friend to understand that it meant he had used the scroll to quickly return to the capital. Ark then asked where Dane was, since he seemed like a lively boy, and he wanted to talk to him. He also noticed that Layla was not around, and the two looked out the window. They saw the two children talking and commented that the party seemed very boring for them. Layla said she did not know how she managed to follow her father everywhere, but she was glad she had. She thought Dane looked even more handsome under the moonlight. Dane replied that he was happy to hear that, and commented that their territory was a pleasant and peaceful place. Layla agreed, but said that in Thermion territory, there was always something happening. She said that every day nobles went there to bow before her father, and sometimes even the imperial family appeared. And when that happened, she had to greet them wearing dresses, which she hated. She said she liked dressing more simply and using a sword. Dane was surprised to learn that she was a swordswoman. Layla then asked what he liked, and he replied that he liked both, the freer style and the discipline. He said that place was as lively as the capital, and that he was more and more excited for his spear training every day. Layla was surprised to hear that he trained with a spear, and said she had forgotten that Count Sogris's nickname was Blue Whirlwind. She said her father always talked about how amazing he was, and asked if Dane was also trying to gain admission to the academy. He replied that he was not, because he did not train with a spear for that reason. She asked why not, since entering the academy was an obvious choice, even though it was extremely difficult. Dane said he was training to perform even better when he finally tried to enter the academy. If he failed to register in time, he would try again, and if he failed once more, he would accept that the path was not meant for him. Layla said she could not believe he thought that way. He asked if she was not afraid of disappointing the members of her house. jealous, and she replied that personally, she was not. She then said she felt envious of him because in her household, failure was unacceptable. She asked him to forget what she had said. Dane thought he did not know many nobles who worried about that, and asked why she thought that way, believing she would not do very well with that mindset. He asked if he could see her sword techniques, and she said yes, but only a little. She became excited and wanted to know where the training grounds were. Dane asked her to follow him and wondered if everything would go well. When they arrived at the training field, Layla began to demonstrate her sword techniques. She performed several very good movements, and Dane was impressed by the fluidity of her attacks and defenses, as well as her excellent timing. After a while, she started getting tired and asked how she had done. Dane said it was fantastic and very enjoyable to watch. She wanted to know if he was being honest. He wondered whether he should tell her the truth about what he had seen, and then answered yes, but mentioned that starting from the third form, it looked like she was overstepping her movements. He explained that in the following form she was taking one step more than necessary, which caused her sword strikes to become slightly misaligned. The girl then had a startled expression, and Dane thought he might have been too direct with her, which was not his intention. He apologized, saying it had been a long time since he had seen a swordswoman. The girl responded that it was fine, because what he had said was exactly the missing piece of the puzzle she had not been able to solve. Suddenly, she ran up and hugged him, thanking him for helping. Dane asked why she was doing that, and Layla said he had a true eye for instantly noticing the mistake she had been making all this time. She thanked him again and said she would remember it. He replied that she was suffocating him and, by the way, asked if she could put the sword away. She apologized, and he commented that the hug was very sudden and caught him by surprise. At that moment, some people arrived calling out for the two of them. Layla commented that it seemed like they were being searched for, and Dane said it was time to go back. The people who found them said they had finally located them and asked where they had been, since they had looked everywhere. Shifting scenes, Dane's mother sincerely congratulated him on his 7th birthday and also for awakening his first Manhwa. Dane thanked his father and mother and then opened his gift. Inside the box was a brooch with the family crest, similar to the ones his sisters wore. His mother, smiling, asked him to keep it safe because that brooch would now serve to prove the status of his honor. Everyone congratulated young Master Dane, who had finally received the Sawgrass family name. They commented that he would surely grow up to be a good man like the Count. Dane thought that it was the first time he had ever received such warm applause. Suddenly, everyone felt a strong tremor and began to wonder what was happening, fearing it might be an enemy invasion. Dane asked his father what that was, and he replied that his son should remain calm, saying there was no reason to worry. He commented that he had hoped to enjoy some peace that day, but it seemed he was mistaken. Dane's mother then asked if he knew what was going on, and he said he could not believe what he was seeing. Suddenly, a gigantic light appeared on the ceiling, and everyone began to wonder what it meant. At that moment, Dane's sister Arabella fell from above, and upon getting up, she asked if someone could tell her the time and if their older sister was not already late. Everyone was surprised to recognize her as Arabella. Someone commented that she had used teleportation magic, and others said they had heard she could open at least 5 channels to cross the lesser gate, being considered a genius. Dane commented that his sister was noisy and flashy. Suddenly, someone looked out the window and pointed at a monster in the sky, recognizing it as an Inver. This time it was Lady Claire who arrived, saying she was a little late. People commented that she was a prodigious summoner and wondered how a girl only 16 years old could control an Inver. Arabella then asked if Claire was really there, and she confirmed with a smile. The two wished their little brother Dane a happy birthday and handed him their gifts. Dane thanked his sisters for coming to celebrate with him, and Arabella said of course they would come, but asked him to open the gift because she was sure he would love it. Their father commented that the two had only given him a letter, but they had prepared real presents for their younger brother. Dane opened the first gift and saw that it was a ring. He wondered if it was a dimensional pouch, and Arabella confirmed, saying that she had designed it herself using subspace magic from the strongest chain of all, created by her professor. Dane thanked his sister, knowing how difficult it was to fuse subspace magic into an item. She asked him to extend his hand because she wanted to put the ring on him personally. He thought that even more difficult than applying that kind of magic was creating an artifact capable of being imbued with it. Arabella commented that she had also applied a genetic code to the ring, so no one else would be able to use it, only him, making it one of a kind in the world. Dane's mother approached and said that judging by the small wave of mana, Arabella had probably used high-quality magic stones. She explained that if he channeled a bit of mana into the ring, he could activate activate a subspace and would never have to worry about opening or closing bags again. Dane replied that he did not think he deserved something so valuable and thanked his sister once more. He thought that item was something usually reserved for wealthy commanders or noble-born mages, and he never imagined he would one day own such an artifact. Arabella said the ring would also grow with him, so there was no need to worry. Suddenly, the ring began to emit a strong aura, and Arabella wondered if her brother had managed to open a subspace even faster than she had. At that moment, she was certain he truly was a genius. Arabella commented that her brother was really amazing, and that he already had a full-circle manicore. Claire then asked Dane to open her gift as well. He said that was fine, that he would do it now, and thanked her. When he opened the box, he found an egg, which left everyone confused. Dane asked why he had received an egg, and Claire explained that it was not just any egg, and that he had to be very careful with it. Still curious, Dane asked what exactly it was. Claire came closer and whispered that it was something familiar. She said that once she tried to summon a Decaron, and what came out was that egg, but she did not know what kind of summoning would hatch from it. Even so, she knew that everyone understood how precious it was. Dane replied that yes, he had heard about familiars. He knew that unlike common summons, a familiar is a different kind of entity, similar but more permanent, and once summoned, it can remain in this world permanently. Claire asked her brother not to tell anyone, since no one else knew about the egg yet. They said the best option was to keep it a secret until it hatched. Dane agreed. Right after, Arabella, annoyed, asked why they were taking so long and why they were whispering. Claire then explained that she did not know exactly when the egg would hatch, but that Dane needed to pour mana into it every day, once in the morning and once at night, so the creature would recognize him as its master. Dane said that was fine. He would do it every day. Their mother commented that those gifts were truly incredible and asked if it was not wonderful that his sisters had finally returned. He replied that yes, he was happy about everything. Then their father remarked that although he was glad the daughters had managed to come, even after saying they could not, they could have at least greeted their parents. The two apologized, saying they had been so focused on giving their little brother his gift that they did not even notice their father was there. Very happy, he hugged them and said it was fine, that both looked very healthy, and that they had come all that way just to see Dane, so they needed to rest. Meanwhile, Lily was watching Dane. He noticed her gaze and wondered if she was about to leave, but also questioned why that girl seemed so lonely, which he found very suspicious. Shifting scenes, the Duke commented that the girl was even more incredible than he had imagined. As expected from the greatest mage in the academy, she truly had enviable talent. He thought that if their two houses were united, it would create a faction so strong that not even the imperial family would dare to interfere, ensuring that no one would ever touch his house or his children. He also thought he should mention the involvement of his older children during that day's conversation. Suddenly, he heard a noise and wondered if someone was already training that early. When he went to check, he saw that the one training was Dane, the youngest son of House Sogris. Watching the boy's movements, the Duke was impressed, as nothing in his posture or strikes looked like they came from a 7-year-old. Even the simple dagger attacks showed refined technique, and he thought that even veteran spearmen could learn just by watching that boy. He wondered how something like that was possible. He remembered the rumors that said Dane showed absurd talent even at the age of 1, but until now he had thought it was an exaggeration. Now he saw it was true. The boy's steps and stability reminded him of an experienced swordsman. He could not believe a child had learned something so creative on his own. Dane, noticing that he was being watched, said he did not know who was hiding there, but that he would help clean his face once he came out. The Duke then thought that the most curious thing was that the boy's movements seemed strangely familiar, as if he had seen them before. He apologized to Dane, saying he was not trying to spy. The boy asked why he had done that, and then it was formally announced that Dane Sogris, the youngest son of House Sogris, greeted Duke Bot-Thermian. The Duke replied that he had been hypnotized by the beautiful sight of the new rising star of the Sogris family, especially seeing him training so early in the morning. He asked if the boy could forgive him. Dane replied that he was forgiven and that it was not a problem. The Duke thought that child truly had courage, and upon closer observation, saw that even after so much training, the boy's body did not tremble at all. He commented that he himself had not formed his manicore at that age and praised the boy's spear attacks, saying they were excellent and that he had surely inherited Arkan's talent. He then asked if the spear he was using was a containment spear, and Dane replied that yes, it had been carefully prepared by his father. The Duke said he was grateful Dane had recognized that and stated that it was the best answer he could have given. He then thought that his own son, even when young, had good skills and manners, but not to this extent. That was why he concluded it might be time to consider a marriage alliance from that side as well. The Duke commented that, in fact, his daughter Layla was also training as a swordswoman, and that since she and Dane were the same age, they could become good friends when they met at the academy. Dane replied that with the Duke's permission, he would do his best to build a good relationship with her. The Duke said he liked the young man's sincerity and then commented that he was probably disturbing his training and it was time to leave. However, before leaving, he admitted he was curious and asked if Dane had already trained as a swordsman. Dane became concerned with the question, thinking that he might have developed bad habits without realizing it, and he was not surprised the Duke had noticed it just by watching. He then explained that he had only read about swordsmen in textbooks, but had not trained in that way yet. The Duke, however, found that odd. He could have sworn he sensed similarities between the boy's movements and those he had seen on the battlefield, even though he knew that seemed impossible since Dane was still just a child. The Duke commented that he had spent too much time on that walk, and that he would see Dane again when it was time to say goodbye. Dane replied that it was fine, and he would wait for that moment. The Duke then said that when Dane went to the capital, he should look for him, as he wanted to return the hospitality he had received at the Count's castle. He also mentioned that he had become very interested in Dane and was certain that one day he would go to the capital. Dane found all of that very interesting and began to wonder if that man would remember him. He thought that defeating someone who had once defeated him was something that made his blood run faster, and that if he started preparing now, he would certainly be able to win. He then reflected on Bolt Thermion and promised himself that in this life he would defeat him. Changing scenes, the butler informed the young master that it was time to leave. Dane asked if Herman was waiting for him, and he replied that it was his duty to always attend to the needs of House Sogris. Dane thought that Herman needed stealth lessons, as he seemed talented enough to be an assassin. He asked if everyone was busy at that moment, and Herman confirmed, saying they were preparing for the second banquet, since the other nobles had already begun to arrive. After all, coordinating the arrival of 30 noble families on exact dates would be difficult. Dane asked about his sisters, and Herman said they had just opened a teleport portal together and returned to the academy, as they had no choice but to take their exams in the middle of the term. Dane found that a bit embarrassing, but asked him to return. He was told that when he had more time, he should calmly take a look at the gifts he had received from his sisters. Changing scenes again, Dane went to the banquet and spoke with several people during the event. After many hours, he thought that noble life was truly exhausting, and that his schedule was fuller than usual because of his birthday. At least he found some comfort resting in the garden. He thought the gardener had done a great job cultivating the place, which looked very beautiful, and he felt a strange peace as he looked at the flowers. He remembered that his older sister had said that flowers were the things that contained the most mana in nature. Thinking about that, he decided to use the moment to analyze the mana within them and began to concentrate. As soon as he closed his eyes, he reflected that he had been training as much as possible, but still hadn't made any noticeable progress in magic or summoning. He knew he needed to focus much more on his training, and that sometimes having too many talents could also be a problem. He soon noticed the movement of the flowers, and realized that one small flower contained a very broad flow of mana. He thought that if someone could sense the flow of mana in nature and make it harmonize with their own body, it could settle and become a magic circle. The mana affinity in that body was tremendous, and Dane was able to see some things that normally could only be perceived by a sixth sense. He understood that this was exactly it. The mana, which he previously sensed only faintly, was becoming clearer. In this life, he was able to see what had once been impossible. When he closed his hand, shards of light appeared around him, as if he were breaking the very air, and he wondered what had happened in that moment. Suddenly, a few boys appeared in the garden. One of them commented that he was bored because his father was too busy talking to the other nobles. Even though they had just arrived, they had been completely ignored. The older boy commented that they only needed to show their faces at the event, and could then go back to their room and rest, like the last time. The younger brother asked if they had permission to do that, and the older one replied that it wasn't as if it was their birthday, so they didn't need to care. He also said he doubted the young lord of House Sogris would care about it. As they walked, the two began stepping on the garden flowers, destroying part of the flower bed. They asked why the garden was so absurdly large. Soon they spotted Dane standing still, and the younger brother asked if that child had also gotten lost. The older brother, seeing Dane's clothes, assumed he was just a servant and ordered him to take them to the exit. Dane, irritated, told them to leave immediately and asked if they couldn't see what they had done to the flowers. The older one replied that it all seemed too sudden and questioned if Dane was really yelling just because they stepped on the grass. Dane then asked why they were destroying the flower bed instead of simply using the path. The older boy said that Dane was being very arrogant for someone so small and asked if he knew who he was talking to. Dane replied that yes, he knew they were the brutes who had destroyed the flowers. The older one got angry and grabbed Dane by the clothes, asking who that servant thought he was talking to. He then revealed that they were the sons of Count Tyron, a guest of that castle. Dane remembered Count Tyron, a noble who had been captured after losing to him on the battlefield in his past life. He was an irritating man, and his son seemed exactly the same. The older boy said that even though Dane was beneath them, he surely knew of House Tyron, very famous in the capital, and that they had enough power to make someone like him disappear without a trace, so he'd better watch what he said. Dane thought that the threats from that boy didn't reach him. The older one then asked if he was going crazy, and how a mere servant had the courage to confront him like that. When the boy raised his hand to hit Dane, the boy quickly reacted and delivered a strong headbutt to his face, which left the younger brother desperate. He asked if his brother was okay while the older one screamed that Dane had lost his mind. He soon noticed his nose was bleeding heavily and yelled that he would kill that bastard. Dane, smiling and releasing his aura, said he could try if he wanted. The boy charged forward, but Dane dodged all his attacks easily. The enemy commented that he seemed like a slippery rat, and Dane replied that judging by his footwork, he was definitely not a swordsman, and started to wonder if he was a mage or a summoner. The boy kept attacking, but he couldn't land a single hit on Dane. He said the brat was too fast. Dane analyzed the boy's mana flow, which seemed familiar. He thought that if the boy could master that magical energy, he would be able to transform it into physical strength. He began to consider whether he should test that theory now. Then he launched a direct blow that sent the boy flying, but Dane felt sad to see that the flower bed had been completely destroyed. The boy got up, surprised that Dane was using magic, and asked who he really was. The younger brother commented that something bad might happen at that rate. The older brother told him to get out of the way, saying he would truly kill Dane. Suddenly, he began to concentrate his aura, and Dane realized he was actually a summoner. The boy summoned a wolf, saying that creature was his summon, and that he would show the spoiled kid what happens when someone messes with a mage. He revealed his name as Dragon Tyron and ordered the wolf to tear Dane apart. Dane watched calmly and thought that wolf summon was very weak, especially compared to the ones his sister Claire could bring forth. She could even summon a wyvern. Even with the enemy shouting for the wolf to rip his throat, Dane remained calm and collected, ready to handle it. When the wolf looked Dane directly in the eyes, it immediately stopped and, to everyone's surprise, turned against its own master. The brothers began to wonder what had happened with the wolf, trying to understand why it was acting that way when it was supposed to approach Dane and tear him apart. The younger brother, frightened, commented that the wolf was abandoning him and wondered how that kid had done it. Dane began to pet the wolf, saying he was a good boy, though even he didn't understand how that was possible. Thinking more about it, he remembered that even Claire's summons had always been very friendly to him, but he had assumed it was just because they were siblings. Yet now, without any blood relation, the effect was the same. Dane started to suspect that maybe he had very high affinity with creatures like that. But he also considered that it could be a natural favorability inherited from the bastard who had reached the depths. The boy then said none of it made sense, as a summon wasn't supposed to betray its master. Dane, unfazed, asked if he still wanted to continue the fight. The younger brother tried to end things by saying they had lost and should leave, but the older brother told him to shut up, saying he would cancel the summon right then. That was when he realized the younger brother was so terrified that he had wet himself. With disdain, he remarked that it was truly embarrassing. Dane, mocking, said that for their information, the bathroom was in the basement of the main castle. The boy then grabbed his younger brother and left, thanking Dane while telling him to wait, because he would come back to continue the fight. Dane simply thought that he could have at least taken his summon with him. By sunset, with the sun nearly gone, Dane reflected that, in truth, everything was very simple. Just as Claire had taught, the bond between the bastard and the summon was weak and gentle, which made it easier to carefully replace the magic with his own. The wolf, named Genpu, had become his new contracted summon. Thinking back, he had never actually performed a true summoning, but thanks to his high favorability, he succeeded. Suddenly, he heard a man asking if that was the brat who had intimidated his son. The boy who had been beaten by Dane angrily confirmed it, saying yes, it was that bastard. Dane thought the situation was becoming more ridiculous. The man, obese, introduced himself as Tyron Morgant, head of Count Tyron's family, one of the great nobles of the capital. He wanted to know if Dane was responsible for his son's bruised face and for stealing his summon. Dane calmly confirmed that yes, it was him. He thought the man looked even fatter than when he had captured him as a prisoner in the past, reflecting that peace was sometimes a double-edged sword. Tyron said that as a guest, he only meant to pass through, but this was something he couldn't ignore. He asked the boy what he was doing there alone, alone and demanded he reveal his identity immediately. The boy answered that his name was Danis Sogris, the youngest son of Arkan Sogris, Lord of the South and head of the Sogris Count family. Upon hearing that, the two were very surprised, questioning if that brat was really Dane. Then they realized that child truly was the youngest of House Sogris, and that things had taken a completely unexpected turn. He remembered that he had been imprisoned because of Tyron, who, even after accomplishing nothing in the war, manipulated the situation to blame the Count and used it as a pretext to demand mining rights. Now, the same nobles who had once looked down on him were bowing before him. The man then asked if he was the birthday boy, Dane, and he confirmed it. But Tyron just thought the brat was far too arrogant, doubting that he had come from the remote southern lands just to celebrate a birthday. He then asked what the boy intended to do about the fact that he had injured his son, a guest, and even stolen his summon, which was considered a serious crime. Tyron said he would speak personally to Count Sogris to hold him accountable, and that Dane would learn his lesson the hard way. Dane calmly replied that before anything else, he expected an apology. Everyone wondered what he meant by that, thinking it was already far too bold. Dane then explained that while it was true he injured the boy's nose, he had only defended himself after being threatened. He also made it clear that he didn't steal the summon, as the wolf had simply chosen him on its own. The boy denied it, saying it was impossible for his summon to act that way, and accused Dane of lying. Tyron then thought that he had heard of the family's second daughter, a brilliant summoner, and considered that this might actually be true. Maybe the sister had taught Dane how to forcibly break a bond. The man concluded that even if that were true, losing a summon was still unacceptable, and it was fair to expect some kind of compensation. However, Dane made it clear that he, in fact, expected an apology first. Dane said that was right, and the boy thought, outraged, who did that kid think he was to speak like that? He thought Dane was far too arrogant for responding that way, even when the elders were talking. Tyron began to feel that even getting mad at that boy was giving him a headache, so he said that it was fine, he wouldn't scold Dane any longer, and that he would tell the Sogris family everything to see what they had to say about it. Dane thought that man seemed really eager to do just that. Suddenly Dane's father appeared, asking if they were looking for him. Both Tyron and his son were shocked to see him, especially because Duke Thermion was with him. The boy explained that he had gotten lost in the garden with his younger brother, and then asked the Duke's son to guide him. The conversation continued among them. Dane thought his father was truly exemplary, someone who deeply cared about his family but was never biased. Even in the middle of strange conflicts, he always managed to distinguish right from wrong. The boy complained that Dane had headbutted his nose and used a strange technique to mock him. He said Dane had summoned a creature just to scare him, stolen his summon, and even tried to attack him again. Dane thought that with so many blatant lies, he was actually curious to see how things would unfold. Tyron then asked Arkan Sogris if he wouldn't scold his own son, since stealing someone else's summon was not acceptable and couldn't just be ignored. Arkan replied that they couldn't listen to only one side of the story, that he wanted to hear what Dane had to say, and that afterwards they would assess the entire situation to reach a fair conclusion. And if they were concerned about him deciding alone, he also requested the opinion of Duke Thermion. The Duke said that if his help was needed, he would try to handle it. Tyron felt that Thermion's involvement would only complicate things more and began to get a bad feeling. Arkan asked Dane to explain what had happened. Dane reflected that just telling the truth should be enough. He said that although there were some differences, parts of what Tyron's son had said were true. However, the garden flowers, which had been carefully cultivated, were being deliberately trampled by the boys. When he asked them to stop, they got angry and grabbed him by the collar, being aggressive first. The boy claimed it was a lie, but his father asked Dane to continue. Dane explained that he clearly heard the boy summon the wolf and order it to kill him right there. He also said he didn't steal the summon because the wolf went to him willingly, recognizing his goodwill and choosing to follow him. The Duke was impressed, wondering what kind of 7-year-old had such an advanced vocabulary. Dane repeated that he had never stolen the summon. Tyron, outraged, said it was absurd and that it was impossible for a summon to submit to anyone other than its master. He accused Dane of using a secret technique. Dane said he wasn't using anything. He simply had an innate affinity with summons, and that if a summon wasn't strongly bonded with its original master, it could indeed submit to someone like him. Tyron said that was nonsense, but Arkan asked if that was really possible. Dane replied that yes, it was true. Tyron, with a sarcastic smile, asked if he was being serious, saying it was impossible to believe something so ridiculous. He commented that with so many different versions of the same story, clearly someone was lying. The Duke stated that it could be proven with a simple summoning. Tyron noticed that this was the first time the Duke had interrupted the conversation. Arkan then asked Dane if he could prove it. Dane replied that yes, he could. Tyron's son panicked, thinking about what he could do, since he could no longer summon the wolf. They asked why he was taking so long to summon it. The boy said there was a problem, as he couldn't perform the summoning. His father asked how it was possible that he suddenly couldn't summon something he did several times a day. Dane thought the bond between them had already been severed, and it was clear the wolf could no longer be summoned by him. Dane then asked his father if he could summon that wolf at that moment, explaining that he would need a token that only the boy had. The boy asked what Dane meant by that, wondering if he was referring to the summoning token. Tyron said he couldn't believe what he was hearing and mocked the idea of needing a token, calling it nonsense. He said that even if someone else used a plaque with another summoner's unique code, it would never work. Arkan intervened, saying that, as Tyron himself had just claimed, it shouldn't work even with the token, so there would be no harm in trying. He asked if that wouldn't prove once and for all that Dane was telling the truth. Tyron realized he was right, and that at this point, he couldn't refuse the suggestion. He then asked his son to hand over his summoning code to Dane. It was explained that a summoning token contained a unique code tied to the summoner's mana, and because of that, no one else could use it. However, with that wolf, who had already been imbued with mana and bonded with Dane, the summoning token worked merely as a medium. The wolf would now respond to the new caller. Dane then successfully summoned the wolf, Gendpu. The boy was in shock, unable to understand how that was possible, and his father said it was truly impossible. Duke Thermion stated that Dane was incredible, and wondered if this was the same child who had said he was only learning to use a spear. Arkan confirmed, saying he was sure of that, but admitted he had no idea what could have caused this. Dane then apologized for the summoning and thanked the wolf for appearing. Tyron thought the whole thing had become a disaster. Arkan asked what they should do now, since Dane's summoning had been confirmed, and asked if they acknowledged that he was telling the truth. Tyron replied that it seemed they were mistaken in thinking the summon had been stolen and that his son hadn't really tried to kill Dane. The boy confirmed, saying he just wanted to scare him a little and never intended to kill him. Dane began to get furious, thinking they were still blatantly lying. Suddenly, someone appeared saying that wasn't true. It was Layla. Duke Thermion asked what she was doing there, and Layla explained that she had heard voices while walking and decided to approach, greeting Count Sogris and Count Tyron. Tyron wondered if that girl was the Duke's daughter, and Arkan asked why she was saying the boy was lying. Layla explained that, by chance, she had heard the whole conversation while walking around before approaching. The boy panicked, realizing she had heard everything. They asked Layla if it was true, and if she could recount exactly what she had heard. Dane thought he hadn't expected her to show up, but thanks to her, things were being resolved calmly. Tyron asked his son what he was waiting for, and said he should take the opportunity to apologize. The boy began to apologize, admitting he had been very wrong. Arkan stated that he preferred the apology be directed at his son, not at him. Tyron said he understood, and was just about to tell the boy the same thing. With anger and reluctance, the boy apologized to Dane. Dane thought that it was indeed an apology since the boy was bowing his head, but it became clear that he was only doing so because he had no choice, as a third witness had revealed the truth. Although he did not want to accept the apology, based on his past experience, Dane understood that it would be more beneficial to act generously than to be stubborn. So he said it was fine, and that he accepted the apology. The boy thanked him, and his father was visibly relieved with the resolution of the situation. Duke Thermion thought that he already knew that boy was very special. He could have been stubborn about it and insisted on a formal judgment since the other party was at fault, but he recognized that Dane had acted calmly. Arkan Sogris then said they could end the discussion right there since his son had already accepted the apology. However, he stated that, personally, he had no intention of letting that incident pass unnoticed, as Tyron's son had tried to kill his own son using a summoning. The two were very frightened by that and tried to deny it. But Arkan said he no longer wanted to hear any excuses. He ordered them to take their family, retrieve their castle pass, and leave immediately. Tyron then thought that he had traveled such a long way without complaining about anything, and if he were expelled now, it would all have been in vain. He needed to stay in the castle at any cost. He began to humiliate himself, asking for forgiveness and saying he would do anything. They just needed to ask. Arkan, however, pushed his hand away coldly, saying he had no interest in his words. He informed them that he would send soldiers to escort them back to their quarters. They then turned and left. Duke Thermion called his daughter, and the two also withdrew. Dane thought that in the end they were the ones who had started all that mess, so they were simply reaping what they had sown. Even so, he had not expected it to end like that, and thought his father was truly frightening when angry. In the next scene, the Duke asked if it was true that Dane had defeated the boy using a mana bullet. Dane confirmed, and the Duke commented that he had used a spear, a summoning, and now magic. He said the boy was truly incredible, and asked if anyone had ever heard of someone with so much talent. Arkin replied that he was very happy to have such an exceptional son. He said talent was important, but what impressed him most about Dane was his composure. Usually children involved in fights get agitated and insist they are right, but Dane was different. The Duke commented that he had no doubt that Dane would grow up to become a great man. Arkin responded that it was still too soon to say, and that they would have to wait and see how he developed. He said the incident had been resolved peacefully thanks to Layla, and that without her testimony, things could have gone much worse. The Duke noticed that everyone was looking at Layla with respect and thought that in this case, he could bring up something more. He said that since she had just told the truth and helped resolve everything, it might be worth talking about a possible marriage between the two. Arkin was surprised by the suggestion, not believing that he was talking about marriage between Dane and his daughter. Cleverly, Arkin looked at the sky, commented that the sun was already setting and that it was almost time for the banquet, then ran off, ending the conversation. The poor Duke could not even continue the topic. Before leaving, he told Layla not to worry about the time and said she could stay there with Dane, then ran after Arkin, saying that the two still needed to talk a bit more. In the next scene, Layla was talking with Dane and asked how a summoned creature had ignored its own master and obeyed him instead. She said she had seen famous summoners dueling in the capital, but had never seen anything like that. Dane replied that he was not exactly sure how it happened. He just knew that it did. Layla commented that she thought he was hiding something and that it was not fair to her, since she had helped him during the mission. Dane reminded her that he had helped her too, asking if she did not remember when he assisted her in sword training. Layla thought for a moment and agreed, saying that now she remembered. He was right. Dane thought that, in fact, she had been a great help this time. He then suggested that they just consider it a fair trade, and that they could help each other more often in the future. Layla loved the idea and said she wanted to start right at that moment. Dane thought that she really was very impatient, and became curious to know what she would ask for next. Dane asked what Layla wanted, and she replied that she wanted him to teach her how to use a mana bullet. He wanted to know why she wanted to use something like that, and she explained that she wanted to grow quickly and form at least 2 mana cores before entering the academy. Dane thought she was still very young and wondered why she was so impatient, but Layla repeated that she wanted to grow fast to protect her mother and make her happy, as she was sure her mother loved her very much and would be very happy if she became strong soon. Dane commented that he had already heard the adults talking about it, and that Countess Thermion was bedridden, so if that was the reason, he said he could not refuse the request. Layla asked if he was serious and if they could start the next day. She said she would definitely be there, but also asked if they could not start that same night. Dane replied that she could do whatever she wanted, since the mana shot would not be that difficult once she understood the mana flow. Layla got very excited and said it was now Dane's turn to ask her for something. He then began to think about what he wanted. The scene changed to the banquet, where people were commenting that they had heard Lord Tyron had been expelled from the castle. One of them wondered what he had done to deserve that, and another replied that he had heard Tyron's eldest son caused an incident by starting a fight with young Master Dane and ended up being put in his place. They also said that everything happened in a very shameful manner. Other people began spreading more rumors, saying they heard that Dane was also a summoner. That meant the Sogra's house would be honored by the summoner's house, and most impressively, it seemed he also knew how to use magic. Everyone was amazed, and wondered if that was really possible. At that moment, a man approached Dane, introduced himself as Baron Opent, and asked if he was the young Master Dane everyone had been talking about. He wanted to know if the boy knew anything about the Opent territory in the east, and Dane replied that he did. As he had heard, it was a land famous for its grilled trout and sapphires. The Baron smiled, saying that Dane truly was brilliant, and confirmed that the sapphire trout from House Opent was considered the best in the world and the continent. He commented that he had heard Dane was very talented in many areas, and believed it to be true. The Baron explained that, in any case, he had also brought his daughter, even though they were a bit late in introducing themselves, and asked his daughter Sylvia to greet Dane. Dane wondered what was going on, but Sylvia greeted him, said it was a pleasure to meet him, and introduced herself as Sylvia Opent. Dane introduced himself as well, saying he was Dane Sogres, and the girl's expression quickly changed when she heard his name. She asked if he was the heir of House Sogres. Startled, Dane replied that he didn't know, but Sylvia told him not to pretend ignorance, saying she had heard that he was talented in many areas, and asked him to take care of her in the future, saying that maybe one day they could form a beautiful family. Shy, Dane said yes, that he would take care of her, but he kept wondering why kids were being so direct nowadays. At that moment, Layla appeared, saying that Dane was there, and when she saw him greeting Sylvia, her expression changed immediately, and she asked who that girl was. Sylvia Sylvia introduced herself as the eldest daughter of Baron Opent, and Layla, very angry, replied that it was nice to meet her too. Dane sensed a murderous intent in the air, a very familiar feeling, as those two girls reminded him a lot of his sisters. Layla apologized, but said she would borrow Dane for a moment, since the two of them had a date, and asked if he didn't remember. Dane agreed, saying she was right, and apologized to Sylvia, promising they would talk more later. Sylvia, with a forced smile, said it was fine, but regretted it. She wondered if Layla really thought she had any right to him, since she, the beloved daughter of a duke, held the most power in the capital, second only to the emperor, while the other was just a young daughter of a baron from the east. There was no comparison between them. Changing scenes, Layla asked how Dane and Sylvia had met, and if she was someone he could be engaged to in the future. Dane replied that it wasn't like that. They were just greeting each other. Layla was happy to hear that, and asked if it was really true. Dane confirmed, and thought her expression lit up immediately. He then said they had finally arrived at the place he wanted to show her, a secret spot only he knew. Layla was impressed, wondering how such a place existed. Dane explained that no one would bother them there, and Layla said it was really amazing, that she didn't know such a place existed, and that no one would ever know what they would do there. Even finding her comments strange, Dane let it go since they were still children. He said it was a good place to train, and asked if she had ever felt mana in her life. Layla replied that she had, but only a little, not enough to form a mana core, and that she had tried to sense mana's intuition for inspiration. Dane said she was still in the emission phase, and thought that he had learned it naturally on the battlefield, so he wondered how he could teach that to a girl who had spent her whole life inside the Duke's mansion. He decided to start with something simple, and explained that the first step was to feel the mana entering the body. He asked if she could feel it within herself, and explained that to expel mana, she first had to learn to control it internally. He said the most important part now was imagination, so he asked her to close her eyes and imagine mana spinning inside her body like blood flowing through veins. Layla said she would do that, and began trying. Dane noticed by her expression that she still didn't quite understand what he meant. Even so, he believed that exercise was the foundation for everything she would do with mana, and was sure she would get it in time. After a while, Layla said it wasn't working, and Dane replied that it was normal since it was her first time, even if it was something basic. He asked her to focus again. Suddenly, Arkan arrived and commented that even so young, his son was already teaching someone. He said Dane was growing up too fast. Right after, the Duke appeared and asked what was going on there. Arkan was startled, and the Duke said he didn't need to be so surprised, asking if it was a couple having a secret date in the middle of the night. Arkan asked what he meant by that, and how he had gotten there. The Duke questioned whether he had interfered, saying that sounded like discrimination, reminding him that Arkan's wife was a legendary assassin of the Empire, and asking if he had learned nothing from her. Arkan said he had done his best, but it still wasn't enough. The Duke replied that if the castle lord went around snooping into other people's business, people would speak badly of him. Arkan explained that he wasn't snooping, he just followed his son, and the Duke asked if he was doing that too, as he himself had been following his daughter. Arkan replied that he wasn't much of a talker, but admitted that he was a hopeless father. The two then observed Dane and Layla, and she asked if he had a dimensional pouch like that one. Dane said yes. It was a gift made by his older sister and recently sent to him. Layla said her older sibling stopped paying attention to her after they entered the academy. Suddenly, she noticed that Dane had summoned a mirror and asked why he had done that. He said he brought it by chance, thinking it might help with the training. She asked how a mirror could help, and he explained that the process would be easier if she used the mirror to visualize what she was doing, because instead of relying only on imagination, she could see herself and understand better. She asked if that really worked, and he assured her it did, saying she just had to stand in front of the mirror to get a full view of herself. Layla stepped closer and said she would try, and Dane noticed she was taking it very seriously. Arkan commented that it seemed Layla liked his son, and the Duke replied that it was obvious, since it wasn't common for her to be so friendly with someone. Arkan asked if something had happened to his daughter for her to seem so bright like that, and the Duke got serious, saying that she was just a bright child on the outside, but they couldn't say the same about the inside. After her brothers left for the academy, her mother became very ill, and the two could no longer be together as before, which made it hard for Layla to open up to others. Arkan said that was what had happened to her, and asked the Duke if he understood his daughter's situation, why he acted so coldly toward her. The Duke asked Arkan if he had already noticed that, and said that, in fact, he was doing it on purpose. He explained that when his sons grew up, he gave them too much attention, and they ended up becoming very spoiled. Arkan replied that it wasn't right to assume Layla would grow up the same way, as she might grow up hurt, and it was no surprise that she had asked Dane to teach her for a while. The Duke said Arkin was still as annoying as in the old days, and Arkin asked what he meant by that. The Duke then asked if he intended to take his son to the capital, and if so, he asked for permission to host Dane at the ducal house. Layla interrupted, saying she had finally achieved what she wanted, and Dane praised her, saying she had done really well. Arkin commented that he would only do that if Dane wanted it, just as he had done with Arabella and Claire, but guaranteed that if his son decided to go to the capital, he would do exactly as the Duke suggested. The Duke replied that it would be good if they stopped by when that happened, but Arkin asked if he was crazy, since he would have to fight them all day. At that moment, Dane's mother appeared, saying she had been wondering where the two had gone and why they were acting so shamefully. She commented that the love they had for their children awakened a strange power, and that she wouldn't pretend she hadn't seen any of that. Changing scenes, Layla thanked Dane, saying he really was a genius. She said that many people had already called her a prodigy, but compared to him, she didn't feel that way. Dane replied that it was just the beginning for her, and that she would also grow a lot. He thought that the adults had left quietly. Layla asked if he was also going to the academy, the place where all the geniuses of the Empire gathered. He said he didn't know yet why he should go, since he could get much stronger training on his own. She said he was an idiot, because studying wasn't everything, and that was the place where he could form his noble faction and make important connections from a young age. Dane thought that for a 7-year-old child, Layla had a lot of knowledge about how the world worked. He said he knew that, but he still wasn't interested in going to the academy because there was a mountain of books in the library he hadn't read yet, and he still had much to learn from his parents. Layla agreed, but asked if he didn't want to play with other children. She also said she had heard that his older sisters were studying at the academy. Dane thought Layla was very insistent, and answered that he was thinking about going in the future if he felt like it. Layla asked him to tell her if he made that decision, and he said yes, he would. She then said that when he visited the capital, he should also visit her house to see how much she was practicing, and said it was a promise. Dane replied that it was fine, and promised to send a letter when he was planning to go to the capital. Layla said it was a deal, and asked when he would tell her what his request was. Dane replied that he would tell her when he went to the capital, leaving Layla very surprised. Changing scenes, everyone said goodbye and departed in their carriages. Dane was holding an object in his hand and asked the Duke what it was. The Duke replied that it was his birthday present and that he hoped he would like it. Dane said it seemed like something very valuable, and the Duke explained that the symbol of House Thermion represented vengeance, the sword, and the blacksmith. He told the story of how the house began with their ancestor, who was a blacksmith, and that thanks to him, the family owned the strongest forge in the empire, and not only that, but the best forge on the entire continent. He said that all the weapons that guided the empire were made in that forge. Dane thought he already knew that, because all kinds of ores could be found there, as well as all the most advanced mystical weapons and artifacts on the continent. He remembered that the Duke had said that if he went to the forge and showed the insignia, they would create a weapon of his choice, and that insignia was like a certified check that proved honor and skill for those who possessed it. Arkin confirmed that the insignia was truly precious, and asked if it wasn't something even the imperial family desired. The Duke then asked Dane to grow up and help his father, and Dane thanked him. Layla also said her farewell soon after. Dane's mother asked if he was sad to see Layla leave again, and he replied yes, very much, because she was practically his first friend. His mother said that when he went to the capital, he could meet her again, and asked that he become even more handsome by then, so she could see him again. Dane thought he couldn't stay there forever, and that he would see Layla again in the capital, hoping she would be well until that day. In the carriage, the Duke commented that, come to think of it, every time he looked at Dane, he was reminded of a certain man, a warrior named Argrick, who had shown the skill of a 3-class warrior when he was still very young. He said that if Argrick were still alive, he might have become one of the extra-class knights of the Drenic Empire, and confessed that he was looking forward to seeing Dane grow up. A few days later, Dane was sitting in his room telling himself that he had been feeding that egg he received from his sister every morning and night. He wondered if it was still too soon for it to hatch. He thought that the egg contained a mysterious familiar, and even if someone wasn't a summoner, they could install their mana into the egg and register as its master before birth. With that, the summoned creature, which would normally last for only a limited time, could be permanently controlled. He reflected that the quality of the mana needed to be compatible with that of the familiar, and that there were probably many complicated conditions still unmet. He remembered that some eggs never hatched precisely because of that, and hoped that would not be the case with his. Even after changing the flow and strength of his mana, he couldn't get any reaction. He thought he might be being greedy to expect it to work on the first try. Suddenly, Herman appeared asking if Dane was ready. He replied that he was already going, but as he approached the door, he heard something coming from the egg. He told himself he definitely heard something. At that moment, Herman opened the door and asked what had happened. Dane asked for a minute because he wanted to check the egg first, but when he looked closely, he realized nothing had changed and concluded that he had been mistaken. He got excited for no reason. Herman asked if the egg had reacted, and Dane replied that he thought it was just his imagination. Then they said they could go. Changing scenes, Dane was training with his sword. Herman commented that he had become incredibly stronger and wanted to know who he had been training with, since no one had seen him. Dane replied that he had just been practicing on his own. Herman said that was expected from a genius, as he was clearly talented with the sword as well. Dane thought that learning to use a new weapon was a lot of fun, and that he hadn't been able to train with the sword for a while, since his father had been watching him closely, which prevented him from doing much. Still, he was relieved that he hadn't lost his skill with the sword. Herman offered him some snacks before continuing, and Dane thanked him for the food, thinking that maybe it was a good idea to train that as well. Changing scenes to Arkin, he commented that the same routine every year was becoming tiresome, but even so, they gained a lot at that banquet. He said many nobles were paying attention to the South, and most of them hoped to establish good relations with the region. Since the end of the war, the South, with its good climate, had started to hold resources coveted by the nobles, so their interest should have been obvious. Still, he recognized that none of these interests compared to the attention Dane had received. The conflict with the eldest son of Count Tyron was completely unexpected, but Dane calmly explained the situation in front of the adults, and even showed his talent with confidence. Arkin stated that his son was very mature for his age, and that sometimes he wished he were a bit more childish, like other kids. Maybe that was just a selfish wish of his. He then looked at the clock and said it was time to go. He commented on the dragon tail spear and said he intended to use it a bit that day. Changing scenes, Arkin arrived where Dane was training and wondered why his son was using a sword instead of a spear. He thought someone must have said something to him, otherwise he wouldn't be wielding a sword after training so long with the spear. Even so, his son looked very experienced with the sword, and the strength he showed was something that even those who trained with a sword their whole lives couldn't replicate. Arkin wondered when he had learned that, but one thing was clear: Dane was truly talented with the sword as well. His father then said he had been watching and asked when he had learned to use a sword. Dane thought it would be better to tell the truth and answered that he had done absolutely nothing to learn it, which left Arkin puzzled. He asked if it was just pure talent, since he already mastered spear, magic, assassination, summoning, and now swordsmanship. He said that if it were anyone else, he wouldn't believe that a child could show talent in so many areas. He then asked if Dane was curious about the world, and the boy wanted to know what he meant by that. Arkin explained that he meant the world out there, beyond the walls, and that sometimes he thought the county was too small for someone like Dane. He said that if he stayed there, he would be the only one losing out. Dane thought that his father had finally realized he couldn't stay there forever. He then said that, to be honest, he was very curious. Arkin replied that this was great, and that they would then need to start preparing for him to leave that world. Dane asked if he would really do that, and his father confirmed, saying that although it was unfortunate, he would fulfill his son's wish. He then said he had brought something special for him that day and asked if he recognized that spear. He explained that it was the dragon tail that had reacted to him on his birthday. Dane thought that he remembered it very well, and when he held it, he felt it had incredible power. Arkin noticed it was reacting even more strongly than before, when Dane was only 1 year old. He thought no one could blame him now, and he would make his son's mana talent shine even more. He then told Dane that the spear would be his one day, but before that, he needed to become strong enough to wield it with pride. Dane said that was clear, and that before using the dragon tail, he would work hard to apply his father's teachings with pride. Arkin smiled as expected of his son, and asked if they could start now. Dane replied yes. Changing scenes, Dane, lying in his bed, thought that the world outside had always made him curious, even in the days when he was on the battlefield. In his life as Argrick, all he knew was war, organizing camps, cleaning weapons, eating tasteless food, and fighting battles. The only way out of that life was for the war to end or for him to die fighting. He couldn't imagine a life outside the battlefield. But as Dane, his situation was very different. He didn't know how his talent would be used in that new life, or how the world would receive him, or what he could do in it. Still, the idea of traveling everywhere and achieving anything seemed truly incredible. He thought that for a long time he just wanted to stay there, enjoying the comfort and warmth of that home. But because of his father's question, his thoughts had changed completely. At that moment, his mother entered the room and asked if he had already made a decision. He wondered when she had come in, and she replied that he didn't need to worry because he was so deep in thought, he didn't even hear her knock. She said she had heard from his father that he was deep in thought and asked if he was really curious about the outside world. Dane replied, yes, that his father had said it would be a waste of talent if he stayed there. And after thinking about it, he too became curious about what was beyond. He apologized to his mother, but she said he didn't need to. Dane mentioned that his sisters were no longer there and that if he left too, she would be alone. His mother said it was okay, that as a mother, she knew he had incredible talent. And even if he didn't want to, the world would call for him. It would be wonderful if he could stay by her side longer, but the world wouldn't wait for him. So she asked him to go and do what he truly desired. Dane said that even if he left their home, he would always come back to tell them everything he saw out in the world. His mother thanked him for that and remarked that it seemed time to start preparing to send him into the world, just as it happened with his father. Dane asked why she needed to prepare, and she explained that she was planning to teach him how to track and that they should take things slowly when leaving, but it would also be necessary for him to help set and avoid traps. He wondered if he would have special lessons with his own mother, and she confirmed that yes, he would. She said that skills for dealing with corpses were important and that he needed to learn the structure of the human body. Dane thought he was going to be exhausted before even managing to escape from there, but she said that as his mother, she would teach him many things. Dane replied that he would do his best to learn everything and reflected on how privileged he was to receive such special lessons from his own parents, always with much love. In the southern region of the Altheon Empire in the county of Sogris, a place with warm climate and abundant natural resources, that land had become a cornerstone of the empire, sustaining stability even during the war. Thanks to the magnanimous and the decisions of Count Sogris, that region remained a symbol of peace and warmth. At last, the war had truly ended. The few remaining rebel forces were captured, and an era of peace seemed to have settled in for good. Suddenly, rumors started spreading among the people. Some said that young Master Denny had visited a few shops. One person asked if that was true, and another confirmed it was, saying he had bought something and that the shopkeeper's eldest daughter had even fainted that day. A young woman said the rumors were true, that he was getting more handsome every day, and that she really wanted to see his face at least once. She said she heard he wasn't engaged yet and wondered if she should try something. Her friend scolded her, saying she was going crazy since he was only 14. Another woman commented that even so, he didn't look that age and that she had heard he was already as tall as the Count. Someone else added that maybe it was because the Countess was also tall. In any case, it was clear to all of them that he could easily be mistaken for a 20-year-old man. They also said his silver hair was very beautiful and that his green eyes could make anyone's heart stop. Her friend said she needed to see him the next time he showed up and wondered when that would be, and the other answered that she heard he visited the shops frequently. Thinking about it, she said she had heard the same from the florist. Shortly after, she added that maybe it would be easier to try to meet the forest guardian first, and asked her friend if she was seriously thinking of doing that. Changing scenes, in the forest surrounding the county, an area immersed in ancient magic known as the Forest of the Last Days, Dane was on an escape mission given by his mother, Lily Sogris. He noticed the wind was blowing south, and since he had seen the spider Cheryl in that direction before, he decided to go west. It was clear how much Dane had grown. He estimated he needed just 3 more hours and should leave there before sunset. Running through the tree branches, he thought that one of the most important rules of assassination was not to get caught by the enemy. During this test, he needed to avoid the traps and nets set up by his mother and escape from a forest full of monsters. Dane took a deep breath, absorbed the mana from the environment, and held his breath for a moment before exhaling, focusing on stealth and blending into the surroundings. As he did this, the hidden traps began to reveal themselves. That was exactly what was happening at that moment. Thin, almost invisible wires filled the area, activating with the slightest touch. Although it was the most basic type of trap, it was also the most dangerous because it was hard to detect. Dane was relieved that this type of trap was easy to disable, but suddenly he noticed monsters among the trees. All of them charged at him. He didn't expect them to appear there, especially not with such frightening speed. He knew he needed to act quickly. He thought it might be more dangerous to trigger a trap in the process, but concluded that there was no other choice. He had to get out of there immediately, so he started running, with the monsters chasing right behind him. Those monsters ended up touching the the wires and activated the trap, which pierced all of them at once. Dane was very happy to have dealt with them without needing to do anything, but suddenly he noticed more monsters had appeared, and one was already very close. He barely dodged in time and saw that the creature was incredibly fast. Right after, the monster spat something in his direction. Dane managed to defend himself with some ease, but he knew that anything spat by that creature was extremely dangerous, and he couldn't waste time there. He moved forward quickly and sliced the monster in half with his spear. At sunset, Dane lay down on the ground, saying to himself that he felt like he was going to throw up. He had barely escaped the forest alive. Suddenly, he sensed a presence and wondered if there were more monsters nearby. He got up quickly, realizing he had let his guard down, but soon recognized it was his mother. She said she was impressed with him and commented that the total time for the mission had been 3.5 hours, much faster than she would have done it herself. Dane asked if she had been watching him the whole time, and she replied of course she had, because she couldn't let him go alone. She knew her son's talent better than anyone. But as a mother, the feeling was different. Dane said he understood her side. She commented that he had done incredibly well and that she hadn't found a single flaw in his execution. She asked if he was hurt, and he replied that he was fine. Then she said that at the pace he was going, he would soon be recognized as a true assassin. She then handed him an item, saying it suited him more now than it did her. Dane saw that it was the Nightthorn dagger and asked if he could really use it. She replied of course, since she wouldn't be using it anymore anyway. Dane explained that Nightthorn was crafted from the mysterious ethereal ore, a mineral capable of absorbing the elements of any substance. If the user wished, it could store all the poisons in the world within it, even allowing them to mix the absorbed poisons and use them. He thanked his mother and promised to make good use of the gift, saying he thought that would be all the training he would receive from her. Suddenly he heard a noise and asked if she had heard it too. She confirmed, saying there seemed to be someone in the forest and that they needed to leave quickly. Dane agreed, and the two of them left. The scene then shifts to the county of Sogris in the Annex Tower, where a man woke up startled in his bed, saying he was certain he had eaten mushrooms in the forest. At that moment, Dane appeared and asked if he was awake, explaining that he was in the process of detoxification and asking him not to move too much. The man asked what a young person was doing there and whether he was the one who saved his life. Dane confirmed, saying he had eaten a red-nosed mushroom and that luckily he was nearby and found him in time. The man named Sidrain Gauss asked if it was really a red-nosed mushroom. Dane confirmed, saying that it was an extremely dangerous mushroom and that if they had been any later, he would have died. He then offered the man some water, and he thanked him. Dane noticed that on his belt was an insignia from the Nixian Magic Tower. Realizing he wasn't an ordinary person, he thought that if it weren't for Nightthorn, he wouldn't have been able to save him. Sidrain thanked him again and asked where they were. Dane replied that they were in the Annex Tower in the county of Sogris. Sidrain then realized that not only had he gotten lost in the southern region, but he had also been poisoned by a mushroom and walked there in critical condition. Dane told him to rest a bit more, saying he would inform his father and that he would come see him soon. Sidrain then commented that if he said father, then he must be the youngest son, and Dane confirmed, saying he was the youngest son of Count Sogris, Dane Sogris. The man then recalled that the boy was Arabella's younger brother, a girl considered a genius observed by every magic tower. He asked how Dane found him. Dane explained that he was training with his mother in the forest. Sidrain was shocked and asked if he was out of his mind for training in that crazy forest. He reflected that even as an 8-stream mage, he got completely lost in that place, and that the mana flow shifted while he was casting a spell, which ended up damaging his body. He asked if it was true that the forest contained ancient magic and was full of cursed traps. Dane confirmed, saying that the forest was owned by their family and was extremely dangerous for anyone not from House Sogris. He further explained that the mana flow in that location was different from what modern mages were used to using, making it the worst place possible for a mage to be, and that the man was in great danger because of the mushroom. The old man then commented that he really had almost died, but realized that the boy was already strong enough to train in that forest, which was truly impressive. He asked if Dane was the one who prepared the antidote, and the boy confirmed. Sidrain Gauss thought that Dane still seemed to be somewhere in his teenage years, yet was already able to formulate an antidote that required extensive knowledge and very precise production skills. He wondered how a family like that could exist, where, besides the two generational geniuses, even the youngest son was also a genius. He thought that if they were still at war, the county of Sogris could have become the most powerful noble house in the Altheon Empire. Sidrain said that he was indebted to the boy, and Dane replied that yes, he was. The old man thought that the boy was really quite bold. Then he said he needed to repay his debt, and that first he had to introduce himself. He revealed that his name was Sidrain Gauss, and that not long ago he had been the head of the Nixian Magic Tower. He invited Dane to share whatever he wanted with him, as he had everything at his disposal, except for what he no longer possessed. He emphasized again that he was the former head of the Magic Tower, and Dane thought he was probably referring to a subspace. Dane then asked if he was being serious, reflecting that many mages lived without a home, keeping everything inside subspaces. The old man was surprised by the boy's attitude. He had revealed that he was the head of a magic tower, and usually people were either impressed or humbled by that, but Dane didn't seem to care at all. Sidrain said Dane wouldn't get another opportunity like that, and that he could say whatever he wanted at that moment. Dane replied that he would think about it later. The old man became very irritated, thinking the boy was being indifferent until the very end, and wondered what kind of thoughts ran through that boy's mind. Dane simply turned around, recommended that he get some rest, and closed the door. Sidrain commented to himself that Dane was the first person to treat him that way. He said he had planned to say his goodbyes in a day or two, but that wouldn't work anymore. He needed to keep a closer eye on that interesting boy. Dane went to speak with Hermann and asked if that man was really the former head of a magic tower. He said the man must be extremely skilled in combat. Hermann replied that if he really had 8 chains, then he was even stronger than Arabella. Dane confirmed that was true. Hermann pointed out that meant a powerful figure now owed him a favor and reminded him that magic towers function like independent territories across the continents, almost like nations. Dane said he would never have imagined that man to be so influential, and Hermann replied that he also wondered why the head of a magic tower was wandering through a forest. Dane explained that the place wasn't just any forest. It was what mages called a forbidden zone, known as the Forest of the Final Days. Hermann said the name certainly sounded like a challenge for mages, but he had been lucky to survive thanks to the young master. Dane asked Hermann to get him a new sword, since the one he was using felt too light and short. Hermann understood and said he would prepare a longer sword for the next day's training, using the spoils of war the Count had brought back. Dane thanked him and said he would wrap up the day there. He then remembered something very important: the insignia Duke Thermion had given him. 6 years had passed since that day, and he thought that if he went to the capital, he would definitely have to visit him. In another scene, his father asked Dane if he had trained too intensely that day. Dane confirmed and asked if he didn't have business outside the castle, and why he had returned so early. The Count replied that there were more unresolved matters than he expected, and that there was a reason he had rushed home. Dane asked if it was because of the head of the magic tower, and he said it was more or less that. Perhaps the man could help Arabella, since he might be a good master for her. Dane thought that was expected. His father was also considering that the former head of the magic tower could be useful to Arabella, although he wasn't sure if the man could handle her temperament, since she had once punched her former teacher in the eye. Arkin commented that, in any case, his son had helped someone survive, and Dane replied that he simply did what had to be done. His father pointed out that not everyone could have done that, and what he did was truly remarkable. Dane then asked if his sisters couldn't go this time, and his father wondered why it was so hard to catch a glimpse of his own daughters' faces. Arabella had just finished her extended semester and was choosing a magic tower to join, while Claire had reportedly received an offer from her professor to become an assistant teacher. Dane said both of them were impressive, and his father agreed, saying he also had high expectations for him. He wondered how the world would deal with so much talent, and Dane said he was wondering the same thing. His father smiled, saying being caught off guard by him was already enough to make him laugh. Dane thought that during his fight against Duke Thermion, he would like to face him again, but for now, he kept wondering how Lily was doing, since her last letter was over a year old, and he imagined he might find out when he went to the capital. A few days later, the old man still hadn't fully recovered, and was going crazy being stuck in that room. The man caring for him said he could go out for a bit, but shouldn't go far and was forbidden from using magic for now. His mana flow still hadn't been completely purified, and the poison in his body hadn't been fully eliminated, so he would have to wait a little longer. Sidrain said he didn't have much of a choice. It had been a long time since he hadn't been able to use magic, and this would be a real change of pace. He stood up saying he couldn't stay there anymore and was going out for a while the other man complained that he didn't even know his way around and would probably get lost again. Still, the old man was already leaving, slamming the door, and the man warned that if anything went wrong, he would be held responsible. The scene then shifted to the maids, and one of them commented that mages were either geniuses or madmen. They said he had gone up and down the floors dozens of times and had now been staring at the flowers in the courtyard for hours. They concluded that he must be incredibly powerful among mages, but he looked more like a lunatic, and that Arabella needed more normalcy in her life. The old man sat in front of the garden and began wondering who had created that place, saying he could never do something so grand. He acknowledged that those flowers had extraordinary magic. Dane appeared, saying he had come by to see how he was doing and that after all, that's where he was hiding. The old man asked if he really thought he would have run away, since they had told him to stay there until he was fully recovered. Dane confirmed that was exactly what he thought, and said that the place was very beautiful, perfect for rest and recovery. Now he understood why nobles went south for the holidays. Dane said the place was truly incredible, but he was considering leaving soon. The old man asked why he wanted to leave and where he was going, and Dane replied that he wasn't going very far. He planned to go to the capital. Sidrain concluded that if he was going to the capital, he must be going to the academy, and asked if his sisters were already there. Dane replied yes, and the old man commented that he would have an easy life there, since his sisters were very famous and incredibly talented. He then began to wonder just how much talent that boy had. He decided to take a look, and the moment he observed Dane's mana, he was shocked, questioning what kind of dense mana that was. His mana was absurdly thick, and if the geniuses of his age were to be compared to a current, then Dane was the fastest and most furious of them all. That amount of mana would normally be so unstable that it would explode, so he couldn't understand how Dane was able to keep it under control. Dane then commented that evaluating someone's mana without permission was a bit rude. The old man apologized, saying he had acted recklessly, but inside, he couldn't believe what he had seen. He wondered if someone with mana as incredibly dense as that boy's could really exist. Dane was trying to understand what the man had seen that made him so surprised. The old man began to question why he couldn't see any magic circle in the boy, since with that level of mana density, he should be able to visualize one. Then he noticed something unbelievable. Dane had 2 mana cores. He wondered how the boy had managed to form 2 mana cores, and Dane asked if there was something wrong with that formation. The old man said of course there was. He was shocked that the boy possessed such an absurd density of mana, and still planned to wield a spear and use magic with only 2 cores and no magic circle. He realized Dane was deliberately ignoring the greatest magical talent he had ever seen. Dane then asked if he couldn't just use both at the same time. The old man became frustrated upon hearing that, and didn't even know where to start explaining. He asked if Dane knew why the lifespan of a magic swordsman was so short. He explained that they were powerful because they had both cores and circles, but one interfered with the other. When the two collided, a huge problem arose, as it was a natural law of mana. The mana compressed in the core would be transferred to the circle, and if the circle couldn't handle the force, it would explode. Dane thought he had discovered that by himself, but he still wondered if it was really that serious and truly impossible. The old man said it was a waste of talent. Dane then asked if it was impossible to use magic without a magic circle. The man replied that although it wasn't impossible, without the refinement of a circle, he couldn't cast spells that required purified magic. Besides, it wasn't like no one had tried it before, but most attempts had failed. Dane asked if he should try anyway. He had never done it before, but felt that maybe it was possible. The old man was shocked by what he was saying, but Dane said that if he could remember the magic code, he might be able to use the technique. He began to summon his mana, and his body became completely enveloped in flames. Even so, Dane commented that it was still just a basic first current spell. The old man was astonished, unable to understand how that was possible. Dane clearly had a magic circle, but could use magic without refinement. It was absolutely unbelievable, since in theory only raw magic could be used in those conditions. Dane mentioned that his sister Arabella had said his affinity with magic was very high, and maybe that was the reason. The old man thought that was exactly what commoners meant when they said the boy's gifts were impossible to imitate. He began to wonder if something at that level could even be called a natural talent. Dane realized that it really worked, which meant he could use magic even without a magic circle. The man was frightened, thinking that this natural affinity, combined with the purest mana in the world, made Dane the most promising talent of his generation. The old man then asked if Dane was considering becoming his disciple, saying that ignoring such talent would be a shame. He also asked if Dane knew how to use second current magic, but the boy said he didn't know the necessary code, so he couldn't use it. The man was pleased because if Dane became his disciple, he could teach him even 8 current magic. However, Dane refused. The old man became extremely irritated by the refusal. That was when Arkan appeared, saying he didn't know the man had already gotten so close to his son. He asked what they were talking about, and Dane explained that the man kept insisting that he become his disciple, but he had refused. The man, slightly embarrassed, commented that his son had incredible magical talent and might become someone greater than anyone expected. He also said that Dane had managed to use current magic without a circle. Arkan was surprised and asked his son if that was true. Dane confirmed, and Arkan said he was sure Dane didn't even have basic magical knowledge. The man commented that was exactly why Dane's talent was so impressive. Arkan said that, as expected from the former head of the Magic Tower, he had immediately recognized his son's talent. But the man replied that it wasn't just talent. The boy was a true genius and had the potential to become a rare magic swordsman. At that moment, Arkin began to reflect deeply on it, while Dane thought that was a word that should never be spoken in front of his father. The man insisted that yes, a magic swordsman, and asked if he was finally interested, because if Dane became his disciple, he would take full responsibility and turn him into the greatest magic swordsman in the entire empire. Realizing that Arkin didn't like that at all, the old man fell silent until Arkin, shouting in anger, said that Dane couldn't become a magic swordsman. The man, startled, asked why, since the boy was perfectly suited for it. He wanted to understand why Arkin thought it was such a bad idea. Arkin replied that instead of becoming a magic swordsman, Dane should become a magic spearman. The man was confused, trying to understand what he meant by that, and wondered why everyone in that family was like that. In the next scene, Dane was reading and reflecting on what was required to become a mage. He thought one had to be someone's disciple because it had an important meaning. Mages usually created successors through a process called inheritance, a tradition that had existed since ancient times and was still practiced. Even in modern times, with universal magical education, that remained relevant. He concluded that the head of the magic tower didn't just want a disciple, but a successor. He thought that if even an archmage of 8 currents was hanging around him, it meant his talent was truly incredible. After so many compliments, he felt something big stirring inside his body, and was sure it was what his sister had mentioned. Dane remembered what Arabella had said, that if he wanted to see her, he just needed to channel magic into the crystal ball. He picked up the orb and told himself he would ask her about all of this. When he made contact, Arabella was very happy to receive the call. She was surprised to hear that Dane had used first current magic without having a magic circle, and he confirmed that was exactly it, and that it worked when he tried. He said he already knew his affinity with mana was high, but didn't imagine it was that high. He said that maybe his mana was already in its pure stage, and that the circle was only for mana circulation and purification. Arabella said they needed to test that, and asked him to place some of his mana into a stone and send it through the transmission machine in his room. He agreed and said he would do it. He then thought it was really good to have an older sister like her, and since she was already at the 6th current, she would certainly be able to help him a lot. Arabella commented that now that he was using first current magic, he would probably receive a lot of attention at the academy. Dane replied that he preferred not to draw attention, but she said that couldn't be helped because talent always stands out. She asked him to let her know if anyone tried to intimidate him because she would destroy that person. Dane then mentioned that he had heard she broke the nose of a student who was in love with her, the second son of the Duchy of Diavel, and Arabella, irritated, told him not to even mention that bastard. She then explained that, over time, a magic circle could continue to purify his mana, and he said he didn't know that, so she suggested they investigate that further. Another girl appeared, saying that the professor was looking for Arabella, and she told her brother she had to go, but would contact him later. Dane said goodbye, saying he would send the magic stones soon, and thought that perhaps he was walking a path never opened before. He never imagined his mana could be so pure, and even wondered if, by chance, he had a dragon's heart inside him. Changing scenes, the old man commented that he was almost dying because he had used mana to confirm Dane's status, and that worsened his condition greatly. He thought he might leave the place soon, but realized that was out of the question. Still, he felt that if the boy had accepted his offer, everything would have been worth it. He began to reflect on what he could do to have Dane by his side. He considered giving him some great artifact or a hereditary magic passed down for generations, but soon thought that would be too much. If he were deceived after that, he would be left with nothing. At that moment, Dane knocked on the door, asking if he was there. The old man wondered if he had come to apologize or if he had changed his mind, so he told him to come in. Dane said he came because he had something to say, and the man asked what it was. Smiling, he said he already knew this was going to happen, and asked if the boy had decided to become his disciple. However, Dane said no. The man was confused and asked why he was there then, since he had said he wasn't interested in magic. Dane explained it wasn't due to a lack of interest. The old man then asked why he didn't want to be his disciple, and if he already had another teacher. Dane replied no to both questions. Still curious, Sidrain asked why he had come to him, and Dane thought that he still didn't know the code for second current magic, which was difficult to learn from his sister since she lived far away. In the end, the best method was to learn from Sidrain, who owed him a favor for saving his life in the forest, and therefore couldn't refuse the request. Dane explained that he didn't want to follow just the path of a mage. Sidrain asked if he really wanted to become a magic spearman, and Dane said no. He said he wanted to become a magic spearman, assassin, summoner, and also wanted to add the Sordic sim to the list. The man was shocked, asking what kind of nonsense that was and whether he would still refuse the offer even knowing he would never get another chance to be his disciple. Dane confirmed he would. The old man thought that the boy truly was prepared to follow his own path. Then he had an idea and asked Dane if he was interested in a letter of recommendation. He said he heard that Dane wanted to enter the academy, and with such a letter, he would start with a good reputation. Dane thought that wasn't a bad offer and agreed. The old man asked if they could talk now, and Dane wanted to know if he could make another request. The old man, believing he had finally convinced the boy, got excited and said yes, he could ask for anything. Dane then asked to learn the second current code, and the man replied that of course he would teach it, since he knew the structure code for all existing second current spells. Sidrain thought that Dane was still very young, and commented that a letter of recommendation and the second current code weren't a big deal. He said they could start the lesson, even though he wasn't in great physical condition, because that wasn't an obstacle. Dane agreed, thinking that perhaps this was the best moment. Thinking to himself, he said the old man owed him a promise after having his life saved in the forest, and since he had said Dane could ask anything, this was the repayment. The old man asked once again if he wouldn't become his disciple, but Dane replied that no, that wasn't going to happen. Sidrain was impressed by the boy's firmness, and wondered how a 14-year-old could have such a strong mindset. He remembered Dane had made 2 requests, and the old man commented that he only owed 1 favor. Dane, however, said he was wrong because he had saved his life in the forest, neutralized the poison in his body, and even carried him on his back to the house, though he would leave that last one as a bonus. The old man was stunned by the boldness of that child and couldn't understand how someone like him could exist in the world. Changing scenes again, the two were already in the training field. The old man thought that if he kept doing favors for the boy, maybe he would change his mind in the future, and giving up a talent like that would be a waste. He concluded that it wasn't a problem that the boy had created a core instead of a circle, because what mattered was that he could use chain magic even without a circle. He then said he would explain the code for second current magic, which was very complicated. Many people couldn't even learn it and gave up halfway through, so he asked Dane to pay close attention. The old man noticed Dane's eyes were shining, but thought he couldn't make things easier as he couldn't afford to be tricked. He explained that the second current codes were on a completely different level from the first, as it was necessary to calculate the amount of mana with precision, since mana density varied depending on the atmosphere, the state of the body, and other factors at the same time. The reason most people gave up on magic was exactly that. Sidrain thought Dane probably wouldn't understand anything he was saying and would naturally ask for a simpler explanation. Sidrain explained that this was the basic part of the explanation and asked if the boy understood. Dane replied yes, saying it was great to learn not just the magic code, but also information he had no idea about. Sidrain was surprised, wondering if the boy had really understood everything he had said, so he decided to talk about the laws of magic structure. The first was the law of coexistence, the magical power that can exist in harmony with the physical world and with other sources of mana. Through this coexistence, mages use both their own magical power and the surrounding mana to activate their spells. The second law was the law of conservation. Sidrain thought that Dane had perfectly understood the nature of magic. Dane commented that if his magical power could gather enough mana from the material element, then through conservation, he would be able to use magic of different elemental attributes. Sidrain noticed that he was also interpreting on his own, something many would find boring, but that clearly wasn't the case with that boy. He wondered how someone who enjoyed studying magic so much could even exist in that world. Sidrain explained that as the chain increased, the code also became more complicated. So instead of explaining, he decided to demonstrate. He said that, for example, Aquila was the basic magic of the first current and could be cast with simple rules, but that changed completely in the second current, which was much more complex. He showed the code of the second current, saying that it was the 2-current fire formula called Fire Arrow. He stated that if Dane wanted to use more spells like that one, he would have to repeat the code many times. Sidrain thought Dane must be surprised, since he had never seen a rearrangement code from the second current. He asked if it didn't seem complicated, since most people would take at least a year to fully master the first current's codes before moving on to the second. He thought that no matter how brilliant someone was, they still wouldn't be able to understand the entire code. At that moment, what mattered most was the rule, because if he couldn't understand that, nothing else would help. He decided to observe Dane for a week and teach the technique slowly. Dane asked if he could already try, but Sidrain said it would be very difficult. Even so, Dane activated the first current with ease, and Sidrain was impressed that he could form lines with defined length and width. That was truly impressive, and he concluded that the first current was already too easy for the boy. Then, Dane replicated the code Sidrain had shown, leaving the old man completely astonished, as he had perfectly repeated the rearrangement code of the second current just by watching the demonstration once. Sidrain asked how he managed to do that, and Dane explained that by observing, he memorized the rules and patterns, then formed his magic based on them, which wasn't that hard. Sidrain, who was a genius in magic, thought that he himself had taken a long time to reach the second current, and that boy managed to materialize the spell without even using a circle. When Dane tried to cast the fire arrow, he did so with great ease, leaving the old man even more impressed, since it was absurd for someone to replicate that so easily. He thought that if he had that boy's talent, he would have reached the ninth current. Dane asked if he was doing it right, and the old man replied that he was, saying he learned much faster than expected. Dane said he was also surprised to succeed on the first try. Sidrain thought that when the world found out about a circleless mage, it would go mad, so he had to completely hide the boy's talent, at least until he became his disciple. Sidrain then asked if they could schedule the learning of another code, and Dane agreed, but the old man was more concerned about how he would write his recommendation letter to the academy. Later, back in his room, Dane lay on his bed thinking that the magic lesson had been much more fun than he expected. The theory, the practice, and the explanation about the currents were all learned on the same day. Now that he could finally use magic, he remembered something because in his previous life, he had reached a point where he had no choice but to give up on magic. In his past life, Dane didn't even know how much time he had left to live, and trying to find time to learn magic was a luxury he simply couldn't afford. To survive, he had to fight with a sword because magic, to a certain extent, requires a strong focus on theoretical learning before allowing confident practical use. That made him view this new life differently, and by combining the theory he learned from his older sister with his natural talent, he was able to show explosive growth with only simple guidance. Now that he was being taught by a former tower master, Sidrain, he wondered what kind of magic he could learn the next day. As half a month passed, Arkan asked Dane what he would like to have done, wanting to know if it was some kind of magical reagent, and Dane confirmed that it was. Since they didn't have the necessary materials in the territory, they would need to leave, but he said his father didn't need to worry, as he had already learned 4 rearrangement codes. Arkan then commented that it normally took over a month to learn that, and that information about magical reagents wasn't easy to obtain either. He asked how his son had learned all that, and Dane explained that he had read magic books in the library and that the content sparked his interest. His father then said that, as expected, geniuses truly were different, and he never imagined that Dane would be interested in reagents, since most people found the topic boring. However, he said Dane would also enjoy picking out the materials, and that it would be a good experience for him since he would be leaving the territory. In the next scene, Dane was riding his horse, and the people around him were commenting about him, admiring his silver hair and saying how beautiful it was. Dane then asked if everyone was doing well and promised to come back later to get some snacks. One of the men there thought that Count Sagras didn't seem like a cruel person, especially observing how he treated others. He commented that there were many good things in the south, like delicious snacks, great weather, and kind people, and seeing all that, he thought it would be hard to want to go back to the capital. Dane agreed, saying that it really was very hot there. The man then asked how much longer it would take to reach the magic supply store, and Dane replied that he wasn't sure, since he had never been there before. So he asked Herman to guide them, and he replied that it wasn't far. In the next scene, they arrived at the magic supply store. The store owner welcomed them and commented that the rumors were true, saying Dane's silver hair and emerald eyes were truly beautiful. Dane asked how business had been lately, and she replied that things were the same, with few people buying magic supplies. She said she was mostly selling to foreigners or to people interested in magic. However, she said it was certainly a pleasure to see the former master of the magic tower, Sidrain. Dane thought that she recognized him immediately, which made sense since only a few people were known as leaders of the magic towers within the empire. The woman then asked everyone to make themselves comfortable and said that if they needed anything, she would look for it. She mentioned that since it was Dane's first time there, he could browse freely, and then stepped aside to talk to the shop owner. Dane replied that it was fine and began observing the products around him. The place was filled with fresh items, and in a strange way, he felt a slight sense of déjà vu. When he touched the magical sources, he could feel their reactions, which was probably due to his high affinity with magic. Suddenly, he heard a different sound coming from a corner of the store. He felt a particularly strong magical reaction coming from that direction and, curious, started wondering what exactly it could be. The woman explained that those objects were just decorative items. Sidrain then suggested they go together to check out the ingredients and potions, saying that moonroot would be a good basic ingredient. The woman confirmed that it was an excellent choice, as there were at least 50 different potions that use moonroot in their composition, and all the ones there had been processed personally by her, so they were of high quality. Dane then commented that something in the environment felt very strange. He realized that what was really drawing his attention was a specific stone, and walked toward it. Herman asked asked what was going on, and Dane explained that he felt something strange coming from that stone. Herman wondered if it was just another decoration, but Dane said he wasn't sure, only that the stone was very unusual. He then mentioned that the more magic he used, the stronger the reaction became, and questioned whether it was reacting exclusively to his mana. The woman watching this commented to Sidrain that he really had a good eye, and said that the stone would be perfect as a sample. Dane asked where she had gotten the stone, and Sidrain also wanted to know if it was some kind of artifact. The woman repeated that it was just a decoration. Sidrain found that explanation impossible, as it made no sense for a mere decorative piece to react to magic like that, and just thinking about it irritated him. He then asked if someone had tricked her with that object. She explained that a few years ago, a masked man had given her a large package as payment. Inside it was that stone. She didn't know what it was, so she had a mage evaluate it, but the result was that it was just a common stone with no magical value. Since she didn't have a better place to put it, she decided to leave it there as part of the decoration. Dane thought that was really strange, since it was obvious that it wasn't just an ordinary rock. The woman then said that if he was looking for something good, he should follow her, as she had some special magical artifacts to show. She explained that what she held was her scroll card, and when placed in a special holder, it would automatically store any recorded information. All he had to do was say someone's name, and the corresponding business card would appear. Dane replied that he would take the scroll card and also the stone. He asked himself why he would want a seemingly useless stone, but deep down he knew that it wasn't a common item that could simply be left behind. Sidrain asked what he intended to do with that thing, finding it odd since Dane had never shown interest in decorations or art pieces, and questioned whether there was something special about the stone. Dane replied by asking if he hadn't noticed, because it was clear that it wasn't just a decorative stone, as it was reacting to his magic. Sidrain admitted that he also wasn't sure what it was, but hearing that piqued his interest. Since there were many people around, he suggested they return to the castle to analyze it more carefully. He asked if he could figure out the nature of that stone with his resources, and Dane replied by asking if he was underestimating his own magical analysis tool, which was considered priceless. Sidrain answered that with that equipment, he would definitely be able to find out. Dane commented that even so, a mage had already evaluated the stone and found nothing special. Sidrain then replied that what that mage had done was nothing compared to his analyzer. He had invested all his funds into that state-of-the-art device, capable of examining any object or artifact placed on it. Dane thought that was amazing, and agreed to run the test. Sidrain asked him to place the stone on the analyzer and channel his magic into it. As soon as he did that, the stone began to glow, and Dane asked if there was something special about it. Sidrain thought that he could finally hold his head high, as he had discovered something important. Suddenly, Dane realized it was a magical code, and asked if he was right. Sidrain confirmed it, but explained that it wasn't just any code. Dane was amazed as the rules, structure, and arrangement of that code had never been seen before, and it could be as complex as a 6 or 7 current code. Dane concluded that the magic had been hidden inside the stone, and was now manifesting through that code. Sidrain explained that this was exactly the case, that the key to activating the code was in his magic, since the stone only reacted to Dane's mana. He then questioned what exactly it could be, what magic was inside the stone, and why it only responded to his magical energy. Sidrain, as a former head of the Magic Tower, admitted that he didn't recognize that kind of magic and said he would investigate. Dane commented that if Sidrain succeeded, he might discover why his magic was different from other people's. In a scene change to Arabella's laboratory, she stated that it was just as she had imagined. Dane's magic was clearly different from normal magic. There was a special characteristic in the magic code he had shared with her, something even she didn't have. Arabella began thinking about what kind of magical field could suit Dane's magic, but the results she had obtained so far showed no connection with magical reagents, magic gates, or magical engineering. If it wasn't any of those, then what could it be? She was convinced that something had to fit, and then remembered a possibility. There was a type of magical field code that had long been considered lost, and maybe Dane's magic was compatible with it. She wondered where she had put that material. Rummaging through her books, she found notes on alchemy, divination, spiritualism, and necromancy. There was even an ancient, primitive magic code among them. Suddenly, another book fell beside her. When she picked it up, she realized it was a tome of ancient magic. Thinking back, she remembered that a long time ago there was a magical kingdom that used a form of inherited magic called arcana, also known as arcana. It was a form of magic from 2,000 years ago, and today, no one knew how to use it anymore. Even doubting that Dane's magic was related to it, she knew she had nothing to lose and decided to try. She began channeling her mana into the magical analysis crystal and noticed it started to react, beginning to display information that made her curious. She wondered whether it was related to alchemy or divination, hoping it wasn't necromancy. However, the moment she read the information revealed, she was completely shocked by the result. It was unbelievable. She couldn't understand how that was possible. Meanwhile, Sidrain, with Dane, announced that the seal on the stone had finally been broken. Dane asked what was inside it, and the old man said he would take it out now. Upon opening the core of the stone, he revealed a silver bracelet, seemingly ordinary, like any that could be bought on the street. He thought there might be something special in the material, but felt nothing coming from it. Since it had only reacted to Dane's magic, he suggested the boy try it. Dane placed the bracelet on his wrist and it began to glow. Sidrain commented that the reaction was happening just as he expected. Dane said he was starting to see some strange things appearing and asked if the old man knew what it was. Sidrain was very impressed when he realized that the symbols appearing were ancient runes that no one in the current world could read anymore. They were characters used by the ancient kingdom of Arcana. Dane said he had heard Arabella mention it when he was younger. She had told him that in that era, everything originated from magic. Every detail of life revolved around magical energy, until one day, everything ended suddenly. The only things that remained from that time were relics and stories passed down through generations. And now, right before them, was a single living magical code from that vanished era. Sidrain admitted that he had always known Dane's magic was special, but he never imagined it would be related to the ancient magical kingdom of Arcana. Dane commented that maybe that was why he could move so easily through the forest in recent days. Sidrain agreed, saying that made sense since the magic present in that forest also originated from Arcana. He thought to himself that he had always wished to have a disciple like that boy. Dane looked again at the bracelet and said that, for now, he didn't see anything else special about it. Sidrain told him he could take as much time as he needed to uncover all the secrets the artifact held, but asked that he not go around telling others about it. Suddenly, the two of them heard a very loud sound that took them completely by surprise. Sidrain explained that the sound was the monster attack alarm and said it was great, as he had just recovered and it would be a good opportunity to test his strength again and prove his worth. However, he noticed that Dane was not paying attention to anything he was saying, which made him ask what the boy was doing just standing there and told him to grab his spear. At that moment, Dane replied that the sound was not from monsters, but a message from his older sister. Alarmed, Sidrain asked why he had not said that before, and Dane, smiling, explained that there would be no monsters in a place like that, and asked permission to take the call. He then answered the call and asked his sister what had happened. Arabella asked why he took so long to answer, and as she began to comment that while analyzing his magic code she noticed someone was with him, Dane interrupted and asked if she had noticed that his magic was ancient magic. The revelation surprised Arabella, and she asked how he had discovered that on his own. She explained that she was analyzing the stone with Lord Sidrain and suspected it was something from the old magic kingdom, since the stone only reacted to his mana. Dane confirmed, saying it was true. Sidrain, upon hearing this, was impressed by Arabella's ability to discover everything just by analyzing magic. He already knew she was brilliant, but her talent exceeded his expectations. Arabella then asked if anyone else knew about it, and Dane replied that no one did. She asked him to listen carefully to what she was going to say, and also asked Sidrain to pay attention. She explained that it would be better to keep it all a secret, because if the information spread, Dane would not be able to handle the consequences. Sidrain commented that Dane talked a lot about his sister, and Arabella apologized for being too direct and not even introducing herself. Sidrain replied that she did not need to worry so much about secrecy, because if that information leaked, not only Dane would be affected, but it could also cause a huge mess within the Sogris family. Arabella said that as expected, he understood everything quickly. Then Sidrain asked if the call was being recorded. Arabella replied that it was not, and that the message would be deleted as soon as the call ended. Sidrain said that was excellent, and that it was better not to leave any evidence since he planned to return to the Mage Tower to investigate the case further. Arabella thanked him for the help, and Sidrain replied that there was no need to thank him, as he had a strong sense of duty as a mage. He took the chance to say he had heard that Arabella was looking for a Mage Tower to join, and asked if she had already decided. Embarrassed, Arabella said not yet, but she was ruling out the Nixian Tower because it did not have an area she liked to study. He said her determination was expected, and that, as the saying goes, like sister, like brother. Sidrain smiled, saying it was understandable and that of course she was not obligated to choose their tower. Dane, watching, thought his sister was really honest. Arabella stated that many other talented people would surely go to the tower besides her and said goodbye, saying she would talk to Dane soon. Sidrain commented that Dane's sister was really amazing, and Dane agreed remembering that the artifact had also been created by her. Called the Compact Sphere, it was very popular among young mages. Sidrain agreed that it was impressive, but explained that once you reached level 8, you no longer relied on items like that. Dane said he understood, but thought to himself that Sidrain did not seem to have many friends. The scene then shifted to Dane talking to his parents. He told them about the ancient magic, and his mother said she was very worried about him. His father, on the other hand, smiled and said there was no reason to worry because if anyone tried anything against Dane, he would handle it himself. His mother then said that if that was the case, she would also make anyone disappear without a trace. Dane, watching the two of them, thought his mother was really intimidating, but still, having them by his side made him feel safe and protected. Dane's father commented that, on second thought, maybe the power of ancient magic had been dormant in the family's blood. Lily agreed, saying it was possible their ancestors had this power, and that they should investigate the family lineage immediately. She began to wonder if, by examining both families, they could find some clue. Dane's father said that might not be so important, but even so, he was very curious, because it seemed like Dane had reached his learning limit there. Lily said that if he stayed in that place, it could end up hindering his growth, and maybe it was time to consider going to the capital. That suggestion surprised Dane. His father reminded him that the minimum age to enter the capital was 14, and that was exactly Dane's age now. Although he had planned to wait another year or two to send him, it seemed there was nothing else Dane could learn there. His mother then held his hand and said that if he wanted to, he could leave that place at any time. Dane was surprised, as he did not imagine his parents thought that way. His father assured him that Dane would do very well in the capital and asked him to show all his talent and make the family proud. Dane, smiling, said he understood their intention and would start preparing to enter the academy. His father smiled, saying it was a good decision. Dane thought it was time to take another step forward. The scene changed, and Sidrain asked Dane if he had already decided. Dane replied that yes, he would go to the capital earlier than planned. Sidrain agreed that it was a good decision, because keeping his talent locked in that place would be a waste. He took the opportunity to give some advice, saying that Dane should not show his talent right away. Although the academy, in theory, valued talent, not everyone there thought that way. Dane acknowledged that he was right, as his older sister had already commented on the absurd provocations in that environment. Sidrain warned that ordinary students would not be able to face him, but if it was the Thermian Duke's family, things could be different. This reminded Dane that he had promised to visit Layla when he arrived in the capital, and he knew that if he did not, she and the others would be upset. He then commented that he needed to start thinking about the weapon he would create using the emblem the Thermian Duke had given him. Sidrain said there were about 3 months left until the entrance ceremony, but they would need to leave within 2 months. Dane confirmed, saying it did seem like the right time, and asked what Lord Sidrain would do. Sidrain replied that he would return to the Mage Tower, as he still had unfinished business there. He thanked Dane for breaking the monotony in his life, and promised to share all discoveries he made about ancient magic and Dane's power. The boy found that amazing and thanked him, but Sidrain reminded him that there was still one problem: Dane's lessons. Since time was short, they would need to speed up the pace, as from level 3 onward, the difficulty increased greatly compared to level 1. Dane promised that he would study hard, and then said he had prepared a gift for Sidrain, which impressed the mage. He explained that he had received the item from his older sister the previous day through a teleportation spell, and that it was something newly created. When Sidrain received the object, he was surprised to see it was a new version of the Compact Sphere, not yet released, recently developed by Arabella. He said the item was very small and elegant. He thanked him, saying that even though he did not need it, he would accept it as a gift. Dane asked him to use the sphere to get in touch when needed. Although he did not really need the item, Sidrain seemed visibly excited, and Dane thought he hoped he would not call too often. The scene changed again. Dane said he would prepare well during the remaining 2 months because his main interest was in the summoning field. His goal at the academy was to attend the specialization classes in summoning and get a chance to take the exam to obtain certification. Since his younger sister was a teaching assistant, he believed he would see her often in class. He then looked at the egg in his room, remembering that he had almost forgotten to transfer magical energy to his familiar. For 7 years, he had been infusing his magic into that egg, morning and night, with great care. Although the egg still did not respond, he knew that the magical energy infused was not wasted. The bond with his familiar continued, and he believed that one day it would work. The scene then shifted to a conversation between Arabella and Dane. She explained that the current entrance exam system was simple, consisting of 2 tests, one general and one for specialization. Dane asked for more details, and Arabella explained that the general test was an elimination exam covering culture and imperial history, but he would have no trouble passing it. The higher his score, the better his admission rank would be. Only after that came the specialization exam, which dealt directly with the candidate's chosen field. The content of that test was up to the responsible professor, but Arabella said Dane would certainly definitely not have problems. She also mentioned that since he had a recommendation letter, that made things even easier. Dane remembered that his sisters had also passed that test easily. Arabella, smiling, confirmed that it had been pretty smooth. However, she explained that once a specialization was chosen, it could not be changed except through a transfer process. He would have to follow exactly the specialization he chose in the exam, which meant he needed to decide carefully from the start. Arabella said that personally she would love for the youngest sibling to choose magic as his specialization. Dane smiled, realizing she still had not given up on that idea. He replied that it was all right and that he would think about it. Then he asked if someone who wanted to change specializations after entering the academy could only do so through a transfer. Arabella explained that generally yes, unless the person graduated and went through the re-entry process. It was also possible to attend classes in other specializations, but advanced subjects, usually offered from the third year onward, were exclusive to students of that field. Dane thought that in the end, he would have to choose only one specialization. However, Arabella remembered something important. She said that for cases like Dane's, where the talent was too great to be limited to one field, there was an option called free specialization. Dane found that very interesting and asked if that really existed. Arabella confirmed it did, but explained that no one chose that path unless they were willing to fail. When he asked why, she said that no one had ever passed that specialization exam. Dane asked if that was the only reason she was concerned, and Arabella, startled, asked if he was thinking of doing something like that. Dane replied that, of course he was not thinking about anything like that, but then immediately said that Sidrain had arrived and ended the call. Arabella, reflecting, wondered if she was putting too much pressure on her brother, as she still believed magic was the best path for him. Shortly after, someone informed her that the professor was calling for her, and she left the room. Meanwhile, Dane received the recommendation letter from Sidrain. He said he could not believe Sidrain had written all that. Sidrain explained that it was not just about appearances, and that he had also put a lot of effort into the content of the letter. He said it was the first time he had ever put so much effort into a recommendation letter, and that Dane should feel honored. Dane replied that he would do his best to meet expectations, but Sidrain said that if he had agreed to be his apprentice, it would have been even better. However, he did not think it would make much of a difference, since Dane probably would not treat him like a real master anyway. Sidrain asked if Dane was ready to leave. The boy replied that he was, since he did not have much to take with him. Besides, the academy dormitories had excellent facilities, so he had nothing to worry about. Sidrain confirmed that the facilities were indeed good, although a few people did monopolize their use. He said that, honestly, he was not the type to lose to those kinds of people. Dane thought that, from what he was hearing, the academy sounded like a nest of arrogant nobles. Sidrain asked him to remember something important, even if it sounded like a harsh warning. There would be many who would not hesitate to attack him if they sensed any weakness. Dane thought that was not worse than a battlefield, and replied that he would remember all his words. Sidrain said that if he needed anything, he should let him know, and that the compact item he had received was actually very useful. He said he intended to use it. Dane then realized that he was speaking as if he were already about to leave, and asked if Sidrain had noticed something. The man replied that he planned to leave the next day, as he could not stay there forever. Dane's father had offered him a position as advisory mage, but he would only accept that when he truly had nothing else to do in life. He said he still had important matters to resolve, and although he had thought he had done everything he wanted in life, it seemed there were still a few tasks left. Dane understood that he was referring to ancient magic, and that by helping him with that, he was also benefiting himself, so he could not complain. Sidrain thanked Dane for everything he had done, but the boy replied that he should be the one to thank him for all the support he had received. Sidrain said he hoped to see him even stronger the next time they met, and said he was heading out, asking the boy not to say a formal goodbye because he found it too embarrassing. Dane simply asked him to travel safely, and in his thoughts, concluded that despite everything, he would miss that man a lot. The scene shifted to Dane's parents, and his mother mentioned that she had just heard that Mr. Sidrain had departed safely. She asked if Dane would also be leaving that day. His father, Arkan, replied that yes, everything indicated he was ready. Lily said that with their son's departure, the house would feel even emptier. Arkan tried to reassure her, telling her not to worry so much. Lily smiled and said she could only feel at peace because she knew their son would be in very good company. Arkan reminded her that he would use the teleportation portal Arabella had prepared, so she really had nothing to worry about. Still smiling, Lily said that maybe she was worrying too much about Dane because it seemed they had raised their children well. She said that while children from other families were busy fighting over the position of head of the house, sooner or later, theirs would also have to decide that clearly. But for her, any one of them would be good enough to be the successor. At that moment, Dane entered, calling for his parents. His father asked if he was ready to leave, and his mother wanted to know if he would be taking the Nightthorn emblem she had given him. Dane replied with a smile that of course he would take it. Lily asked that if he ever found himself in an extremely dangerous situation, he should go to the place she had mentioned and show that emblem. Dane said he would remember and asked if the people there were her former companions. Lily answered that yes, they were very close colleagues, and it had been years since she had seen them, but they would surely help him. Dane's father, Arkan, looked a little uneasy and wondered if his son might end up following the path of an assassin if he went there. He asked that when Dane reached the capital, he look for Duke Thermion, since the Duke would surely help him until he was admitted into the academy. Lily then began to cry, saying that Dane was growing up too fast. Arkan reminded her that they should say goodbye to him with a smile. Dane thought that when the time to leave comes, your feet seem to grow heavier, but he said he was on his way and said goodbye. As soon as he left, his father, watching through the window, called for Gilead and asked him to escort Dane carefully, making sure he reached the teleportation portal safely and returned before Sidrane's departure. Lily commented that it had been a long time since she had seen Shadow and asked if he knew what to do. She requested that he watch Dane closely during the teleport, ensuring that absolutely nothing happened to her son. The scene then shifted to Dane and Herman. Watching closely, Herman said it was truly impressive. Dane explained that it was the teleportation portal installed by his older sister. Herman commented that Miss Arabella was truly amazing for having created something like that. Dane agreed and understood why she had insisted so much on that project for an entire year. He reflected on how much effort she must have put into it, since unlike other forms of magic, teleportation could not be activated just by rearranging code. It required continuous infusion of magic throughout the process. Still, the portal his sister had installed was a perfect device that met all the necessary conditions for functional teleportation. Herman asked the young master to take care during the trip. Dane replied that there was no need to worry because everything would be fine. He walked to the center of the portal and mentioned that they said the teleport would activate when he infused his magic. As he did so, a light emerged from the structure and then a brilliant glow filled the area. When he realized it, Dane was already in a completely different place. He wondered if that was the entrance gate to the capital of Atenea and was soon greeted by someone waiting for him. A man introduced himself saying he had been eager to meet the young master of House Sagris. His name was Luik Asmar, captain of the First Order of Knights of House Thermion. Dane found it a bit intimidating to be welcomed personally by a knight captain. Luik explained that from that moment on they would accompany him. He ordered his knights to clear the way for the young master. As he walked through the city, Dane felt something strange, a mix of nervousness and surprise. He never imagined he would enter the heart of the Altheon Empire, a place he had always hated, and even more so as one of its most promising individuals. Along the way, he heard people talking about magic shows, commenting that a parfait had been frozen with just a simple bronze spell. Dane thought he had no idea the capital was so lively. Luik then pointed ahead and said they were standing in front of the Thermion estate. Dane was impressed as he observed the grandeur of the mansion, finding its scale truly remarkable. However, he soon had a strange feeling, as if he were being watched, and wondered if it was just his imagination. Shortly after, Luik greeted him politely, welcoming the young Master Dane of House Sagris. Dane thanked him for the reception, and noticed that everyone there had impeccable training, with etiquette and customs very different from what he was used to in the south. He then introduced himself as Dane Sagris, and said he had come to visit Duke Thermion, who received him personally. The Duke said it had been a long time since they last met, and remarked that the journey must have been tiring, so he suggested they go inside. Once inside the mansion, the Duke noted how different Dane looked from 7 years ago and commented that even young people 2 years older than him probably could not defeat him, and that Arkan was surely proud of his son. Dane responded modestly, saying the compliment was an exaggeration. The Duke said that although it was not like the White Castle, Dane could feel at home while preparing for the Academy entrance exam. In addition, he would assign a personal servant to assist him with any needs. Dane thanked him and said he would accept the help, then asked how Layla was doing after all this time. The Duke replied that she was fine, but asked if Dane had fought with her. Not understanding, Dane asked what he meant, and the Duke explained that every time he mentioned Dane's name, Layla would get in a bad mood. Dane said he had no idea why that was. The Duke said it might be because of the pressure of the exam, but with her talent, she would surely pass without difficulty. With an awkward smile, Dane said he would ask her directly what was going on and wondered if it was just a rough phase. The Duke agreed and said they would talk more calmly later, but asked the boy to take things things slowly, which Dane also did not fully understand. The Duke simply said he would understand soon and ordered that he be taken to his room to rest. A servant guided Dane to the room and wished him a good night. Once in the room, Dane thought he would stay there for about a week before taking the admission test, and realized that for a guest room, the place was far too luxurious. Even so, he decided to unpack and look for a training field. It was at that moment that Layla suddenly appeared in his room, saying she could show him the way to the field. Even from behind, Dane recognized her voice. Layla asked why he took so long to arrive, saying she had waited for him the whole time until she could not take it anymore. Dane was very happy to see his friend again and asked how she was. Layla replied that she was doing very well, then asked if he had nothing to say to her. Confused, Dane asked what she meant by that, and Layla, annoyed, scolded him for never having sent even a single letter, saying he could have at least written something. Dane explained that he had promised to reply to all the letters, but ended up forgetting, so he apologized. Still upset, she asked if that was all he had to say. He replied that he came to see her in person, and that he had been very busy lately with preparations for the trip to the capital. He asked for patience and a little understanding. Realizing she was truly upset, he asked if she wanted him to do something to make up for it, telling her to just say it. Layla wanted to know if he was being serious, thought for a moment, and then suggested they have a friendly duel. Dane thought it was a good idea and accepted the challenge. She smiled and asked if he was sure he would not regret it, warning that she was much stronger than before, and that she was no longer the same girl who struggled to learn magic release with him. Dane thought that indeed she had grown a lot over those 7 years, and maybe he was not only referring to her talent. He commented that he remembered a letter in which she said she had won a tournament. Layla confirmed, saying she had been champion of the Danter Cup, a tournament organized by the royal family itself. Dane asked if that was the tournament where boys and girls up to 15 years old competed. She said yes, that it was a very high-level competition, and that if he had participated, they probably would have faced each other in the final. Just thinking about it frustrated her. Dane said all that frustration could be resolved right then and there, but Layla asked if he was really sure everything would be all right, wondering what would happen if he got hurt before the entrance exam. Dane was then confused about who was really worried about whom and replied that she did not need to worry about that. Layla said that was fine, but since it was already late, the duel would happen the next morning. The next morning, Layla asked if he had a training weapon and told him not to use real weapons when she wasn't around. Dane explained that it wasn't about that, but because it would only be a light duel with clear rules, using training weapons, since even experienced warriors can't predict everything. If someone got hurt, there would be nothing she could do. Layla replied that he didn't need to worry about that, as her family always kept the best healer in the empire nearby. Dane, however, asked what would happen if something occurred so quickly that even the healer couldn't react in time. He said that if she really wanted to use a real weapon, she should have the right mindset for it. Layla insisted it was just training and asked why he was taking it so seriously. Dane then gave up on insisting and agreed to use training weapons. Layla asked her servants to bring the weapons, while Dane thought that she had indeed become a very imposing young woman. People said that soon she could catch up to her two knight brothers, maybe even become the first woman to lead House Thermion. The moment she learned to release magic had been decisive for her growth. Layla also reflected that, thanks to Dane, she managed to master the basics of magical control much faster than others her age. Now she didn't have just one mana core, but two. She had waited a long time for that day, and began to wonder if, by winning, she would make Dane upset. Because of that, she even considered going easy on him. One of the servants brought the weapons, and she thanked him. Dane chose a training spear, noting that it was very light, as expected, but for him, that made no difference, since, on the battlefield, one must use whatever is available. Dane asked if they could start, and Layla agreed. He took his combat stance with the spear, and Layla also readied her guard. She thought that fortunately, she had faced opponents with spears during the Dantera Cup, so it wouldn't be difficult. She knew the spear had good reach, but lacked power at close range, so she quickly charged at Dane, trying to close the distance. However, at the moment she thought her attack had landed, Dane vanished from in front of her. She wondered what had happened because he had suddenly disappeared. Dane appeared right behind her with the spear positioned at her neck, leaving Layla impressed by his speed. She asked how he got there so fast, and he said she was lucky they were using training weapons, because if it were real, it would have been dangerous. Layla, confused, said she was sure she had hit Dane and couldn't believe what she had just seen. Dane suggested restarting the fight, but warned that the same trick wouldn't work twice, asking her to be more careful. Layla thought she was probably just nervous since they hadn't dueled in a long time, and decided not to hold back anymore. At that moment, Duke Thermion appeared, observing the battle. Dane realized the Duke had come personally to watch the duel, and understood he was concerned about Layla's possibly inflated ego after winning the Danter Cup. He decided to address that right then. Layla told Dane to get ready since her father was watching, so she would give it her all. Dane replied that he was already already ready for battle. The two began to fight again, and after a few strikes, the fight was very balanced. Layla said she wasn't as easy an opponent as he had imagined, and Dane replied that it still wasn't enough, so she should go all out. The Duke watched the duel closely and commented that he was curious to see how the battle would end. However, he began to feel something strange in the air, because at a certain point, Dane's smile had completely disappeared, replaced by a serious and determined expression, like that of a true warrior. The battle remained balanced until suddenly Layla saw an opening and thought it was her chance to win. She tried to land a blow, but Dane deflected her attack with precision, struck her hand, and made her drop her sword. Dane commented that it seemed he had won again. Duke Thermion, still watching everything, turned to Asmar and asked what he thought of the situation, wondering if, after this, Layla's arrogance would diminish a bit. Asmar then realized the Duke had known how everything would end from the beginning. The Duke said of course he had, because he knew better than anyone. The signs had started showing well before the Danterre Cup, and after the victory, Layla had completely changed her demeanor. He said he had considered scolding her, but preferred to let her realize it on her own, and ended up saying nothing. Then the Duke asked Asmar how many mana cores he thought that boy had. Asmar answered that he probably had at least 3, but the Duke disagreed, saying he believed Dane had between 2 and 3 at most. Asmar wanted to know why the Duke thought that, and the Duke asked him to observe closely. What Dane did to defeat Layla wasn't just spear technique or superior speed. What he used were tactical movements, something she had never experienced. Meanwhile, Layla wondered how he could block her attack so easily. Dane thought her movements were easy to predict, and the Duke asked if he didn't seem like an experienced swordsman. Asmar confirmed he did, but noted that Dane didn't seem to have been through real battles. The Duke said he was also impressed watching him fight and commented on the key moment in Layla's growth, recalling the time she met Dane. The Duke explained that this had happened 7 years ago, right after a visit to the south when she met Dane. He believed that now she would grow even more. Asmar agreed, saying it was amazing to watch. Even as the Danterre Cup champion, Layla seemed incapable of doing anything against that boy. He remarked that he thought Count Sagras had trained Dane harshly, but the Duke disagreed, saying he knew Arkan well. Although strict, he wasn't the kind of man to subject someone to brutal training. He added that, unlike others, Dane didn't need that. Asmar didn't quite understand what he meant, so the Duke explained that Dane had overwhelming talent, so formidable that others wouldn't even dare try to catch up. He declared that Dane was a true genius. While they talked, Dane disarmed Layla once again, and the Duke remarked that Dane probably wasn't even interested in the Danterre Cup, which explained why he didn't participate. Asmar, however, found that hard to believe, since every young person in the Empire dreams of competing in that tournament. The Duke then stated that currently, there was no one Dane's age who could compete with him. At that moment, Layla fell to her knees on the ground, unable to believe what was happening. The Duke simply hoped that this duel would make her realize all her flaws so that she would finally let go of her arrogance and truly dedicate herself to the sword. If she did that, she could even surpass her own brothers. Layla internally acknowledged that, as expected from Dane, she really had no chance against him. She knew his talent was different, but she hadn't imagined the gap was so wide. Dane said she seemed tired and suggested they end the battle there. That was when Layla admitted defeat, and Dane thought that Duke Thermion had gotten what he wanted. She had certainly realized she was not the best in that place. Layla then asked how he had trained so much like that, and Dane simply replied that it was with a lot of dedication. Angry, she asked who doesn't give their best, and he answered that in that case, she needed to dedicate herself even more. He then began walking away, saying he would go in first. Layla shouted that next time she would not lose to him, and Dane simply replied that he would be waiting for that day. She thought Dane was the only boy she truly admired and at the same time, someone she wanted to surpass at all costs. That was why she kept waiting for him, because above all, she wanted to prove that she was no longer just a child. She wondered why he felt even more distant than before, but promised that he would see, and next time, she would be the one to win that battle. The scene then changed and explained that the Imperial Academy's exam was practically a celebration. Talented young people came from all over the Empire to try for admission. Along with them came their families and attendants, which brought thousands of people to the capital. That year, around 6,000 candidates had enrolled for the exam. It was enough to pay the registration fee, with no prerequisites, but about 2/3 did not pass the first test. After the preliminary selection, approximately 2,000 candidates advanced to the specialization exam of the second phase. The scene changed again, showing some people talking. One of them commented that 2,000 had passed the first phase, and another replied that it was a lot of people and that the next stage would be madness. One of the examiners asked how many people they thought would pass that year, and another said at most 200. They then questioned what kind of candidates would be participating in the entrance exam this time. One of them remarked that they had seen very promising talent talents among the applicants. Dravano, head of the magic department, reported that the count for the first phase had already been completed. Ingrid, head of the spear department, said the count was still being finalized and wondered who had gotten the highest score. Soon they claimed that first place would surely go to the young lady from House Thermion. One of the professors commented that it was expected since she had won the Danteri Cup, and that the final battle of that tournament was considered epic. Another professor praised Duke Thermion, saying he really knew how to raise talented children. Delfinesa, head of the vocation department, said they could expect the first place to come from the fencing department. Estorande, head of the sword department, agreed and said that to him it was practically guaranteed. While everyone was discussing, Dravano remained silent for a moment, thinking until he presented a letter and said he had a very different opinion from the others. He placed the letter on the table, explaining it was a recommendation sent by Sidran with a magical seal from the Tower of Nerion. Ingrid, startled, asked if he was saying that Sidrain himself had recommended someone. Estorande, equally surprised, said that even so, the candidate would not beat the Danteri Cup champion. It was then explained that Sidrain was famous for never accepting disciples, and the fact that he had sent a recommendation letter was unprecedented. According to what was said, the boy recommended was only 14 years old and already had 3 magic chains, which left everyone impressed. They all began wondering who that prodigy boy was. Dravano then revealed the name Dane Sogris. Immediately, people began commenting that it was once again House Sogris, since 2 other geniuses from the same house were already in the departments of magic and summoning. Now, the youngest son even brought a personal recommendation letter from Sidran. Dravano stated that House Sogris should not be underestimated. Ingrid, frustrated, commented that the 2 greatest families on the continent were competing at the same time, and there would certainly be no shortage of battles and subjects to discuss. Estoranda asked if that family wasn't famous for spear fighting, and that now, with the recommendation of a mage, they might also gain fame in magic. Ingrid, annoyed, said she was sure Dane would join the spear department. Dravano replied that if he joined the magic department, it would be great to have him alongside Arabella. He thought that the Imperial Academy was the place where magic shined stronger than anything. At that moment, a woman entered in a hurry and, a bit desperate, apologized for interrupting the meeting. She announced that the candidates' results had just been released. Everyone became excited and asked for the list to be projected on the screen. It was revealed that the fencing department had 1,367 candidates. The magic department had 227, and the summoning department had 152. Someone commented that, as expected, the fencing department attracted many people. Estorande pointed out that the name of House Thermion was at the top of the fencing list. Meanwhile, Dravano was looking for Dane Sogris's name, but could not find it. Estorande questioned his absence, reminding them about Sidraina's recommendation letter. Ingrid also confirmed he was not listed in her department. Someone asked if there was any candidate not listed among the traditional departments, and the woman replied that yes, there was one registered in the free specialization category. That surprised everyone present. Then she revealed that Dane Sogris had scored the highest among the 6,000 candidates in the first phase, which left everyone at the table in shock, unable to believe he had taken first place. The scene shifted to Dane, who was reflecting that it had already been a month since he arrived there. Time was passing so quickly that it felt like just yesterday he was still training with Layla. He had already taken the first test and was now waiting for the result, but he felt relieved that the test had not been as hard as he expected. At that moment, Layla appeared and asked Dane if he had already seen the exam results. He checked and realized he had come in first place on the academy test. Upon hearing this, Layla became extremely upset, as she couldn't believe she had lost first place to him. Curious, she wanted to know how he had studied. Dane explained that he focused on the previous exams that his sister had sent him. Layla said she also studied those, but found the content very difficult, especially the military strategy part. For Dane, however, that was a subject he already knew from his past life, so he had a certain advantage. Layla complained, saying it made no sense to expect 14-year-olds to understand tactics and military administration. Dane replied that for him, that part was very easy and asked if she hadn't found it interesting. She reacted by saying he must be crazy to think like that, since besides military strategy, there was also art, music, and even the history of the Dranique Empire. Dane commented that history was actually his specialty and thought he had learned a lot about it while living on the battlefield. Layla then asked where he would take the second exam, and Dane explained that in his case, there were 3 different exam locations. Shocked, Layla concluded that he had really enrolled in the free specialization. Curious, she wanted to know what else he planned to do besides spear and summoning, but Dane, smiling, said he would tell her later. She insisted, saying it made no sense for him to choose the free specialization, no matter how much she thought about it. Dane replied that he simply wanted to learn everything. Layla commented that the approval rate was absurdly low, and he explained that in the free specialization, it was possible to attend any class in any field until the end of the course without needing to define a fixed specialization, and could also work on research with professors from all areas. Layla, annoyed, said that everyone knew that. The problem was that no one managed to pass. She then asked if he was trying to fail on purpose just to avoid studying with her. Dane replied that obviously that wasn't the case. She asked if he really thought he could pass and insisted that he say what else he knew how to do besides spear and summoning. Dane then started thinking whether he should tell her or not. The scene shifted to the academy department heads, who commented on the fact that everyone was finally gathered. They recalled that to pass in the free specialization, it was necessary to succeed in 3 different areas, and there was no way around that. Therefore, Dane would have to face exams in spear, magic, and summoning. They noted that the cores and principles of each of those disciplines often conflicted, making it nearly impossible to pass all of them. They began to wonder what that boy was thinking when he made that choice. Delphinesa, head of the vocation department, commented that even in the early days of the free specialization, when there was still some chance, few people managed to pass 2 areas, and most couldn't even pass 1. Dravano, head of the magic department, said it would be more sensible for the boy to choose and focus only on spear or magic. Delphinesa then reminded them that the free specialization had existed for about 200 years. Ingrid, head of the spear department, said that in all that time, almost no one had passed. Dravano commented that at the beginning, it wasn't so hard because the academy needed talents for the conquest era. Back then, if someone had talent and developed it, it didn't matter what they would become. But now, with the empire in times of peace, the criteria had become increasingly strict, and for that reason, candidates preferred to focus on just one area where they were truly good. Ingrid asked why they kept that specialization if no one enrolled or passed. Dravano answered that it existed because of its symbolism, the idea that only the greatest talents of the empire would be capable of entering. Delphinesa agreed, saying that concept was still important, but nowadays it had become only a title and a tradition. Dravano commented that in the last 100 years, only 2 people had passed, one of whom eventually gave up, and the other became the previous emperor. Ingrid concluded that unless the candidate was a true genius, it was impossible to pass. Delphinesa said that being the son of the new war hero, Arkansogris, Dane didn't come from an ordinary family, so there was still some expectation, although he might just be another arrogant boy like so many others. Dravano suggested that they could make the test easier and let him pass, but Delphinesa refused, saying that as teachers, they could not do that sort of thing. The only option left was to observe. Dravano added that they would see if Dane really had enough confidence to challenge the symbolism of the free specialization. The scene changed again, now to the second phase exam location. Dane formally introduced himself, saying he was Dane Sogris, candidate for the Imperial Academy's free specialization. Dravano asked if he understood what it meant to register for that path. Dane confirmed that he did, and knew he needed to pass in 3 different areas. Ingrid, concerned, said he could still give up. She had great respect for Count Sogris, who was considered the best spearman in the Empire, and she didn't want to see his son fail and return home frustrated. Dane thanked Ingrid for her concern, but said he had come that far to give his best. The professors thought that if he were someone who would quit because of words like that, he wouldn't have registered at all. Dravano then said everything was in order, and in that case, he would have no choice. The exam would be divided into 3 tests, 1 for each chosen area, and if he failed any of them, he would be disqualified from all. Dane said he understood perfectly. Dravano explained that, as previously decided, they would start with the summoning department. Dane then stood before Professor Delphinesa and thought that people said she had once held the top of the Tower of Summoners of the Altan Empire, where she set a record by maintaining 3 level 2 or higher creatures active at the same time. The professor explained that the evaluation method of the vocation department was simple. He just needed to impress her in some way related to summoning. Dane thought that it was an open test with no standards or fixed formats, based only on the examiner's preference. He then asked if he could summon a creature right there. Delphinesa was a bit confused but said yes, any creature would do. Ingrid, surprised, asked what he was talking about since it was unusual for a candidate to ask the professor to summon something. Delphinesa wondered what that boy was up to, since he didn't have a seal, and thought that he just wanted to take the opportunity to see a real summoning. Even so, she said it was fine, acknowledging that he was bold but interesting. She also said that she knew it wasn't something one saw every day, so he should pay attention to every detail. She began her summoning ritual, and suddenly a creature appeared before everyone, surprising even the professors. Delphinesa had summoned the mad beast known as Etherak, a level 4 creature famous for being extremely ferocious, attacking everything around it except the summoner. Dane thought its roar was unpleasant, but also that, even though he hadn't had high expectations for that test, now he was sure it would be fun. The professor then said said she had done what he asked and asked what he planned to do now. Everyone commented that Atherak was one of the fiercest among level 4 creatures, and that even dual-level knights would struggle to face it. Ingrid asked what Dane was trying to do. He started walking toward the creature, which alarmed Delphinesa. She shouted for him to stop immediately, warning that provoking Atherak could cause something very bad. Dane replied that the test was to prove something to someone, and Delphinesa said yes, but that didn't mean throwing oneself into the fire to do it. Dane stretched out his hand, saying that nothing bad would happen to him, and that she could relax. At that moment, Atherak, who had been furious, began to calm down slowly until it lowered its head to Dane. All the professors could not believe what they were seeing. Dane thought to himself that the creature was even larger than Genfu. Delphinesa found it unbelievable, as the ferocious Atherak was submitting so easily. She then noticed a thread of mana connecting Dane to the creature. The color was faint, which meant it wasn't a direct submission. But even so, Atherak's hostility had been completely neutralized. Dravano admitted he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Ingrid asked if that was some kind of natural affinity. Delphinesa reflected that Dane had approached the creature, analyzed the mana thread, and built a similar one, connecting to it even without having a seal. She considered it the best strategy against a summoner, and realized that he had surpassed the abilities that had once earned praise from her former master. With that talent, his future seemed truly promising. She then called Dane and declared that his skills had been more than proven. His courage, calm judgment, and solid foundation showed that he had passed the test. The two seated professors fully agreed with the decision. Dane smiled and simply thanked them. The scene then shifted. It was already night, and Layla asked if he had 30 minutes to talk. She said that Dane would probably be the first place. He asked why, since she had also placed first in the fencing department, but Layla insisted that he was the true first place. Dane tried to cheer her up, reminding her that they even held a banquet to celebrate their acceptance. Layla, crying, said she had no appetite and asked him to eat alone. Layla thought the whole situation was absurd because the gap between her and Dane was enormous. To her, it felt like standing in front of an uncontrollable force, like a natural disaster. Feeling frustrated, Layla walked away alone. Shortly after, the Duke appeared and realized she wanted to be alone for a while. He then asked Dane not to worry too much about it, saying that Layla would get over the situation soon. The Duke asked if Dane had already told his father about the exam results. He commented that the Count was probably very proud, and Dane replied that yes, everyone had been happy with the result. The Count acknowledged that it made sense, since Dane had passed the free specialization, something that had impressed everyone there. Now that the tests were over, Dane could finally rest and prepare to enter the academy. Dane said yes, and the Duke commented that he had already taken care of everything for him. Then he asked if Dane had already thought of something to request at the forge. Dane said he was thinking about a sword, but hadn't decided which one yet. The Duke asked why he hadn't decided, and Dane explained that he was still growing and didn't know what kind of sword would be ideal for him. So he wanted to think carefully, since it was a good opportunity. The Duke understood and told him not to rush, asking him to think calmly. Dane then felt a little sad, remembering that the Duchess's health still hadn't improved. He thought about Layla's words, who had said that at least she wasn't getting worse, but that there had been no progress either, and that she had been like that for years. He thought it was a pity, since he had never seen anyone in his family get sick, so it was a difficult feeling to understand. Because of that, he thought maybe he should visit Layla to try to comfort her. 2 days later, the welcoming ceremony for the new students of the Imperial Academy began. A man introduced himself as the Academy's director, Arkwald Hammett, and said that seeing everyone there, after facing such a difficult competition, made him think of the Empire's bright future. He stated that everyone present was remarkably talented, and among the new students that year were many extraordinary ones, including one who had passed the free specialization, something that had only happened twice in the last 100 years. This student had passed the exams of the heads of the departments of spear magic and vocation. At the moment he said that, everyone was very impressed because it was truly an incredible feat. People started to wonder what kind of talent that person had. The director then asked the representative of the new students, Dane Sogris, to step forward, and Dane introduced himself. The director informed them that the reading of the oath for the approved candidates would now take place. The scene shifted to the Academy's main auditorium, where a man announced that the Academy's presentation was over, and that there would be a short break before the next part. He invited everyone to enjoy the snacks at the back of the hall. During this break, Layla asked Dane to listen to her, and explained that from that moment on, many people would try to approach him, some with good intentions and others not so much. She asked him to be careful and think carefully before accepting any offers. She also mentioned that there were many strange people there with questionable manners. Dane replied that he understood the warning. As time passed, it became clear that everyone was trying to convince the new students to join their clubs. Layla commented that the upperclassmen were taking advantage of the break to recruit members. Dane remembered that his older sister had said many clubs would be interested, and that everyone was talking about the boy from the Sogris family who came in first place. At that moment, a crowd formed around Dane, saying they were all after him. Lily then grabbed Dane's hand and ran off with him. As they ran, several upperclassmen made offers until they realized that the daughter of House Thermion was also with him. They knew they couldn't afford to lose the young lady from the duchy either. Still running, Lily commented that she didn't want to join any club either. Dane thought he was used to being chased by enemies, but this was something completely new. Being first place was truly exhausting. The scene changed to a man walking down the hallway. Some people wondered if that was Keltas Redfill, and another confirmed that he had retired as captain of the Royal Guard and immediately became a professor. Someone else remarked that he was truly incredible, but it seemed he was facing problems now, since a student from the free specialization had passed after decades. Before, it was enough to write a few articles and present average results to live a peaceful life. But now that peace was completely over, Keltas Redfill would probably have to start preparing lessons. And if this had happened to anyone else, they'd be irritated too. He crossed his arms, thinking that the orientation for the freshmen was almost over, and wondered why someone had to be approved in the free specialization right now. Soon after, he saw Dane Sogris and asked if that was really the boy's name, also noting that he had arrived very early. Dane bowed politely, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. Then Keltas told him to come in, and the scene shifted to Dane, already sitting on the couch. Keltas wondered if Dane had any idea how much he had worked to get that position. He had accepted the job precisely to rest, not to go back to teaching students. He had already done plenty of that in the Royal Guard. He then asked what made the boy choose the free specialization, and Dane coldly replied that he wanted to do everything. Keltas asked if he had considered switching to a fixed specialization, but Dane said no, because he didn't want to lose that opportunity. With that, Keltas realized he had no choice but to teach him. Still, he wondered if there might be another way. Thinking it over, he noticed Dane hadn't yet taken the fencing exam, and he didn't understand why the boy seemed so confident anyway. Keltas asked if he knew anything about fencing, stating that he didn't mean to underestimate him, but since he had entered the free specialization and was now his student, he needed to at least have basic knowledge. Dane was confused, not understanding why the professor suddenly started talking about fencing, and he noticed Keltas didn't seem happy at all to have him there. Dane replied that he didn't, as he wasn't interested in that area, and Keltas said that was very good because they would check that immediately. When Dane said that was fine, Keltas was very pleased, thinking the boy had fallen right into his trap. Then Keltas ordered them to go to the training field right away, believing he had the authority to evaluate his student. And if he discovered that the boy had mediocre fencing skills, it would be the perfect excuse to expel him. When they arrived at the field, Keltas showed several swords to Dane and told him to choose the one he preferred. Dane found it curious that this kind of training field was available there, even for free specialization students, but decided to just pick one. The professor asked if that sword was good enough, and Dane replied yes, it seemed fine. Keltas then declared that if the boy managed to hit him, even just once, he would pass the test. He also said he wouldn't worry about being fair or not, as he would not move more than 2 steps. Dane understood the conditions, and the professor said they would begin immediately. Keltas thought that the boy had accepted everything without hesitation, and wondered if he was really that confident. At that moment, Dane charged at him, and the professor dodged easily, admitting that the boy was fast, and that this was the minimum expected of someone approved in the free specialization. Right after, Dane launched another attack, which ended up startling Keltas, who wondered what exactly that was. Although he managed to defend himself, he admitted it was by a very narrow margin, and that the strike was truly dangerous. The boy was using an extremely unpredictable fighting style, unlike the polite and methodical stance of knights or nobles. He looked like a real swordsman on a battlefield. Dane then attacked again, striking from several different angles. The professor was so impressed that he began to question if that was even possible, and how someone of his level, a hexa-level professor, needed to focus so much against a 14-year-old boy. Keltas thought he shouldn't have given any advantage at all, and soon had a strange feeling, as Dane's stance seemed very familiar. At that moment, he had a flashback of the war, where it was said that it was incredibly impressive to see someone so brave fighting for the Dranique Empire without wearing any crest or banner identifying him as a knight. He had always wondered who that mysterious boy was. While lost in those thoughts, Keltas was struck by Dane and admitted he had lost focus for a moment. Dane then informed him that he had managed to land a hit, and the professor, frustrated, had to admit that the boy had passed the test. Dane thought that without those advantages, it would have been much harder, and realized that the level of the Imperial Royal Guard was still extremely high. Keltas, on the other hand, reflected that Dane Dane wasn't just an ordinary genius, but rather an unbelievable one. Even with the advantages, he didn't hesitate in front of someone at Hexa level. And now he finally understood why the boy hadn't been worried at all about the fencing test. In the end, the professor asked why someone with that much talent hadn't applied to the fencing department, and Dane replied that he thought his family would be very disappointed by that. Keltas thought that Dane's father was a master of the spear, and his two sisters were specialists in magic and summoning. He then wondered if the boy had chosen those three fields precisely because of his family's expectations. At that moment, Dane asked the professor if everything had already been verified, and Keltas thought the boy wasn't bad at fencing and realized he had made a misjudgment. He said everything was fine and Dane could go, but that he would call for him again soon. Dane bowed to thank the professor, turned, and left. Keltas thought that fight had been decisive and wondered if the other department heads who had evaluated him had felt the same way. At that moment, the idea of expelling Dane to return to a peaceful life was completely shattered. He then reflected on who exactly that boy was, and his mind went back to the image of a man in the middle of battle. He then remembered that man's name was Argyrik. The scene shifted to Dane talking with his sister Claire, who asked if he had really passed the test. Dane confirmed that he had and said he was serious. She found it strange, since Professor Keltas wasn't the kind of person who approved anyone easily. Dane thought he had barely passed, but it was true. Claire commented that she heard Keltas had only attended one official meeting so far, and only because the director insisted, since he hated any kind of work. Dane concluded that he really did live however he wanted, and Claire agreed, saying that was exactly why she had been nervous. But she was happy nothing had gone wrong with her little brother. Dane thought that his sister never clearly said he would succeed. She just seemed relieved that he was safe, and that way of showing care was exactly what made him like her so much. At that moment, Arabella appeared running, saying she had been looking for Dane and had now found him with Claire. Very excited, Arabella confirmed that he had really passed the test. Meanwhile, everyone was commenting that the Sogris siblings were gathered together, that Arabella and Claire were already amazing on their own, and now the youngest seemed even more talented than them. People began to wonder what kind of family that was. The scene changed, and a man introduced himself as Max Hauer, the person in charge of dormitory operations. He explained that the academy's dormitories were divided into 3 levels based on grades. The highest level dormitory, where Dane would stay, was called the Dantary Dormitory, named after the surname of the first emperor. Since Dane was the top student and had also passed in the free specialization, he had the right to stay there. Max explained that the location had cafeterias, a training field, a library, rest areas, magic projection rooms, and even some secret facilities. Dane wondered what those secret facilities were. Max said that although it was rare, some students lost the right to stay in Dantary if their grades dropped. He also mentioned that Arabella and Claire had stayed there until they graduated, and Dane thought his sisters really were amazing. Max handed Dane a key, explaining that it was his access key, along with 2 spare copies. If he lost one, he had to register the other immediately. Dane thanked him and said he understood. Max then warned him to be careful, since there were many strange students around. Not that they were bad, but sometimes even he didn't know what was going on in that place. If he needed anything, Dane should use the communication orb to reach out. Dane thought it was time to check out his room. As soon as he entered, he found the environment very luxurious but strangely silent. After walking a bit, he realized something was wrong, as he couldn't feel anyone's presence at all, as if everything around had vanished. Once again, he wondered what was happening, then began to focus and decided to expand his perception. He noticed a faint smell of lubricant in the air, accompanied by a subtle creaking sound from gears. He soon realized it was a trap. He concluded it was probably a welcome prank. Outside, some boys were observing the situation and wondered why he wasn't moving. One of them commented on whether Dane might have a good instinct and had already sensed the trap. Another said that was impossible, since the Gullard family was a lineage of elite hunters, specialists in traps for centuries. The boy who had set up the whole thing was named Aneld Gullard, eldest son of the Baron Gullard's house, and a third-year student in the shooting department. Another boy asked if that wasn't too dangerous, but Aneld replied that he had removed anything that could cause harm, ensuring that the target would only go through a funny situation. One of the boys said he had never seen a prank like that in his life and was excited to see the freshman's reaction, saying that when he got there, he would wish it was over quickly. Still, some wondered if everything would really be okay, since the boy was from the Sogris family, but another reminded them that everyone there had gone through pranks before, regardless of their background. Aneld told them to relax, saying the scare would be huge. Suddenly, a girl named Priscilla Neriel appeared. She was from the Neriel house, a a fourth-year student from the technology department. She commented that the boy in question had placed first and also joined the free specialization, questioning if that didn't change things. She also said that if his sisters were already geniuses, with the free specialization, he must be even more talented. Aneld replied by asking if she was implying his trap wouldn't work, and Priscilla denied it, but said the boy looked scared. The boy then replied that that was impossible, since he had hidden the trap very well with excellent covering and had lubricated all the gears so they wouldn't make any noise. That was when Dane began to move. He thought the first trap was made of wires, something simple, and that just touching them would trigger it. He decided to use a magic bullet, and upon doing so, a large amount of water fell in front of him. Dane concluded it was just low-level water and expected something more interesting. However, right after, a horrible smell began to spread, leaving Dane confused by the absurd situation. All the boys were horrified, as he had discovered the trap effortlessly. They asked Aneld what had happened, but he claimed it was just a coincidence. Priscilla, however, didn't seem to believe that. Aneld tried to justify it, saying he had started with simpler traps just to warm up, and asked everyone to wait, assuring them the boy would fall for the next ones. Another student said it must have been just an initial mistake, and that they could still trust Aneld's potential, though Priscilla had a bad feeling. Dane then started walking again, thinking the next stage looked even weaker, and decided to sprint through it. As he advanced, several boxing gloves were launched at him. Feathers shot from a hole in the floor, and wooden stakes rose from the ground. However, none of the traps hit him. Everyone was astonished by his performance, questioning whether this was really the famous Sogris family's initiation ritual, since it seemed like Dane already knew exactly where everything was hidden. Even so, Aneld insisted that he wouldn't give up and claimed the final trap was impossible to escape. Priscilla asked what it was, but he said she'd see with her own eyes. Soon, some monsters appeared in front of Dane, who thought the organizers had prepared some strong creatures for the initiation. However, he quickly noticed something was off, as it was all just an illusion. He concluded it was just noise and appearance, since monsters that powerful would never appear out of nowhere. A regular student would have probably run away, but Dane knew he just had to alter the mana flow to dispel everything, without needing to fight or dodge. As the others watched, they realized he wasn't even trying to run, and actually seemed to be having fun. Soon they noticed he was doing something, probably concentrating mana. Aneld, shocked, thought it was impossible that he had noticed the illusion so quickly, calling it absurd. Priscilla, watching everything, concluded that she was completely doomed. Dane then dispelled the illusion with ease, saying the whole thing was really boring, and began to wonder who was responsible for designing that sequence. At that moment, all the boys hiding behind the door ran out in panic, screaming that there was an Etherak in the area, and asking why a creature like that was there at that moment. After the panic, Dane found them and said, so that was where they had been hiding. Everyone, terrified, asked if it had been the freshman who did that, and demanded he deal with the creature. In desperation, they all started apologizing to Dane, begging him to get rid of it immediately. Dane managed to dispel the illusion of the Etherak, but they soon noticed that the illusion had taken the form of one of them. One of the boys stood up, commented that the initiation ritual had been a complete disaster, extended his hand, and introduced himself as Droyan Valentine, a fifth-year student from the alchemy department and the sole direct heir of the Marquis Valentine family. He praised Dane, saying he was very strong, had a great appearance, and also had incredibly beautiful sisters, so all of that was already expected. Dane shook his hand and said it was a pleasure to meet him too. Droyan commented that everyone had seen how good he was at dodging traps, and also knew what he had been through in the free specialization, which might explain why the ritual didn't work on him. He also said that Aneld was very disappointed that his traps had no effect, while Aneld, annoyed, listened from afar. Droyan then explained that Aneld was the heir of the famous Gullard house, known for their elite hunters, and he was the genius behind all those traps. Dane then realized that he was the real designer of it all. Right after, Droyan began introducing Dane to the other students. He pointed to a girl and said she was Priscilla, a fourth-year student from the technology department, and warned him not to mess with her. He was about to say that for someone who dreamed of being a priestess, she was quite different, but before he could finish, she spoke up herself, saying she was kind and beautiful, and introduced herself as Priscilla Nariel, the renegade daughter of her own family. She explained that after joining the technology department, she no longer even considered marriage. Dane replied that it was a pleasure to meet her, and when the two shook hands, Priscilla was startled, realizing that his mana was far too intense. She began to wonder if that was really the mana level of someone his age, while Aneld thought people were exaggerating, since his mana was just a bit strong. Another boy approached, saying it was also a pleasure to meet Dane. His name was Skal Heskbro, a second-year student from the martial arts department. He asked not to be confused with the weird people people from the bodybuilding club. Dane thought he was probably talking about that group of huge students. Skull then explained that muscles were important, but martial arts weren't just about building visible muscles. If Dane was interested, he could let him know, and he would teach him about real martial arts. Dane thought there was only one person left to introduce himself. Everyone then looked at Aneld, wondering what he was doing. Since it was his turn, one of the boys commented that he was sulking because his traps had been dismantled. Aneld finally said his name, stating he was Aneld Gullard, and Dane replied that he was Dane Soger and was counting on him for their partnership. Dane thought he really did seem upset about the traps being destroyed, but Dane said they were good and that Aneld seemed to understand mechanisms and triggers very well. He only mentioned that he had a small issue with the paint. Dane suggested that next time he shouldn't mix F3 silver with D6 black in a 4:6 ratio, but use F6 black instead, which, given the current lighting level, would be much less noticeable. Aneld agreed that it made sense. Dane then added that aside from that detail, anyone would have fallen for the traps. Skal commented that if Dane was giving lessons on traps to Aneld himself, then they were really dealing with someone impressive. Skal said that was enough introductions for today, and that he would take Dane to his room. Dane thought that the group was really interesting, and that maybe he had made some cool friends, which didn't seem bad at all. While Priscilla mocked Aneld's traps, Dane thought that everything was just beginning and promised to become even more fun. The scene then shifted to Layla, who was very impressed to hear that Dane would take 6 specializations that semester. Dane explained that he needed to attend 2 classes for each. Layla reminded him there were also general subjects and asked if he would really manage, since he wouldn't even have time to sleep, considering most freshmen usually took 4 at most. On second thought, she said it was still possible to cancel one before the first day of class. Dane replied that she could relax, which was why he had only added 2 general subjects and also military studies. Layla said he was insane because she personally hated military studies and had lost a lot of points in the first test because of that subject. Dane mentally agreed that it was indeed a very difficult subject. Layla then said he really was the standout student of the year and told him she'd see him after sword technique class, since she had to go to her general class. Dane asked what class that was, and Layla replied it was Understanding Cosmetics and Skincare. Dane smiled, thinking she was a woman after all, so that was expected. He said it was fine and told her he'd see her later. Changing scenes again, some people started commenting, trying to confirm whether that was really Dane Sogris, and wondered what he was doing there at that moment. Many thought it was impossible that the genius boy was in the general class. Dane, meanwhile, was a bit shy, since he could hear everything they were saying about him. Meanwhile, he was reflecting on the introduction to military studies. He had read everything the day before and noticed that there were things he already knew, but also found others that were completely different from how they happened in practice. He thought that if theory and practice were exactly the same, no country would lose a war. Still, the teaching of military theory showed that it was a fundamental base. At that moment, the students realized that the professor had finally arrived, and everyone quickly sat down. The professor introduced himself, saying it was a pleasure to meet the cadets, that his name was Francisco Gavus, but they could just call him Professor Gavus. He announced that he would call the roll and begin immediately. Dane thought that, by the professor's demeanor, it was clear he had a lot of real battlefield experience, and that was starting to make things very interesting for him. The professor explained that students could study military theory for the rest of their lives, but on the battlefield, it would never work exactly as it does in books. He said soldiers are unpredictable, and combatants always have to balance the desire to save lives with the need to achieve victory. Even so, he emphasized that theory was crucial because it helped to understand the battlefield and identify the difference between theory and practice. That was essential to grasp the true purpose of military theory. He was curious to see how many of them would grow and become elite soldiers. The professor then asked the students what was most important in a war. Dane raised his hand, was given permission to answer, and said it was supply. The professor agreed, saying that was an excellent answer. Victories, achievements, and glory are only possible when there are sufficient and secured supplies, and it was impressive to see someone get that right straight away. He then asked if Dane knew what the 3 most important things in supply management were. Dane replied that the first was strict resource management. He explained that supplies going from the base to the front line don't just face physical distance, but rely on a long and complex system. If someone along the way has bad intentions, corruption appears, and that causes shortages. From his experience, he knew that many problems didn't start at the source, but somewhere along the route, when someone diverted part of the cargo. The professor confirmed he was right and asked for the next item. Dane continued, saying it was the standardization of supplies. If they are standardized in size, quantity, and weight, mass production becomes possible, which facilitates quick and continuous delivery. This allows troops to maintain strength even without interruptions. The other students were shocked, wondering who that boy was, since nothing he was saying appeared in the books. Saugrus. The professor once again confirmed he was correct and asked for the last point. Dane explained that it was local production. He said that the longer a war goes on and the less the other two conditions are met, the worse the quality of the supplies. Therefore, it was essential for soldiers to be able to produce at least the basics on their own. Even if the quantity and quality were inferior, it would still serve as emergency rations. He concluded that all of that was the result of what he had observed and learned directly on the battlefield. The professor was impressed by that answer. He realized that Dane was just a freshman and wondered how someone so young could know all those things. He commented that strict resource management, supply standardization, and local production were answers that reminded him of official soldiers who had actually been on the battlefield, and asked how he had learned that. Dane replied that his father used to tell him those stories. The professor then asked his name, and he answered that it was Dane Saugrus. Upon hearing this, the professor was surprised to realize that he was from the famous House Saugrus, and concluded that he must be the son of the Blue Wind. That explained a lot. The professor then thought that, being from House Saugrus, Dane must be the student who had passed the free specialization, and now he finally understood why that boy was so different from the other freshmen. The professor asked him to pay close attention to what he was about to say. He explained that the answers given by Dane Saugrus represented the essence of military theory they would study from then on, and that the ultimate goal of military studies was precisely to correctly apply in practice the theories learned from books. That was the true purpose of the subject. As he reflected on Dane Saugrus, the professor thought it had been a long time since he had seen such a promising freshman. He then announced that they would move on to the next part. The scene changed, and Dane commented that he had almost been sent straight to graduate school. Then, the professor appeared talking to him, asking if he had never thought about studying military studies more deeply. Dane recalled that they had called him right after class, and even suggested graduate school to a freshman. He thought that professor was in a big hurry and ended up remembering the advice of his sister Clara, who said that if someone invited him to Imperial graduate school, he should run away and not even think about declining formally. He thought that his older sister's advice had saved his life. However, he also realized that the professor didn't seem like someone who would give up easily, and that worried him. Dane then picked up a paper and commented that the academy map was still hard to understand because the place was huge. The meeting point with Layla was at the central fountain square, and he realized that the quickest way was through the mist garden. As he went through it, he noticed that even with just slightly overcast weather, the mist covered the entire area, severely limiting visibility. It was easy to get lost and end up wandering through the place. Besides that, the garden was enormous, and the mist made it even more intimidating, being a place usually avoided by everyone. Dane thought about the rumors that ghosts appeared there at night, but for him, the garden felt much calmer than his sister had described. Since the weather was good, he thought he could reach the meeting place much faster. As he approached one of the garden doors, he heard someone calling for help and asking if anyone was nearby. Dane responded, trying to locate the source of the voice, and realized it came from a specific corner of the garden. He ran as fast as he could, remembering his mother's words, who always said that if he saw someone in trouble, he shouldn't hesitate to help. Since there was still time before the next class, he knew he could use that moment to assist whoever needed it. The scene then shifted to the moment the boy he helped thanked him, saying he thought he'd be stuck there forever. Dane asked if he was okay and if he wasn't hurt. The boy replied that he was just a little tired, but nothing serious. He then said his name was Ernest Dillon and that he was a first-year student from the exploration department. Dane joked that it was funny for a student from the exploration department to end up getting lost. Ernest explained that he got so excited exploring the place that he ended up disoriented. Dane wondered how someone could get so excited to the point of getting lost. He then commented that the surname Dillon indicated the boy was from the West, and asked if Brown wasn't a ship, and if his family wasn't made up of sailors. Ernest, impressed by Dane's knowledge, asked how he knew all that, and if he happened to know his family. Dane replied that of course he knew, because they were very famous for their expeditions. Ernest confirmed, saying his family had been exploring the seas and unknown lands for generations. Dane thought that for someone from a family like that, Ernest seemed pretty weak. Still smiling, Ernest said it was amazing that Dane knew his family, and asked what his name was. The protagonist then introduced himself as Dane Saugrus. Instantly, Ernest was astonished, realizing he was probably the freshman who had passed the free specialization, something that hadn't happened in 50 years. Dane, a bit embarrassed, confirmed that it was him. Ernest, excited, said he was lucky since his dream was to meet Dane. However, while the boy spoke cheerfully, Dane started to find something strange. Although Ernest had said he wasn't hurt, there were visible bruises and scars on his body, which made Dane suspicious. Dane thought those weren't normal wounds caused by exploration. He asked if Ernest had been exploring the garden, and the boy said yes, explaining that he got excited about any kind of exploration. For him, anything new became a new adventure. Whether it was a garden like that, people, or even objects. Then Ernest opened his backpack and showed his gear to Dane, who was surprised by the amount, and asked if all that was really exploration equipment. Ernest confirmed and explained that his goal was to explore every corner of the academy, including the Mist Garden, but he was sure something big was hidden there. To him, it didn't make sense for the mist to appear just because the weather was cloudy. Dane agreed, saying he was right, and asked if Ernest had already discovered anything about it. Ernest replied that he hadn't, but he felt some kind of power in that place, even if no one had been able to figure it out yet. He said maybe no one had tried to understand the truth about that garden. Or, if someone did, they failed for some reason. Dane asked if there could really be a reason they failed, and Ernest said yes, but at that moment, it was still impossible to know what exactly was going on. He guessed it might be something like a relic from an ancient kingdom, or maybe a creature beyond the horizon causing it. When he heard that, Dane found the idea of a relic from an ancient kingdom quite interesting, which made Ernest very excited. He asked if Dane also thought that was amazing, and said he needed to solve that mystery as soon as possible. However, Dane said he was late for class and had to go. Ernest, worried, apologized for making him late and told him to leave as quickly as possible. But suddenly it started raining out of nowhere. Ernest said that was a problem because, according to what people said, when it rained in that garden, the mist grew very fast. Dane said that if it was true, it would be very hard to get out. Ernest agreed and said the mist would completely take away their sense of direction. When he grabbed his compass, Ernest noticed something strange was happening because it wasn't working properly. He shouted in desperation, saying not even the compass was useful. Dane asked if he couldn't fix it using his exploration skills, but Ernest explained that maybe he could in other places. But with that mysterious force acting in the mist garden, it was almost impossible. Dane became frightened by the possibility that other people might have been trapped there before. Ernest said he felt his body getting much heavier and asked what they could do, apologizing for putting Dane in danger. Dane told him not to worry, that they should stay calm and just observe for now. However, Dane started to feel that the mist seemed familiar, but it could also just be his imagination. Thinking more about it, he realized he felt strange, as if he were energized. At that moment, Dane noticed something. While Ernest was crying, feeling guilty for everything, a strong aura began to emerge from Dane's body, which scared Ernest. The boy asked what kind of magical power that was, because besides being strong, it felt immense. Suddenly, Ernest noticed the mist was clearing and asked what was going on. Dane then said he thought he knew how they could get out of there. Ernest, confused, wondered how he knew that, and Dane thought maybe he was about to unravel that mystery. As they walked together, Ernest kept trying to understand what was happening. That mist was a phenomenon that countless mages had never been able to explain, but now Dane was walking through it like it was nothing. Worse yet, the mist vanished wherever Dane passed, revealing the path and making it visible. Ernest was impressed and thought Dane was truly someone extraordinary. Dane said they were almost there. Ernest, surprised, looked around and realized they had reached the center of the mist garden. Ernest was amazed to realize they had truly reached the magical fountain at the center of the garden. Dane asked why that fountain was so special, and Ernest explained that for most students entering the mist garden, the goal was precisely to reach it. He then asked if Dane didn't know the legend of that place, but at that moment, Dane had no idea what it was about. Ernest said that, according to legend, if someone reached the fountain before the mist faded, it would connect with the person who wished for it. Dane thought it sounded like a regular romantic tale, but even so, he asked how the magic in that fountain remained active, even though it was so hard to reach. How did it function perfectly without maintenance? Ernest answered that Dane was right. If no one was constantly supplying mana, maybe there was a strong enough energy source to function on its own. If that were true, the entire garden could be a magical mechanism. Dane then said that, considering how unnecessarily complex and twisted the layout of the garden was, it made a lot of sense. Ernest concluded that if the garden really was a large mechanism, that magical fountain could be an ancient relic. Dane thought the mist could also be related to it, because the feeling he had was like something inside him was reacting to the return of an old friend. Dane was then certain that it really was ancient magic. Suddenly, Ernest noticed some inscriptions and said it was an old and secret language. Dane asked what it meant, and Ernest replied that he couldn't see it clearly yet, but when he touched the inscriptions, he was sure it was the language of the lost ancient kingdom called Secret. Dane was surprised he knew that, and Ernest explained that, being from the Dylan family, studying ancient languages was essential for explorers. He said it would be frustrating to reach ruins and not be able to read anything, and although he hadn't mastered all languages, he had learned a few things from his father when he was little. So, he decided to try deciphering what was written there. Dane, slightly awkward, thought that Ernest's explorer instincts were really kicking in. As he analyzed the inscriptions, Ernest found a word that meant qualification. After a few minutes, he got excited and said he had finally managed to decipher it. When Dane asked what it said, Ernest showed his notebook and revealed that the inscription read, "Those who are qualified will prove their strength." Dane wondered if that qualification could be related to ancient magic, and he realized that the closer he got to the center, the more familiar that feeling became. Ernest commented that it was all very strange, and if the qualification really was tied to that ancient power, then it was hard to imagine that someone like Dane existed. At that moment, Dane thanked Ernest and began to activate his mana. Ernest, confused, asked what he was doing, and Dane thought that the runes held power just by their shapes, and that if he used his bracelet, maybe it would react. At that instant, strange symbols began to appear on Dane's bracelet, and even the fountain reacted to his power. Ernest, frightened, couldn't understand what was happening as the ground began to shake, and suddenly the fountain simply sank. He screamed, asking what Dane had done. But Dane, smiling, thought that it was a good thing because it was the correct answer to the riddle. Even without understanding anything, Ernest began to realize that Dane hadn't just neutralized the mist, but had also activated an ancient relic with ease. The qualified person was Dane himself. He then called Ernest over to look at something shining in the center. The two were shocked by what they saw, because it looked like a beautiful gem. Dane believed that it was the energy source keeping the magical fountain working, and maybe also the cause of all the strange phenomena in the garden. Ernest commented that it was all truly incredible, and Dane said that now they would probably have to face the ancient power. Dane summoned his magic again and stated that this power was, without a doubt, ancient magic, just like the power he possessed. He then deciphered other words that said Arcana had existed and was destroyed, and that this was its legacy. Dane was amazed to be able to understand an ancient language that once seemed unreadable. Now, he wondered if he had absorbed all that power. Then Dane felt a strong pain in his chest. He said his heart felt like it was being squeezed and began to realize that something was really happening to him. He started to wonder if what he was feeling was the awakening of a magical circle. It was then explained that the mana core and the mana circle have opposite functions, and because of that, it's normally not possible to have both at the same time. In addition, when they coexist, efficiency is very low, and it ends up harming the body. For this reason, magic swordsmen often develop heart problems. Dane thought he wanted to avoid creating a circle that served only for magic, but he didn't expect to be forced into it. Ernest noticed that Dane's expression hadn't looked good for a while, and asked if he was okay. Dane then started to smile and told him not to worry, that he was just thinking about some things. Ernest also said he was still in shock from everything he had seen, but ended up asking if Dane had absorbed all that power, since everything there, from the mist to the texts, seemed to have a direct connection to him. Dane thought Ernest probably had more than 1,000 questions after seeing it all happen with his own eyes, but figured it was best to leave things as they were for now. He said he had only followed what his older sister had taught him, and that, in truth, he didn't even know exactly what all of it meant. Ernest understood, and asked that, when Dane found out something, he would tell him. Dane agreed. Ernest, excited, said that on that day he truly felt like a real explorer, with his blood boiling, and invited Dane to investigate the Academy's mysteries together. He said that if they found any strange phenomenon or interesting place, they should share it between them. Dane accepted the proposal, thinking that maybe there were other sources of magical power like that one in different parts of the Academy. Soon after, Ernest asked if Dane didn't have to go to class, which reminded him of Layla. Shocked, he apologized, saying he had to go immediately, and said he would see Ernest later. Ernest, smiling, thought that guy really was a lot of fun, and that exploring with Dane felt like it would lead to incredible things. As he ran, Dane noticed something strange. He felt very good physically, as if he were lighter. The magical circle and the core were coexisting, but he didn't feel any discomfort. In theory, the circle would interfere with the core's energy, drastically lowering its efficiency. However, at that moment, no matter how much energy he used, he didn't notice any anomaly. In fact, it seemed to be the opposite. The energy flowed from the magical circle into the core, and when it returned, it came back even purer than before. That was far too strange, and he knew he needed to contact his older sister. The scene then shifted to the Hegenstein wing, where Lily explained that it was the famous Hegston district. She called Dane over to look at the entrance, where the energy barrier was located. She explained that the barrier was created by Saul Hankstein, a legendary mage from the Academy. It activated once a year to identify freshmen with talent in magic. When someone passed through it, a color would appear depending on the person's magical level. Originally, the barrier was meant to prevent dark mages from entering, but over time, it began to be used only for testing talent, since dark mages had gone extinct. Dane asked what the colors and their levels meant. Lily explained that if the person had no talent, the barrier wouldn't change color. If they had average talent, it would turn yellow. If the talent was considerable, it would turn blue. And if it was impressive, it would turn red. Dane commented to Arabella that she knew a lot, and she replied that she wanted to know everything about the Academy. She also said that Dane's sisters turned the barrier red when they pass through it. Then she said she would go first. When Layla crossed the barrier, it turned red. Dane said that was amazing, and Layla, in her usual smug way, agreed. Then it was Dane's turn, and he thought that with his ancient magic and amplified power, he would also get the red color. However, to everyone's surprise, the color that appeared was green. Dane asked what the green color meant, but Layla didn't know, saying there was no classification involving that color. Impressed, she asked why everything about him was always different. Dane, smiling, said he didn't know what to say, but deep down, he was wondering what the hell was going on. The scene changed again, showing some students talking about Dane. One of them asked if they had seen the emblem of that guy from the finance department and questioned why someone from that department was in a magic class. One of them suggested he was probably just attending orientation like many others. Another asked Arthur directly what he was doing there. Arthur Diometre, a fifth-year leader from the magic department, replied that he had only come to deliver a message. After class, he asked if Dane Sogris, the freshman from the free specialization, had arrived yet. One of the boys said Dane had said he would come, but hadn't shown up yet. Arthur said the boy was probably taking his time and asked that when Dane arrived, they bring him over, since being Arabella's brother, he deserved special attention. However, Arthur soon noticed that everyone's attention had shifted to someone else. Everyone was commenting on how handsome that boy was, saying his eyes looked like emeralds. Standing next to him was Layla Thermian, and Dane, seeing all the commotion, became very shy. Layla then teased him, saying he was very lucky because he always drew attention wherever he went. Arthur, seeing that, said that Dane had finally arrived and that it was a pleasure to meet him. He said he had seen him at the entrance ceremony and was impressed by his look. Dane, not quite understanding who that guy was, figured he must be a senior, but didn't know why he was speaking to him like that. Curious, Dane asked who he was, and commented that apparently the magic department didn't teach basic introductions. Arthur was shocked by what he heard, and Dane added that if he had something to say, he should introduce himself first. Dane's attitude made Arthur very angry. He thought the boy was extremely arrogant and shouldn't be talking like that to a senior. The other students were also surprised by Dane's boldness, as they knew that if he offended an older student, his life at the academy could become very difficult. Even so, Arthur tried to stay calm and said he was only there out of respect for Arabella, but questioned why Dane was being so arrogant. He even asked if Dane had ever thought that his behavior could damage his own family's reputation. Dane replied that he had never thought about that, but honestly, the one being rude wasn't him. Now even angrier, Arthur thought that Dane truly feared nothing and concluded that if he let that go, he would lose everyone's respect. He believed Arabella would understand his reaction and angrily said that Dane needed some manners. He then began channeling mana into his hand, but at that moment Professor Dravano arrived, interrupting and asking what was going on, wanting to know if there was a problem. Arthur said there was no problem, that he had only come to welcome the freshman. Professor Dravano understood, but asked that introductions be left for after class. Arthur said he would let it go this time, and Layla took the opportunity to warn Dane to be careful, because that senior didn't leave a good impression. Arthur then asked that they take Dane to the place he needed. One of the students questioned why they had to do that just because he was Arabella's brother, and asked if Arthur was sure about what he was doing. Arthur, however, said he would explain to her later and just asked them to take Dane. Professor Dravano explained that since the day was just for orientation, they would do something simple and end class afterward. However, since the subject was magical combat, they would begin by measuring each person's magical energy. On the table, there was a manometer, and the professor said they only needed to place their hand on the machine and focus their mana into it. The number of magical circles would appear on the screen. Everyone was impressed when they saw that the professor had 8 magical circles, something expected of someone at his level. He explained that the stronger the circle, the more intense the color would appear, and that in some cases, the circles didn't even show up. But that didn't mean a lack of talent. Therefore, he asked that no one worry about it. Professor Dravano explained that yes, some people hadn't formed a magic circle yet, so it wasn't possible to assess talent just by the number of circles. If they were there, it meant they already knew how to use at least one basic spell, so they would use a special orb to measure mana more precisely. The professor said they would use the basic telekinesis spell, and each one would move the orb with the amount of energy they could channel. He then demonstrated and moved all the orbs at once. The students were impressed, commenting on how perfectly the runes were formed and how precisely he manipulated the orbs using only telekinesis. Layla said it was a bit excessive, since even basic spells could have different intensities depending on the user, as each person needed to apply different amounts of mana to the orbs. At their level, moving 3 would already be a great result. Still, she commented that maybe Dane could move more. Dane, hearing that, said he really didn't know. The professor then asked Arthur to give a demonstration for the freshmen. Arthur gladly accepted, thinking that arrogant boy needed to see who was truly superior. He placed his hand on the device to take the test, and everyone was impressed, as he already had 4 magical circles with an extremely intense color. Professor Dravano praised him, saying Arthur had improved a lot, and Arthur replied that it was thanks to the professor's teachings. The professor commented that normally reaching 4 mana currents would only be possible after graduation, but Arthur had already reached that level while still a student, which showed real talent. He encouraged everyone to do their best to reach that level, and suggested that perhaps Arthur's advice could help the others improve as well. Even with all the praise, Arthur still thought he hadn't finished with Dane, and that now he would show the difference between the two of them. He began controlling the spheres, and everyone was shocked because he manipulated all of them perfectly at the same time. There were so many spheres moving that no one could even count them. Arthur said he would release all his power there and wondered what freshman Dane thought of it. The professor praised the performance and asked for a round of applause for Arthur. Everyone said that performance was expected of him and asked if he had already chosen the magic tower he would follow after that. Professor Dravano said he did an excellent job and asked him to return to his seat. Confident, Arthur thought that now he wanted to see what Dane's magical level would be. Professor Dravano explained that if someone had no mana, the machine simply wouldn't detect anything, and if that was a problem for anyone, they should leave the room right then. Since no one left, he said that was great and that the test would begin. He asked everyone to go in order, starting with the first in line. Layla commented that they called it orientation, but in practice it was just a way to expose everyone's level in front of the others. Dane replied that yes, the academy was exactly that kind of place. The scene then changed, and the students began taking the mana test. Some already had a circle, others didn't have any. Arthur, watching it all, commented that it looked like a disaster. The girl next to him said it was finally the turn of that mysterious boy named Dane. Arthur then thought that now he would see how far all that arrogance would go. Dane thought that, to be honest, he was also curious about his own power, since he had recently absorbed ancient magic, and something had definitely changed. The professor was also curious, remembering that Dane had perfectly solved the challenge in the free specialization exam, and now he wanted to see how many magic circles he would show. Dane placed his hand on the orb, and an intense glow surprised everyone, including himself. However, at that moment, a system message appeared before him stating that it was impossible to measure his power. Everyone watching didn't understand what was happening. Some people began wondering if the machine was broken. They said that if he had no circles, it should show 0, so it made no sense that the machine couldn't measure anything. Dane also wondered if that had something to do with his ancient magic. The professor thought that machine had 100% precision, capable of detecting any attempt to hide someone's true level, but he had never seen an impossible measurement in his entire life. Some students suggested the machine might be overloaded. The professor then said that, at the very least, they would continue with the orb telekinesis test for Dane. Arthur, smiling, said that in the end, Dane was just another freshman. Dane thought it was a shame his mana couldn't be measured, but he could still try the telekinesis part. He hoped it would work, so he focused and managed to lift all the spheres at once. Everyone was amazed by the feat, because he had lifted absolutely all of them. That was considered impossible for everyone there, as until then, no one had managed to lift more than 5 spheres. Arthur, watching the scene, wondered how that was possible, how that boy had managed to do such a thing. Layla, frustrated, said that she wasn't even surprised anymore. Even Dane himself was shocked, as he didn't expect to achieve all that. He felt that he had become much more powerful after absorbing that ancient magic core, and now he thought things would get even more interesting. Professor Dravano couldn't believe what he was seeing with his own eyes, because Dane was rearranging the spheres in the air to form a shape. The students started wondering if it was a lion or a serpent, until some commented that it was probably the crest of the Sogris house. The professor thought that not even Arabella had managed something like that. Layla, visibly frustrated, asked Dane to take it easy since she was the next one to be tested. Professor Dravano praised Dane, saying he did very well and that it was truly impressive. Now he understood why Sidrain had decided to teach that boy. Dane thanked the professor, but the other students still couldn't believe what he had done. What surprised everyone the most was when the professor revealed that Dane was a direct student of the Lord of the Tower. At that moment, everything started to make sense to everyone, as it was no coincidence that he had passed the free specialization. One of Arthur's friends commented that the boy was a real monster, maybe even stronger than Arthur himself, but Arthur told him to be quiet because he was thinking. In silence, Arthur reflected on how the Sogris house managed to produce so many absurdly talented individuals. If Dane was that strong, he would have to change his plans as soon as possible. It was very frustrating because if he tried to provoke him and lost, he would only embarrass himself. If he couldn't beat him, the best option would be to bring him to his side. Arthur then thought that he needed to get Dane into the student council as soon as possible. Since he was one of the members remembers, if he placed Dane beneath him, it would be much easier to control him. One of his friends commented that Dane was still just a freshman, so he couldn't join the council. A girl also said that not even they had easy access to the council, and that it was known that no freshman had ever been on the student council. Even so, Arthur replied that rules were made to be broken, and asked his friends to trust him, because with Dane, they could raise the prestige of the magic department. Besides, it would also secure his own rise. The professor spoke to Dane again, praising his performance once more. Dane thanked him, but Dravano said that if he had known all of that before, he would have fought with the other professors to bring Dane into the magic department. Dane replied that he would do his best in his current course. The professor then asked if everyone had heard, and said that the students of the magic department should be much more alert. Finally, he told Dane to look for him later if he had time. Changing scenes, Layla asked Dane what kind of person he was, since he always managed to surprise everyone. Dane replied that he didn't really understand it himself. She then asked if he thought he was better than the others, but Dane reminded her that she had also managed to raise 5 spheres. Even so, Layla said she didn't feel happy hearing that from him. Dane thought that Layla was really upset about the result. At that moment, Arthur and his friends approached Dane, saying they had seen his skills. Arthur admitted he had been hasty before, and asked if he could talk to him for a moment. Dane thought that now that he had shown his power, Arthur had decided to change his attitude. Arthur then invited Dane to join the Imperial Academy's Student Council. He explained that the council made decisions about Academy policies, managed the budget, and had enormous influence throughout the institution. It also had special privileges, like the power to define punishments for students and approve or reject events from each department. Dane thought that his older sister had already mentioned this council to him. It was an extremely powerful group, and almost no student could get in. Arthur then asked Dane what he thought of the idea, saying that as a member of the student council, he could recommend someone. He said that Dane had more than enough talent for it, and if he accepted, he would also have the right to live in the Dantera dormitory. However, Dane replied that he already lived in Dantera, so Arthur explained that this was true for now, but there was no guarantee he would stay there in the future. Besides, there were certain immunities granted only to council members. Dane began to think about how many privileges that group had, and wondered if the student council was above the academy's rules. Arthur, excited, asked if he was interested, but Dane calmly said no. If he were to join the council, he wanted to do it on his own merit. Furthermore, any privilege granted without a clear reason always came with a price. Arthur's friends commented that Dane had understood everything and read Arthur's intentions very clearly. Arthur then asked if he had any idea what he was refusing, saying that anyone would give anything to join the student council, and sooner or later Dane would realize how incredible the offer was. He asked him to think it over more carefully. At that moment, Layla was getting very irritated with Arthur's persistence. She grabbed Dane's arm and said that if he took too long, the pies would run out. Dane agreed, saying he couldn't waste any more time there. Arthur tried to stop him, saying he wasn't done talking yet, but Dane replied that he had an appointment and left. Internally, he thanked Layla, who stepped in at the perfect time. Frustrated, Arthur still shouted that he hadn't given up and would convince Dane with more details. Layla, annoyed, said that guy was really annoying and seemed like he just wanted to put Dane on the council to use him later, probably making him a subordinate. Dane thanked Layla for saving him from that, but she was still upset because Arthur hadn't even noticed her presence or bothered to ask her anything. Smiling, Dane said that must be why she got so irritated. Layla replied that his talent was absurd, and that day's test only confirmed what she already knew. Dane asked if she had accepted all of that so easily, and Layla said she had no choice. He then wanted to know if the pie she mentioned really existed, and Layla replied that of course it did. After all, that was the Imperial Academy, and if any dessert existed in the Empire, it would surely be found there too. The scene then shifted to Professor Dravano, who was speaking with Arthur. The professor asked if he had seen Dane earlier, and Arthur replied yes, saying he was truly impressive. The professor commented that Dane might even surpass Arabella, which surprised Arthur, who questioned whether Dane was really at that level. The professor explained that magic was a vast field, and it was too early to say for sure, but considering only raw mana talent, Dane had enormous potential. Arthur thought that was terrible for him, as it meant the professor was saying Dane had more talent than a favorite senior. The professor then asked Arthur to keep an eye on Dane and invite him to transfer to the magic department, using whatever means necessary to convince him. Arthur was frustrated, thinking everyone was fascinated by that boy and that no one could resist his talent. He told the professor that he had tried to talk to Dane after class and suggested he join the student council, but he refused. The professor wondered if Arabella had said something to him and commented that a talent like that was too precious to waste. Arthur then asked about the recommendation letter they had discussed earlier, and the professor replied that it seemed things would not be as simple as they had hoped. He also asked Arthur not to be so anxious, since there were still 2 years left, and when he graduated, the magic towers would compete to have him. Arthur thought that the professor had said the same thing the year before, and he had already figured out the man's game. If Arthur got an early job at a magic tower, the professor would lose a student easy to manipulate, so he was trying to hold him back. He also knew the professor himself had sabotaged his chances with the 2 towers that had shown interest in him in the 3rd year. Even so, Arthur told the professor to leave it to him, as he would handle Dane himself. The professor replied that this was great and that he was counting on Arthur. Although he agreed, Arthur was very frustrated, thinking that his own future depended on Dane and that, whether he liked it or not, he had to follow the professor's plan. He thought that professor was more than just a miserable old man. Meanwhile, Dane asked Layla why there were so many people on the way to the cafeteria, and if it was some kind of club event. Layla explained that if a club didn't have enough members or failed to show results, it would be dissolved. Dane commented that it was the first time he had seen so many events happening at the same time, and Layla said that at least they got several prizes, including 20 mana storage stones, 15 lunch vouchers, 5 standard meal vouchers, 8 snack bar coupons, and also a treasure map, which made her curious about what it could be. Dane mentioned that the upperclassman who gave him the map said it had been bought in a blind auction at the Arcader auction house, and Layla was impressed, saying it must definitely be legitimate. Dane then thought about how his father always said that the Arcader auction house gathered the rarest and most beautiful items in the entire empire, and that the best appraisers ensured only genuine items were sold there. Layla commented that the seal was still intact, and that she had always heard the academy was full of secret and mysterious places. Dane then thought that Ernest would love something like that. The scene shifted to the Demert wing, where general education classes usually took place. Dane mentioned that this would be the location of the Imperial History class. He thought that he had already received good training from the butler before coming there, so he felt calm in that situation, as he was familiar with most of the content. At that moment, Ernest appeared, saying he had finally found Dane, who then asked if he would also be attending that class. Ernest replied that every freshman had to take that course, which was exactly why he thought Dane would be there. He also asked how Dane was feeling, and Dane replied that not much had changed, things were a bit complicated, but he would explain it better later. Dane then said he had something to tell Ernest. Before he could continue, a boy approached and asked if he was Ernest. The boy looked surprised to see him, and Dane noticed it. He then thought that Ernest's expression looked like someone reliving a trauma, because he was shaking and terrified. The man said that they were finally meeting again, and that it had been a long time. He complained that now that Ernest was in the academy, he didn't even want to speak to him, even though he had been there for a while. Ernest, very frightened, said he didn't know he was there. The man then asked how he had managed to enter the academy, saying he thought Ernest would never be capable, since he used to tremble just at the sound of his voice. He commented that it was a coincidence running into him, as he was too lazy to go to the cafeteria, and asked Ernest to get him a sandwich. Nervously, Ernest asked if he really had to do that now, and the man asked why he was so scared. Ernest awkwardly said that he was with a friend, and that it would be a bit complicated at the moment. The man was surprised to hear that Ernest had a friend, then looked at Dane and said he looked tough. He asked which department Dane was from and said that if he was hanging out with Ernest, he could already guess his level. Dane thought he had no idea what family that guy was from, but his arrogant attitude reminded him of the thugs he had faced on the battlefield. The man asked if Dane was just going to stand there staring at him. Right after, someone announced that class was about to begin and asked what they were still doing there. The man said they were going and told Ernest that he would see him after class, since they had a lot to talk about after all that time apart. He also said the academy would be a lot more fun than he expected. Dane looked at Ernest's hand and saw it was trembling badly, so he asked if everything was okay. Ernest apologized and said it was all his fault. Dane asked who those guys were, since it seemed like Ernest knew them well. Ernest explained that they were from a family in the city where he grew up, and they had always tormented him. He already knew they were at the academy, but since it was such a big place with so many departments, he thought he wouldn't run into them, so he apologized again. Dane then put a hand on his shoulder and said it was okay, and that they should go in already, though he noticed that Ernest clearly was not okay. He started wondering how much that boy had suffered. He then told Ernest not to worry because he would go with him. Ernest replied that he would be fine alone, but Dane asked if he was really going to let those guys talk to him like that. If so, they would just keep bullying him forever. Dane asked if he didn't remember the power he had shown at the fountain, and why he was still so worried. At that moment, Ernest began to remember and admitted that Dane was really strong. Dane said they would face this together now, and Ernest agreed. Suddenly, that man came back saying that silence was very pleasant, and asked if it didn't bring back good memories for Ernest. Dane then asked if he was really Ernest's friend. Why was he stirring up trouble and calling him to a place like that? The man asked who Dane thought he was to be following him around and getting involved in their conversation, but Dane fired back, saying that was exactly the question he should be asking. That made the guy furious. He asked what Dane had said, and called him an arrogant bastard, saying that he had barely entered the academy and was already acting full of himself. He then asked if Dane had ever heard of the Sauer family, claiming that he was the heir of the most powerful family in the West. Dane, mocking, replied that he had never heard that name before, which made them even more irritated. The man then told his friends to attack Dane immediately and said to Ernest that he should have chosen his friends more wisely, because now he would get beaten twice as much because of him. Desperate, Ernest begged Dane to stop and said they should run, since those guys were really dangerous, especially the man named Braun, who was known as a sword genius since childhood. Hearing that, Dane said he was curious and told Ernest he would leave just one of them for him and that he should punch him straight in the jaw. Dane told him to trust him and face it once and for all, because he couldn't keep being a coward forever. Ernest then thought Dane was truly a mysterious person. At that moment, one of the boys charged at Dane, trying to punch him. Dane dodged but ended up getting hit in the face shortly after. The attacker asked if he was still conscious and tried to strike again, but Dane blocked the blow. Dane said he should remember that he was the one who hit first, so now anything that happened would be just self-defense. The man came at him again, calling him a bastard, but Dane ducked just in time and punched him directly in the stomach. Then he swept his legs and slammed him hard on the ground. Without hesitation, he also knocked out the other enemy, using a bit of his magic to take both down at once. Dane then commented that he had hit harder than he meant to, and wondered if it was because of the ancient magic core he carried. That left Ernest and Braun completely stunned. Braun's friends said Dane wasn't normal and pointed out how fast he fired magic bullets. Braun, irritated, told everyone to shut up, saying they were embarrassing themselves for losing so quickly to a freshman, which was pathetic. Dane replied that judging by the noise they made before the fight, he had expected much more. One of Braun's friends asked them to stop because Dane was clearly very strong. Braun, furious, shoved the guy aside and told him to move out of the way, saying he would handle it himself. He then created a sort of portal in front of him and pulled out a sword. Ernest recognized the technique immediately and knew things were about to get serious. Braun said that since they were in an isolated place, no one would witness the fight, and claimed Dane had made a mistake by forcing him to draw his sword. Dane, observing the weapon, said the sword looked decent enough. Ernest, however, was worried and said that now things had truly gotten dangerous, as Braun was taking the fight seriously. Dane started to wonder if that guy just did whatever he wanted and questioned whether the academy had any rules at all. Braun remarked that when the weather was bad, the fog got thicker, and if someone disappeared there, probably no one would find them. One of Braun's friends began to question if it was really a good idea, saying they could even be expelled from the academy because of that. But Braun, angry, told him to shut up and ordered him to go deal with Ernest. They went after Ernest and Dane again, but Ernest was still too afraid to fight. Dane noticed that and tried to calm him down, saying not to worry because those guys weren't that impressive. He said that if it were a fair one-on-one fight, Ernest would have a chance. Ernest, doubtful, asked if he was serious, and Dane replied yes, reminding him that he had always used his physical strength in life and had incredibly strong legs. Dane said he could do what he wanted, but just asked him to land one punch with all his strength. At that moment, Braun tried to strike Dane, but Dane moved to the side, avoiding the blow. Braun said Dane didn't give him any room to gain distance and that he seemed to have real combat experience. Dane, unfazed, told him to shut up and just follow him in silence. Ernest then began to reflect that Dane had been right all along. He couldn't keep being a coward. One of the boys mocked him when he saw Ernest clenching his fists and said even his eyes looked more determined. Ernest thought that having Dane by his side gave him confidence, and now they would solve it with strength. He promised himself that he would level up in that fight. He knew he couldn't hesitate anymore and had to think fast. He started to wonder what Dane would do in that moment. He remembered the first strike Dane had thrown and realized that maybe he had to take a few hits before he could land one himself. When the enemy tried to punch him, Ernest ducked and retaliated with a direct hit to the guy's face. He declared that the old Ernest they knew didn't exist anymore. Surprised, he himself realized he had finally won a battle. Meanwhile, in Dane's fight, he noticed that Braun's last henchman had been defeated. Braun, shocked, said it was impossible and called all his friends useless. Dane then saw some straw brooms nearby and thought it was lucky to have something useful within reach. He took off the broom's top and turned the handle into an improvised staff. Seeing that, Braun asked if he really thought he could face him with just a piece of wood. Dane replied that it was more than enough. Braun, furious, called Dane arrogant and said he would finish him right there, charging without hesitation. He claimed he would leave a clean, perfect cut on Dane's face so that every time he looked in the mirror, he would remember the fear he felt. Braun began to attack with his sword, but Dane dodged easily, saying all of his attacks were predictable. vegetable. Braun, annoyed, asked who he thought he was, and if he believed he was the son of Duke Termian or something. Dane thought that he was using magic infused in the staff, but he wouldn't be able to keep it up for long. Braun then shouted that Dane was just a cornered rat. Suddenly, Dane landed a direct hit to Braun's stomach, who was shocked by the impact a simple wooden staff had made. He fell to the ground, and Ernest was completely amazed. He thought he already knew Dane was strong, but he had no idea he was that strong. Dane then ordered Braun to get up, saying that since he had drawn his sword, he should fight to the end. He said his father had always taught him that if someone drew a sword outside a fair duel, they had to be ready for the consequences. Defeated, Braun thought Dane was on a completely different level and asked who he really was. Dane firmly replied that his name was Danis Sogris, firstborn of House Sogris, and a first-year student of the free specialization. At that moment, Braun was in shock to learn that he belonged to the renowned House Sogris. Braun then said that now it all made sense. Dane was the youngest genius to be accepted into the free specialization in the last 50 years. Dane commented that it had taken him a while to introduce himself. Braun thought that explained why he was so confident, but he still couldn't understand why someone like Dane would walk beside an idiot like Ernest. Dane then asked what he planned to do now since he had drawn his blade and lost, which meant he had to finish what he started. Braun, confused, asked what Dane meant by that. Dane answered that from his perspective, it hadn't even been a fair duel, but since Braun had drawn his sword for real, he would now have to face the consequences. That left Braun terrified, as Dane's gaze truly looked like someone ready to kill. Overwhelmed by fear, Braun dropped to his knees before Dane, begging for forgiveness and saying he never imagined Dane was from House Sogris. He promised never to do something so foolish again. Dane, however, said Braun had understood nothing and was apologizing to the wrong person. He then pointed at Ernest. Instantly, Braun ran to him, grabbed his arm, and asked for forgiveness, saying he had always treated him like garbage and deeply regretted everything he did to belittle him. He started to beg for forgiveness. Ernest then recalled everything Braun had done to him and realized that the man he feared most in his life was now on his knees like a coward. Dane said that now it was up to Ernest to decide how things would end, whether he wanted to punch him until he felt better or accept the apology and end the situation right there. Still kneeling, Braun said Ernest could hit him as much as he wanted because he deserved it. Ernest thought that deep down he really wanted to beat him up for everything he had endured, but replied that if he was to forgive him, it would only be after a fair duel between the two of them. Until that happened, he would let the matter go for now. Dane smiled and said Ernest had done a great job, and Ernest thanked him for everything he had done. At that moment, Layla appeared, saying that since Dane hadn't returned, she went looking for him. As soon as she found him, she asked if something had happened. Dane replied that someone had caused trouble with them. She asked who had done it, and Dane simply looked at the boy still kneeling. Layla smiled and said it had to be him. When Braun saw Layla, he was completely stunned to realize that it was truly her, the daughter of Duke Termian. Dane commented that he studied in the same swordsmanship division as her and asked if she knew Braun. Layla said no, and that she didn't care either. Then she asked who the boy next to Dane was. Dane introduced Ernest Dillon, saying he was a freshman from the exploration department. Embarrassed, Ernest said it was a pleasure to meet her, addressing her as Miss Termian. Layla quickly corrected him, saying she didn't want to be called Miss and that he should treat her like a friend. Curious, she asked what exactly they learned in the exploration department. Ernest explained that they studied ruins, secret locations, and general exploration. Dane added that Ernest's family was quite famous in that field. Layla then suggested that if they showed him the map, he might know what it was about. That sparked Ernest's interest, and he asked what map they were talking about. Dane explained it was the map they got during a club event, the so-called treasure map. Upon hearing that, Ernest shouted with excitement, surprised to learn that Dane was the one who ended up with the map, and became extremely enthusiastic. Layla, noticing his reaction, said he seemed like a completely different person now, and Dane began to wonder if this was some kind of obsession with relics. Layla then suggested they go somewhere quieter to talk about it. Scene change. Ernest opened the map, and Layla commented that it looked a bit complicated. Ernest confirmed, saying it was really quite confusing. He explained that, being a treasure map, it wouldn't be something easy to understand at first glance. Although it didn't show the entire academy, it seemed to point to a specific place. He then pointed to a part with many strange symbols written on it, which could be read separately, but made little sense when combined. Ernest began to wonder if there might be some kind of hidden pattern. Layla asked what they could do about it, and Dane replied that first, they needed to figure out who created the map, since things like that didn't follow a fixed pattern. Just knowing who made the map would already give them an idea of what to expect. Dane explained that for now, it would be very difficult to decipher the content, but Ernest said that what he could say for sure was that the map pointed to a place within the academy, and that those symbols had only been used in its construction. Dane and Layla realized that meant the location was very close, but Ernest pointed out that the problem was the architectural style, which involved the secret magic of Saul Hengston. Layla, excited by the name, asked if he wasn't the legendary mage who founded the academy, and Dane commented that since that man left no disciples, his magic could no longer be used. Ernest was surprised by Dane's knowledge, and Layla said she already imagined it would be complicated, just not this much. Ernest stated that the key to solving everything was discovering the author of the map, because only then would they get clues to decipher it. Dane said that when they were done, they would go treasure hunting together, and Ernest agreed. Layla said it would be fun, since before joining the academy, she only went out with her family, so this would be something new for her. Dane thought the two of them seemed pretty excited, but Ernest said it would take time, so they should go slowly, and that he would research more about the subject himself. He then gave the map back to Dane, who asked if it wouldn't be better for him to keep the map and try to decipher it. Ernest replied that it was fine, as he had already memorized everything. Dane and Layla found it impressive and asked how he was able to memorize things so well, but Ernest said he didn't know either. When it came to codes and maps, his memory just worked effortlessly. Dane commented that he really had a talent for certain things and that it could help him on exams. He added that if Ernest ever needed anything, he just had to say so. Ernest thanked him and for the first time spoke so kindly to someone who wasn't his own father. He was genuinely happy to be making new friends. Layla suggested they go eat together to celebrate the formation of their new group, and the two agreed it was a great idea, so they went out to eat. Later that night in the dormitory, Dane reflected on how eventful the day had been. Since he still had some time, he decided to organize his things. He said to himself that he always kept the most important objects his family had given him in plain sight, but wondered where he would place the familiar egg, since living beings couldn't be stored in a subdimensional space. Suddenly, the egg began to move, and Dane was confused. That had never happened in 7 years. He wondered if it was because of the new academy environment, but quickly dismissed the idea. Since the mana distribution there wasn't that different from his room, he concluded it might be a result of the ancient magic he absorbed in the garden, as the egg had reacted immediately to that. Dane was amazed by what he was seeing, and promised he would do everything for that egg. Believing that it might have finally awakened, he started channeling his mana into the egg and realized it was being absorbed quickly, even after all those years. The more he channeled, the more the egg consumed, so he thought he couldn't stay there or the room would collapse. He wondered what he could do. This was the perfect opportunity, but destroying the room was not an option. The scene shifted to Claire's lab, where she was observing the egg's extreme reaction and wondered what her brother had done to it. Dane explained that even without injecting mana, the egg kept vibrating. Claire asked if it wasn't exactly the time of the dorm inspection, and what he had done this time, since skipping it could cause problems. Dane replied that he had already come up with the perfect solution for that. The scene changed again, showing a boy introducing himself as Albert, the head of the residence council. He announced the start of the Danterre dorm inspection. It was explained that roll call for all Imperial Academy residences took place simultaneously. However, Albert was suspicious because Priscilla and Dane hadn't shown up. He said being late to the monthly roll call earned penalty points, and he had seen Dane organizing his room earlier. If he skipped it, he'd receive 2 points. Anyone late more than 3 times per semester would be assigned volunteer duties, and missing more than twice would result in demotion from the dormitory. Albert told everyone to stop moving and ban talking, stating that no one from the 9th floor of Danterre residence would come out unscathed that night. Anil was confused by his seriousness and asked what he meant. Albert explained that something interesting had been caught on the newly installed magical monitoring video. Priscilla, a dorm resident, had been seen leaving, and tracking confirmed she left the dorm area 5 minutes earlier. However, according to the system, Priscilla still appeared as present. Next, Albert opened the door to the room, saying that normally they didn't verify student presence manually, but that would now have to change. Everyone was scared, whispering that penalty points would rain down. Albert reported that the tracking system was working properly, and since Priscilla had left without permission, she would receive 2 penalty points. He asked everyone to inform her. The last name on the list was Dane Sagras, a new student. Albert wondered why he wasn't visible, and found it hard to believe he would skip the very first roll call. Drone said that couldn't be true, and he was probably still in his room organizing things. Albert said he would check personally. When he opened the door, he saw Dane with his back turned. He asked if he didn't know about the roll call. Dane, pretending, apologized, and said he had been so focused on tidying up that he forgot. Albert, considering it was his first day, accepted the explanation. The scene shifted again to Claire's lab, where she was clearly scared. She identified the device in use as a an MK1 illusion generator. Dane explained that his older sister had said the device was nearly undetectable, as his image was projected by Doc, which was connected to the generator. Claire commented that, from what she knew, that device was hard to use. Since it was controlled remotely, any instability in the connection or flaw in the details would make it obvious it was just a hologram. Dane said he had tested it several times, and as long as no one got too close, there would be no problem. Claire concluded that he was truly bold for pulling that off. Dane then asked his sister about the familiar egg, and she explained that it seemed to be reacting to his mana, which increased the chances of it hatching. However, many eggs react to mana and still do not hatch. Even so, the mere fact that it was reacting was already a big step forward. Dane asked what they should do, since he kept transferring mana. Claire replied that they still knew little about familiar eggs, so placing it directly in a mana stabilizer would be very risky. But on the other hand, she felt they shouldn't stop now. Dane commented that the lab was an ideal environment for hatching, and that his sister always maintained a magical isolation barrier for safety. She agreed, saying it made sense since the egg could hatch at any time and in any place. Claire said everything was fine, so they would give it a try. She stated that Dane's mana was very pure, but just to be safe, she would install a mana filter. Dane began injecting his mana into the egg, feeling that it was very hungry, as it absorbed everything quickly. He wondered what was inside that egg. Claire thought that anyone with money could buy a familiar egg, but making one hatch was a different story. The exact conditions for hatching had never been revealed to the world, and the only known thing was that the user's mana frequency needed to match the creature's. In the case of that egg, the creature inside was unknown, so it required a large amount of luck. She wondered how far her brother's talent could go. She already knew he was amazing, but seeing it with her own eyes left her speechless. Suddenly, the egg began to crack, and Claire said it looked like it was about to come out. Dane, excited, commented that he would finally find out what kind of creature was inside. The egg burst open, and a creature was finally born. Claire ran to check if Dane was okay, since he had been thrown back. Dane replied that he was dizzy but fine, and asked her to look at what had come out of the egg. They saw that inside the egg, there was a wyvern, and they were impressed to see that it could also breathe fire. Claire, without thinking twice, pushed her brother forward so he could approach it, as in some cases the familiar recognized the first person it saw as its master. Since it was Dane's familiar, he needed to approach it as soon as possible. Dane came closer, saying that up close, it was actually quite cute. He then introduced himself, saying it was a pleasure to meet him, and that his name was Dane Sawgris. Claire was amazed to see that her brother had bonded with him so easily. She commented that the little creature was too cute, and that Dane was truly incredible for being able to do that so naturally. Excited, she asked to see the wyvern up close, but when she got closer, she was very frightened by what she saw. Dane asked what had happened, and Claire, observing the little dragon, explained that she thought it might be a beyond-the-horizon familiar, a rare class that only a few chosen summoners were capable of manifesting. She said that at most, she could summon a part of the spirit, and never imagined that the youngest in their family could achieve something so grand. She told Dane it was truly impressive. Dane, alarmed, said that meant it wasn't a normal familiar. Claire replied that she knew all the possible normal familiars, even their baby versions, but she had never seen one like that. The closest thing would be a wyvern, but there were still many differences in the details. Dane commented that it didn't even look that special, and asked if no one could identify what it really was. Claire explained that this was exactly the problem, as there was nothing like it in the records. Dane started wondering why that creature had come to him specifically, and began to suspect whether it had any connection to ancient magic. Claire asked him to keep the eggshell safe, since some creatures eat it after birth to absorb nutrients. Dane asked what he could do now, and Claire replied that the first thing was to take it slow and write down everything possible at that moment, such as what the little creature liked or disliked, how long it slept, whether it was aggressive or calm, and even how much it grew per day. Dane thought it was a lot to write down, but he realized that if he did it properly, it would be well worth it. Even without fully understanding, he started to feel that he needed to protect the little creature. Claire then asked him not to walk around with it, because if someone discovered what he had, it would cause absolute chaos. She suggested leaving it in the lab, but Dane replied that he couldn't hide it forever. Claire agreed and said she thought the same. Dane said that if anyone found out, he didn't care, since he had his sisters to protect him. Besides, if he locked the little one up, it would get bored. Claire then said it would be better to officially register its seal. Dane asked if that was a summoner's seal, and she confirmed, saying that even as a beginner, he had plenty of talent. Managing this, along with other classes, would be tough, but now that he had a familiar, this was the perfect time. Dane agreed with his sister and said he would start. Claire said that was perfect and asked if he had already enrolled in the summoning class. Dane replied that the orientation would be the next day, and the teacher was Turmeric Spiano. Claire thought that was great, and said if he showed talent in class, he would certainly be placed in the special selection. She explained that it was usually hard to even meet the requirements, but he was different. He would still need to go through the director's evaluation, but she was sure it would work out. Dane commented that the special selection sounded really interesting, but now he needed to decide what name to give his new friend. After that, Dane returned to the dorm, where Dragon was already asking where he had been, since at the end of the roll call he simply wasn't in the room. Dane replied that he had just stepped out for a moment. Dragon asked how he managed to leave in the middle of the call, since Priscilla got caught right away. Dane said everyone had their own tricks. Dragon replied that the Sawgrass family was really full of surprises. Dane asked if his sisters were like that too, and Dragon said of course, since both of them were legends in Danterre, and any upperclassman would react just by hearing their names. Dane wondered if that was a compliment or a criticism. Dragon said only he knew that Dane had left, so he should just relax. Then he said goodbye. Dane brought his new friend to the room, lay down on the bed relieved, and said to himself that luckily no one noticed. He also thought about how Priscilla expected to get away like that. At that moment, his little dragon began flying around the room, breathing fire on everything it saw. Dane said it really seemed excited, and all of that was amazing to him. Soon after, Dane was shown in front of a secret shortcut his sister had shown him. He commented that the entrance was sealed, and that was the only way back. The academy system informed him that access was forbidden, and that any invasion would result in a penalty from the student council. Dane realized that they had covered the entire dorm with a magical barrier, and started wondering how he would manage to get through it. There, Dane commented that the mana flow in the barrier must definitely have a weaker point. However, his dragon ended up breathing fire directly at it, and to Dane's surprise, the barrier was completely dissolved. Shocked, he wondered how that was even possible. He thought maybe the fire had the ability to nullify mana for a while, which was something completely out of the ordinary. To him, that was a crazy thing to imagine. He then realized that his new pet truly was a very special creature. The next morning, the scene showed Ernest talking to him, asking why he had named the dragon Rap, saying that no one in their right mind would give a familiar such a name. Dane replied that he thought the name was cool, friendly, and easy to say, and if Ernest didn't like it, he could come up with another one. Ernest said the little guy was cute but deserved a more impactful name. After thinking a bit, he suggested Karnas. Dane, surprised, asked what that meant. Ernest explained that Karna meant mystery, and that he thought it suited him perfectly. Dane agreed the name was truly perfect, and decided that from that moment on, his new companion would be called Karnas. The scene then shifted to the Bermudez wing, named after the scholar Bermudez, where summoning department classes took place. A boy was watching Dane arrive and wondered if it really was the same Dane Sawgrass, the one who, according to him, had stolen his familiar and caused a disaster in his family after a certain event at the ball. Because of that, his family was practically expelled from the social circle and barely managed to keep their noble title in the capital. He thought he couldn't believe he was seeing Dane right there, in that place, and especially now that he had to retake that class. He decided it would be best to avoid any contact with him as much as possible. Meanwhile, one of the upperclassmen asked Dragon what he was staring at and if it was his first time repeating a class. In a playful tone, the upperclassman put his arm around Dragon, saying that repeating classes was normal. Everyone went through it eventually, and that it was a good chance to stomp on the freshman and score a good grade. Dragon, a bit awkward, just agreed with him. Right after that, they announced that the professor had arrived. The professor introduced himself as Turmeric Spiano and informed the class that they would be studying the theoretical foundations of summoning, the essential first step for any summoner. He explained that the content would be part of the official exam for summoner certification, so it was something to be taken seriously. The students were surprised and commented among themselves that the professor seemed very strict, especially since they knew the exam to become a certified summoner was really difficult. Turmeric Spiano said that although it was possible to get into the special selection, he wasn't saying it would be easy. The students then asked what the requirements were for this special selection. The professor, with his eyes closed, said that was a good question and opened a system for everyone to see. He showed that the first requirement was to summon a level 5 or higher familiar using an empty seal. The second was to keep the familiar summoned for at least 30 minutes. At that moment, everyone was shocked. Summoning a level 5 was already extremely difficult, even with a seal, and using an empty seal made it even more complicated. On top of that, keeping the familiar active for half an hour seemed impossible for most. The professor then revealed the third requirement, possessing something truly special to justify the exception. Even meeting the first two criteria, anyone who didn't have the third was automatically out. It was necessary to stand out enough to deserve the exception. The students said it was all absurd, and that it was already hard enough without adding a subjective condition. Some wondered if anyone had ever passed that test. Dane thought that, in the end, it all depended on their judgment. The professor continued and said that now everyone should understand why it was called the special selection. Then Turmeric Spiano explained that, to apply, the student needed at least 2 recommendation letters issued by recognized authorities in the field. He figured probably no one in the room would manage that, and most were already discouraged just by what he had explained. Suddenly, the professor noticed the presence of Dane Sogris, or as he pronounced it at first, Dane Sogris, then corrected himself. He recalled that Dane was one of the students accepted into the free specialization. He said he had heard about his performance from Professor Delphinessa, who mentioned the entrance exam. He stated that Dane had formed an extra bond with a level 4 Etherak, the same one that Delphinessa herself had summoned. But Turmeric Spiano made it clear that he was the type who only believed what he saw, and that perhaps the professor had exaggerated because she was close to the Sogris family, making approval easier. Even so, he said the main goal for everyone there was to pass the regular exam. He said that if someone really had the aptitude to summon, it wouldn't be that difficult. However, he made it clear that he doubted any freshman could pull that off. Dane thought that everyone there looked very nervous, since freshmen usually only went through theoretical and affinity tests. The professor, with an ironic tone, asked if there was no freshman who could actually summon, saying that was truly disappointing. Dane realized the professor was looking directly at him, and understood it was an invitation to show his ability. If that's what the professor wanted, then he was in for a surprise. Without hesitation, Dane stood up and said he would like to try. The professor asked for his name and course, and Dane replied that he was a first year in the free specialization, and that his name was Dane Sogris. The professor then said he had already heard about him from the course director, and that people said he was extremely talented. Dane confirmed, saying that's how the director had evaluated him. The professor reflected on how that boy had personality, as he spoke firmly without seeming too humble or arrogant. He then said he had heard many rumors about Dane, but to be honest, that level of talent didn't seem real. So he asked if Dane could demonstrate his abilities right there in front of everyone. Dane replied that if that was the professor's interest, it wouldn't be too difficult. But he proposed that if he managed to demonstrate his aptitude, the professor should write him a recommendation for the special selection. This surprised both the professor and the students. The professor asked if he understood what that recommendation meant, and Dane said yes, that it meant showing in front of everyone an exceptional talent. When the professor asked what he would do if he failed, Dane replied that he didn't even consider that possibility. The professor was impressed by Dane's confidence, wondering who that boy was and why he was so sure of himself, since not even his sister, Claire Sogris, showed that kind of confidence. Smiling, the professor said it would be very interesting, and assured him that if he truly met the requirements, the recommendation letter would not be a problem, though it wouldn't be easy. The students started commenting that Dane wasn't even from the summoning department, and yet acted so boldly. They said he was definitely Claire's brother, and that the Sogris family was more impressive than they had imagined. The professor then said that if he failed, he would have to accept the consequences, and asked if he still wanted to proceed. Dane confirmed firmly. The professor then asked him to walk to the front of the class, where there was an empty summoning seal prepared. Dane approached, saying the class had already gone off plan from the beginning, but that was great for him since his goal was to achieve everything he could. He picked up the seal and confidently asked it to respond to his call. At that moment, Dane summoned a wolf, leaving all the students surprised. They began to wonder if the wolf was really real, and how he had managed to summon it without a formal seal. They commented that the familiar was at least level 5, and that was when Digron realized the wolf belonged to Dane. Dane explained to the professor that he had summoned a Genfu. The professor was startled and wondered how that was possible with an empty seal. He asked if Dane already had a formal contract, or if he had used some alternative method. Even so, the professor said it was still just a summoning and doubted he could maintain the wolf for 30 minutes. Still, he acknowledged that Dane was as amazing as people said, though keeping that wolf for half an hour would be a challenge. Dane replied that he knew that, but since he didn't want to take too much of the class time, he asked if he could show something else. Both the professor and students were curious about what more he wanted to demonstrate. The students started commenting that the Sogris family was even more powerful than they had thought. Digron thought that the third requirement was to demonstrate something special, but in the end, it was up to the professor, and if he was set on denying it, nothing would change. Even so, he wondered if Dane would try something despite knowing that. The professor said it was fine, that he wanted to see what he was capable of, though he was also wondering what that boy was about to do. Dane then focused, closed his eyes, and cast his magic on the wolf. Suddenly, the wolf's expression began to change, and to everyone's surprise, it started to float. Dane then realized that what he had done was definitely ancient magic. Everyone around was shocked, commenting that he was enhancing his own familiar, something only fifth-year students were usually able to do. Dagrun confirmed that the Genfu had indeed been strengthened. Dane asked the professor if that wasn't enough to prove that he was special. The professor thought that Dane had even managed to form a bond reinforcement, which confirmed that everything they had heard about him was true, and that he was such an extraordinary talent, it was hard to believe even seeing it with their own eyes. Dane felt that he had really surprised the professor, and even he himself was a bit impressed with the result. The professor then acknowledged that it really was something special, and said they would talk about the recommendation letter later. Digron thought Dane had improved a lot since the last time they met, and concluded that he truly was a frightening person. Dane thought that after that small commotion, the class went on normally, though he felt the professor's gaze on him the entire time. Still, he chose to ignore it, noticing that sometimes the professor even seemed a bit clumsy, repeating things which he found very funny. People said that professor was very strict, and he thought that when he told his younger sister about it, she would find it very amusing. He concluded that he had already secured the recommendation letter and wondered if he could get another one from Professor Delphinesa. The professor then ended the class, and outside, Digron called out to Dane, who recognized him. The boy was surprised that Dane still remembered him. Dane asked if he was still studying at the academy, and Digron explained that he was, but that he had failed and was repeating that class. Dane thought the boy had come for revenge, but was surprised to see him so calm. Digron confessed that he had seen Dane from the beginning but chose to pretend he hadn't. He said that even after all that time, he knew he had acted like a jerk and bowed, apologizing for everything he had done in the past. Dane replied that many years had passed and that it was no longer necessary. It was all okay. Digron wanted to be sure everything was really okay and asked if he could continue studying there without problems. Dane didn't quite understand what he meant, but Digron quickly explained that he promised not to cause any more trouble and would never bother him again. Dane then thought maybe he was afraid of being expelled if he reported him. He told him to relax and assured him there was no need to worry about it anymore. The boy Digron got really excited and thanked him, saying Dane could ask him for anything and he would help immediately. Suddenly something moved inside Dane's coat, and he realized his pet Karnas had woken up and seemed agitated. He wondered if the pet was hungry. Dane said he was in the summoning department, which was great, and that he wanted to buy a few things at the store. He asked if Digron could help him. Digron said yes and recommended the Bowden store, saying he went there often. He explained that it had been founded by 2 alumni after graduation and had been around for over 30 years. While talking about the store, Digron began answering Dane's question, who wanted to know about food for familiars. Dane then thought Digron really did seem regretful, so it didn't make sense to keep treating him as an enemy. At the same time, he silently asked Karnas to stay quiet inside his coat. Digron asked again what Dane needed and offered to help look. He also asked which summoning department classes Dane was taking, saying he could prepare everything properly for him. Dane, however, replied that for now, he just wanted food for his familiar, which was already enough. Digron said he knew all about that since he used to be in charge of affinity training, so he understood everything about feeding familiars. He then asked what kind of familiar Dane had. At that moment, Dane, visibly nervous, stuttered a lot and answered that it was a wyvern. Dane then thought that Karnas really did look like a wyvern, so maybe he could eat similar things. Digron was impressed when he said it was a wyvern and explained that it was a level 3 familiar, asking if Dane had already advanced that far. Dane replied yes, but explained that it was still just a baby and asked Digron to keep it secret, because if that story got out, they both knew who would be blamed. Digron said that being a baby wyvern, it was best to start with soft food since they had a huge appetite and would be eating meat in a week. Dane was impressed with how much Digron knew about it, even though he had repeated a year. Digron handed Dane 2 types of food, a ration with 17 concentrated ingredients, and a soft food that had to be mixed with milk and fed with a spoon, suggesting that Dane take both just in case. Dane thanked him, saying he had handled everything quickly and smoothly. The boy then asked if that was all Dane needed for now, and Dane said yes, that was it for the moment. Digron then suggested that since they were there, they could check out the rest of the store, as there were many useful things. Dane thought it was a good idea, and the two started browsing. After looking around for a while, Dane spotted a wand and thought it looked cool, but before he could touch it, a man stopped him, saying he should wait because it wasn't something a rookie could use easily. He explained that there was always some freshman who couldn't even summon properly but wanted to mess with a magic weapon, and warned Dane to be careful because if he touched that wand, it would drain his mana. He asked the boys to step back, pointing out that there was even a sign warning not to touch it out of curiosity. Digron said those wands were usually only handled by 4th-year students, and that even a simple touch could drain all of the user's mana. Dane thought that was an exaggeration, but now that he had been warned not to touch it, he became even more curious. He ended up picking up the wand, and the shopkeeper warned he was going to get hurt, saying again that it was much more dangerous than it looked. When Dane held the wand, he started smiling, saying it required a lot of mana and that he could feel it clearly. The man was confused because the wand was absorbing mana and stabilizing on its own, which was rare. He thought thought that even someone with a lot of mana would usually have trouble controlling it. Dane said it didn't seem so bad. Degron said he already knew Dane was amazing, but this surpassed everything. The man then asked if he really was a freshman that year since no one had mentioned such a special first year. Degron revealed that his name was Dane Sawgrass, Claire's brother. The man recognized it immediately and remembered that he was the free specialization student who had entered in first place. He said even Claire had never picked up a wand in her first year and felt embarrassed for judging Dane without knowing who he was. He added that if he had known, he would have recommended the wand from the start. Dane thought that after so much scorn, the man had completely changed his tone. The man then asked if he was going to buy the wand, but Dane said no, surprising both of them. The man asked why he wouldn't take it since he could use it, and Dane explained that the wand felt a bit uncomfortable for him and that its mana absorption capacity was very low. The man disagreed, saying that wand could absorb mana from 5th and 6th year students without difficulty, but Dane mentally compared it to trying to fill a well using a small bowl. He said that either way, he was fine and would just take the food. The man asked if all the children of the Sawgrass family were like that, since Claire was exactly the same. Dane asked what his sister was like, and the man replied that when the other students reached 4th year, they proudly carried their wands, but Claire thought that was tacky and was the only one who walked around without one. Dane proudly thought that she really was his sister. He said everything was fine and that he was already leaving. The man said that if he ever changed his mind, he could just come back. Dane, however, ignored the comment and asked Degron to help him with the payment. The shopkeeper was left wondering why every genius had to be that weird. Switching scenes, Dane started feeding Karnas and asked if the food was good. He thought the next class was a general subject that, according to Layla, would be over in less than 5 minutes, so it would be better to head back to the dorm. However, suddenly, Dane heard a very loud sound coming from a nearby alley. Someone was yelling, calling someone else a worm and asking if they had a problem with their eyes, while another voice said they were going to leave that guy half dead and that a beating would shut him up for good. Dane concluded that it was probably just another group trying to act tough for no reason. One of the voices said the boy had no one with him anymore, but another responded that he was no longer afraid of them. At that moment, Dane recognized the voice and realized it was Ernest, who was once again being harassed by 3 boys. One of them started mocking him, saying that he claimed not to be afraid, but was shaking like he was about to wet himself. They said it was the end for Ernest, and even mentioned that they had taken healing potions just to have enough energy to beat him up. Ernest thought they were the same bastards as always, just waiting for the chance to catch him alone. They started arguing about who would begin the special treatment, but ended up agreeing it didn't matter since no one was around. Ernest told them to back off and assumed a fighting stance, which made the boys laugh, saying the nerd was raising his fists again and had only landed that punch last time out of luck. Ernest felt afraid and wondered if he could pull it off again. Suddenly, Dane appeared, asking if it was them again, surprising everyone since he had come out of nowhere. The boys wondered how Dane had gotten there, as no one was supposed to be nearby, and one of them already asked to grab a weapon. Dane thought the situation was going to be a problem, especially now that there were no witnesses, so he decided to give those guys a little adjustment. Using his mana, Dane summoned several spears, scaring all of them. One of the boys asked if Sawgrass wasn't the spear specialist, and another called him an idiot, saying it was his sister, Arabella Sawgrass, who was the specialist. Dane started provoking them, telling them to come at him all at once. The scene then cut to show that he had completely humiliated them. Ernest thanked him, saying his legs were shaking like a twig. Dane said it was a good thing he was okay, and invited him to train together from now on. Ernest asked what he meant by that, and Dane replied that he had said he wanted to win that fight against Brown, so now he could count on him, because Dane was going to make him much stronger. Ernest agreed, saying he was always causing trouble for Dane. Then Dane asked if he had already joined a group, but Ernest said no, since they hadn't created any exploration or expedition groups yet. Dane was surprised, thinking those kinds of groups would be popular. Ernest explained that inside the course there was a study group, but it was mandatory, so technically not a real club. He also mentioned he had visited a so-called map analysis club, but people there were just relaxing with no commitment. Dane concluded it was probably just an excuse to waste time. Ernest asked why he was bringing up clubs and if he was interested in joining one. Dane explained that everyone was excited about recruiting freshmen, and it made him wonder if it was really that important. Ernest said he had heard you needed to choose carefully because once you joined a club, you couldn't switch for 2 years. Dane commented that the rules were more annoying than he thought, and Ernest added that joining the wrong club was like throwing away 2 years. So Dane asked what he thought about creating their own club. Ernest asked what kind of club it would be, and Dane said it would be a club where they could do a bit of everything. Ernest asked for an example. Dane said it would be nice to have a club where they could train together, explore ruins, or even meet just to eat something when they were bored. Then he asked Ernest if he was in. Ernest replied that if it was with Dane, it would definitely be fun, but but questioned if the Academy would approve something like that. Dane assured him that wouldn't be a problem, and told him to leave it to him, saying it would definitely work out. Ernest thought he was talking as if it were too easy, and asked why he had decided to do that out of the blue. Dane explained that he was tired of so many people trying to recruit him, and it was getting hard to say no. Since none of the clubs had caught his interest, he decided to make his own. Ernest then asked if, by joining the club, he could learn a bit of spear or sword from Dane, and he confirmed that he could, saying Ernest might even discover a hidden talent. They both agreed they had a lot to learn from each other, but Ernest reminded him that to register a club, they needed at least 3 people. Dane asked if he had already forgotten that they had Layla. Dane then said that since the subject had changed, they could ask her right then. The scene shifted, and the 3 of them were already together. Ernest said they just had to submit the creation form, and everything would be set. Layla thought it sounded too easy, and said they needed to fill out everything properly. Dane thought it was unexpected that Layla had left the dessert club to go with them, since that club was just for tasting sweets, which suited her perfectly. Dane told her they could do that in the new club too, since he also liked a good pie. Ernest added that they could do whatever they wanted. Dane even said that if she preferred, she could stay with the upperclassmen since he and Ernest could handle it on their own. It was in this lighthearted way that they convinced Layla. Dane said everything was fine since he had already filled out the form, but when they arrived at the registration office, a woman told them everything had changed, which caught them by surprise. The woman explained that it was no longer enough to just register, since the Academy had over 3,000 clubs and many of them were inactive and unmonitored. Because of that, the system had changed, and now approval was required. Dane asked how that approval worked, and she explained that it was necessary to get the endorsement of a tenured professor. She also offered a recommendation letter template. Dane thought this was turning into something more complicated than expected, but he accepted the template to take a look. Outside, Layla commented that it made no sense to expect a freshman to get that kind of recommendation. Ernest agreed, saying they didn't even know the professors in the course very well yet. Layla added that you couldn't just knock on any professor's door asking for something like that. Even so, Dane, smiling, said he already had someone in mind. The two were surprised and asked who it was, but Dane, still smiling, just asked them to trust him. The scene shifted again, and Dane was already in front of Professor Keltis. He thought the professor had said he would help if needed, but now he wasn't sure what to say, or if he could ask someone from another department. Keltis then asked what Dane needed. He explained that he was thinking about creating a club, which the professor thought was a great idea, and asked what kind of club it would be. Dane explained that it would be a club focused on swordsmanship, academy exploration, and interesting expeditions. Since he now needed approval, he was looking for a professor who could write the recommendation and wanted someone truly qualified. Keltas found it bold of him to say he was still looking, as if there was a better professor than himself at that academy, and replied that he didn't need to search any longer, because the right professor was standing right in front of him. He said he could hand over the recommendation letter right at that moment. Dane told the professor he didn't want to bother him, since he surely had many commitments at the academy. Keltas replied that even though he was busy, he could at least help with that, and asked what he needed to do. Dane explained that if he really wanted to help, he could sign right there. Keltis then said that if his only student was starting a club, of course he would support it. Dane thanked his professor, thinking that had been much easier than he expected. The scene changed, and Layla commented that he had gotten the recommendation really quickly, asking if Dane was close to that professor. Ernest said they barely managed to talk to their own teachers. Dane explained that at some point he had asked a question about fencing and ended up gaining the professor's trust, so he took the opportunity to ask for the recommendation. Ernest replied that either way, it was a good thing everything had worked out. Layla asked if they were really going to start the club now, and Dane said all that was left was to submit the form. Ernest was really excited, saying it was going to be a lot of fun. Layla commented that she thought it would be much harder, but Dane really managed to get things done easily. Dane remembered that to register the club, they needed a name and asked if anyone had any ideas. Ernest said the name would define their image, so it needed to be something good. Layla said it couldn't be anything silly or meaningless. The two of them started thinking seriously about a name, while Dane observed how seriously everyone was taking it. Suddenly, Karnas woke up and started moving around, making Dane worried. Layla asked if Dane already had a name in mind, and he said no. She commented that since he was the one who wanted to start the club, he should have at least thought of that. At that moment, Layla noticed something strange under Dane's clothes and asked what he was hiding in his coat. He thought he didn't want to reveal it yet, but had no choice. When Karnas revealed himself, both Ernest and Layla were extremely surprised, and Dane thought he was completely screwed. Layla asked what that was, if it was a familiar, and why it had come out from under his clothes. She also asked if it wasn't the creature that had hatched from the egg Claire gave him. Dane explained that the egg had unintentionally hatched a few days earlier, and that his name was Karnas. Ernest commented to Karnas that it had been a while since they last saw each other. Layla was outraged to realize he also knew about it already. Even so, Dane insisted that the most important thing right now was deciding the club's name before they got to the registration office. The scene changed again, and when they handed over the completed form, the staff member read that the chosen name was Club of Magic, Summoning, Exploration, and Fencing. The three of them were embarrassed and didn't know what to say. She asked if that was really serious, and Dane confirmed, asking her to register it. As they left, Layla asked Dane never to choose a name again in his life. Dane asked why, saying he thought the name was pretty cool. Layla replied that it absolutely wasn't cool. Dane told her to calm down, saying they could change it later, and thought it didn't matter that much anyway, since the most important thing was to have fun. The scene then shifted to the headmistress and Professor Temerick. She asked if she had arrived at a bad time, and he said no. She commented that she was concerned about the professors being overworked, especially with the increasing number of talented students, and said she had heard that some first years were drawing a lot of attention. The professor said yes and wondered if people were already talking about what happened in that class. The headmistress said she had heard something interesting had happened and, even though she didn't want to interfere, admitted she was curious. The professor replied that this was normal since she was the headmistress, and told her there was a student even more interesting than Claire herself who had shocked everyone, including him. The headmistress then said it must be Dane Sogris, since she had personally approved his admission, and commented that she had heard he had promised to write a recommendation letter for Dane. The professor confirmed it was true. The headmistress then explained that since the special process required 2 people, she herself had thought of writing the other recommendation. The professor was surprised and wondered if she really intended to do that. She said she couldn't just stand still in front of such a talented student. The professor thought that woman was a sly old fox and was already trying to pull Dane to her side. He wondered how he had forgotten what she was like and concluded he had messed up. The headmistress asked if he had any problem with that, and he said of course not. He added that when he finished the letter, he would like her to read it too, because it was better for them to be aligned in content. The professor sighed and said of course. The headmistress got up, saying she would be going now, and left through the door. The professor was very angry about the situation, thinking she really believed he would just let it slide. He decided that this time, she wouldn't be able to steal Dane for her side, because he would be the one to win over that genius first. Meanwhile, Dane thought that the next class of the day would be about the history of the Empire's foundation. Since he still had some free time, he figured he could buy a pie and went to the shop Digron had recommended. At that moment, a girl called out to him. He asked who she was, and the girl introduced herself as the Academy's official messenger. She informed him that the director of the summoning department, Professor Delphinesa, was calling for him. Dane wondered if this wasn't the Professor Temerick mentioned. He then asked the messenger what the summons was about, and the woman replied that it was regarding a recommendation letter, saying that Delphinesa had asked him to come immediately and wanted to know if he would accept. Dane found it strange to be summoned so suddenly and thought this could only be a trap. It was then explained that the Imperial Academy was the cradle of the Empire's talents, a place where the passion for learning never ceased. The disputes there were known for being incredibly fierce, especially among the professors. Internal conflicts were intense, and the power of each department determined its budget, equipment, and available facilities. The fencing, magic, and summoning departments were known as the Big Tree, and those 3 received most of the resources, which directly affected the professors' prestige and even their careers. The scene then shifted to the office of the director of the summoning department. She thought that she could no longer remain in 3rd place because they couldn't keep falling behind the other 2 departments. If they managed to bring Dane to their side, they might even surpass the magic department. The problem was Professor Keltas from the free specialization, but since they had Claire on their side, he wouldn't refuse easily. If they could get Dane interested in summoning, they would have a good chance. The messenger arrived informing that the student Dane Sogris had arrived. The director thought that finally the boy had come to her, so she asked him to come in. Once inside the room, she asked if life at the academy had been very busy for him, since with all his talent, he was probably receiving invitations from every direction. Dane replied that he was still a beginner and was doing his best to learn as a freshman. The professor commented that he was being humble, which was a good attitude for someone who wanted to learn. Then she asked if he had any favorite subject. Dane explained that for now, he couldn't choose a specific one because he wanted to be good at all of them. Delphinesa said she understood, as that stage of discovery was like that, and then asked if he knew why he had been called there. Since Dane didn't know, she explained that she had heard something incredible happen during Professor Temerick's class, and that he had summoned a Genfu and even reinforced it with a bond. The director commented that with talent like his, it was impossible to ignore Dane. She explained that with that kind of skill, it was obvious he would have to take a special exam. She said that she and Professor Temerick had agreed to issue a letter of recommendation for him. Dane thanked her for the consideration consideration. The director then mentioned that it was the first time she had written such a letter for a student from another department, but justified it by saying his talent was extraordinary. Then she got straight to the point and asked what he thought about learning more about summoning, like a true summoner. She acknowledged that for someone of his level, it might seem like there was nothing left to learn, but that was exactly why she felt the urge to personally teach him everything she knew. Dane realized from the way she spoke that she was truly desperate and understood that the professors were competing for him. The director then asked if he had already joined a club, and if not, suggested the summoning club as ideal. Dane replied that in fact, he had created a group with his friends. The director was surprised at how quickly he had managed to form a group, since with the new rules, that wasn't easy at all. Smiling, Dane said it really wasn't easy, but he had been lucky that Professor Keltis signed a recommendation for him. This deeply alarmed the director, since Keltis was known for avoiding meetings and only showing up to collect the profits. She was outraged, unable to understand what was going through his mind, and thought that Keltis had really pulled a fast one on them. She still wanted to pull Dane into the club affiliated with her department. Even so, the director congratulated him for creating the club, but asked Dane to visit her lab when he could, saying there were very interesting things there. She thought that at the very least, she would leave some bait. She told him the lab had very rare things like familiar eggs, which immediately caught Dane's interest. She explained that one of those eggs could be worth the price of a castle, and that it was truly rare, so Dane had to see it with his own eyes. Dane thought that just now, when he had finished creating a group, something like this was happening to him. The director told him not to worry about the recommendation, as it would be issued under Professor Temeric's name. She also explained that if he had any doubts about the exam, he could ask freely. Dane thanked her for the attention. The director then suggested they eat while they talked, since the pastry Dane had brought looked delicious. However, inside, she was thinking that if Professor Temeric acted first, she could be left out, so she needed to speed up the recommendation letter as fast as possible. She could hardly wait to see the examiner's reactions. The next day, Claire told Dane that Professor Delphinisa had sent a message. She said the recommendation letter had already been sent, and that the Summoners Association had contacted her to immediately send examiners for him. Dane was very surprised, as everything was happening far too fast, and he thought this clearly seemed like an undisguised attempt to recruit him. Claire commented that Professor Delphinisa was enchanted by him and wanted to know what he had done to impress her so much. She also joked, saying his sister was probably thinking Dane had slipped something into the old lady's tea. Dane replied that he didn't know why, maybe because he came in first place. Claire said that in any case, the exam was coming. In her case, she had to summon 3 familiars at once, keep them all active for a period, and even reinforce them with bonds. Dane was impressed, realizing that must have been very difficult for her. He thought that his sister had passed the special exam at 16. Claire confirmed it, but said that no one ever knew what Dane's test would be, as they never gave prior notice. Still, just having Professor Delphinisa's recommendation was enough to guarantee that he was qualified. However, there was also political dispute within the association. Dinan asked about that, and Claire explained that he really didn't know yet. Professor Delphinisa had declined several invitations from the association, so basically they didn't like her. And because of that, they wouldn't make things easy at all. Dane asked if his exam could be even more difficult because of the situation with the association, and Claire confirmed that was exactly the case. Even so, she said he was really amazing, and that she would be sad if he ended up getting hurt because of fights between adults. Smiling, Dane asked her not to worry, assuring her that none of that would happen to him. He thought he wouldn't fall for their games. 2 days later, a man named Elgard Fortin, president of the Imperial Summoners Association, was talking with Professor Delphinesa. He commented that it had been a long time since they had last seen each other, and she responded with a formal greeting. Elgard said that the boy must be very special, since she had rushed the recommendation so quickly. Delphinesa apologized and explained that Dane's talent was so impressive that she couldn't wait. The president then asked why, in that case, she still hadn't accepted the invitation to join the association, which would have solved everything much more quickly. Delphinesa, feeling awkward, replied that he knew very well the importance of her role at the academy. If she accepted the position in the association, she would have to set aside her work at the academy. Internally, she was irritated because she already knew his intentions. She knew he wanted to pull her to his side, but she had nearly died on dangerous missions, used as a pawn by the very association. To end the conversation, she said they could talk more on the way. The president thought he would give her the benefit of the doubt because of the recommendation, but that boy still hadn't convinced him. He asked if it was about the boy named Dane Sogris, and Delphinisa confirmed, saying that talent truly ran in the family. Elgard commented that he had heard the boy not only summoned a level 5 Gwyn full, but also reinforced the bond, and that during the entrance exam, he had created multiple links with the professor's familiar. Delphinesa confirmed that this was exactly the case. The president said ability abilities like those were so absurd, they were already becoming an internal topic of conversation. Even being from the Sagres family, no one expected the younger brother to be even better, and that this level was already comparable to Galdera. Delphineza replied that she didn't know if he had already reached Galdera's level, but Elgard stated that either way, they would evaluate him with the highest level of rigor, as always happened in special exams. At the academy, the students were very surprised by the presence of the Summoners Association. Many wondered what was going on until one of them commented that Dane Sagres had received a recommendation for the special exam and was the freshman who had stood out in Professor Temeric's class. Everyone began talking about how Dane was really doing well with summoning. Delphineza told the president that the exam would be held right there, and he responded that this was excellent. The scene then shifted to the moment when Dane introduced himself. He said his name was Dane Sagres, youngest son of Count Arkin Sagres, leader of the southern region and head of House Sagres. He then bowed and said it was an honor to meet him. The president was impressed and thought he would never have guessed that boy was only 14 years old. Now he understood why Delphineza had rushed so much with the recommendation. Elgard then introduced himself, saying his name was Elgard Fortin, president of the Summoners Association, and said he had already heard many compliments about Dane. However, he made it clear that the exam would not be easy. Dane replied that he was already prepared, though he noticed that the president was pretending to be friendly, but was clearly bothered by something. The president said that without the need for long speeches, they would begin immediately, asking everyone to prepare everything as quickly as possible. Delphineza commented that she was curious to know what the president had prepared for Dane, and he replied that the decision for approval would be entirely his. He said that if Dane had any objections, he could withdraw from the exam at that moment. Dane stated that he agreed with everything. Elgard also declared that during the exam, any kind of cheating would be prohibited. If there was any sign the test was unfair, the result would be immediately cancelled and the summoner title revoked. He asked Dane to keep that in mind, and Dane replied that he understood. The president then said that everything was ready and it was time to see what was so special about Dane. From that moment on, the exam was officially underway. The people around began creating summoning circles, which greatly impressed both the students and everyone else present. Delphineza thought that Dane had activated a magic circle to protect the auditorium, and that could only mean one thing: something very big was about to happen. Elgard then asked for a creature to respond to his call and summoned a massive being. Dane thought that, as expected, the amount of mana was absurd, worthy of the president of the association. He had never imagined the exam would involve such a high level of power. Dane looked at the familiar and realized it was far more threatening than he had imagined. Delphineza was shocked to recognize that it was a level 3 familiar called Antares. Dane then understood why his sister was so worried about him. Elgard declared that if he was to be called a genius, this was the bare minimum expected of him. He explained that Dane could use any weapon he wanted, but the goal was to subdue Antares. That would be the challenge of the special exam. Delphineza thought that the old man really just wanted to make her fail and humiliate her in front of everyone. Elgard said that to test an extraordinary talent like Dane's, a worthy challenge was necessary. He said that if Dane was afraid, he could still withdraw, but Dane declared that he would not give up and would go through with the test as planned, which left the president silent for a moment. Then Elgard said very well, and that he would give Dane some time to prepare. At that moment, Dane opened a portal and retrieved his spear. He thought that this was exactly why he had kept the short spear he had received as a birthday gift from his father when he was 7 years old. He figured that, given the creature's size, it must have many blind spots, so quick and precise attacks would work better. Elgard commented that by choosing a spear, Dane truly showed he was from House Sagres. Professor Temeric arrived to watch and was outraged, saying it was absurd to make a student face a level 3 familiar. Delphineza commented that the professor had arrived and seemed ready to intervene, but Elgard ignored him and said the boy looked ready, so they would start right away. The president then gave the order for Antares to eliminate the enemy in front of him. Antares charged at Dane with full force, and the battle began, but Dane told himself he was ready. Without hesitation, he struck Antares a few times, surprising everyone watching. Dane thought the special training he had with his mother had been worth it. However, Antares kept attacking, delivering powerful blows that cracked the arena floor. Even so, Dane managed to dodge them all, realizing that despite its size, Antares had incredible speed. Antares then concentrated fire in his hand and launched it at Dane, hitting him directly. Delphineza was impressed, and Elgard thought that even with his body reinforced by mana, facing Antares head-on was insane. He believed the test would end there, but then Dane began to swing his spear, dispelling the flames. He commented that the attack had almost brought him down, but he realized it was time to end the battle. Dane advanced again toward Antares. As the familiar tried to land a blow, Dane dodged once more. He He thought that to finish this, he would need to use a technique his father taught him: concentrate mana at the tip of the spear until it triggered a point explosion. He did just that and pierced Antares' abdomen with the spear, which then exploded, tearing off part of the creature's belly. Once again, everyone was shocked by Dane's talent. The students watching began to comment that the familiar's attacks had no effect on him and wondered what kind of energy Dane was using. However, Antares had not yet been defeated and looked even more enraged after Dane's blow, who quickly noticed the creature's growing fury. The familiar launched more fire toward him, and Dane ended up losing his spear. Outside the special exam area, Keltis was arriving and remarked to himself that he had come too late, puzzled by the choice of such a remote place for the test. As soon as he entered the field, he noticed a magical barrier and began wondering what had been summoned to justify something so grand. When he looked ahead, he was shocked to see it was Antares, a level 3 familiar. Meanwhile, Dane thought his previous strike had been direct, but Antares hadn't even flinched. Realizing his spear would no longer be effective, he decided to discard it, mentally apologized to his father, and told himself the final blow would be with a sword. The president of the exam was surprised when he saw Dane drawing a sword, but Delphinessa, who was following everything, commented that coming from a student in the special selection, it wasn't surprising, and the president ended up agreeing. Even so, he was impressed by Dane's calmness, who wasn't even dodging the attacks anymore, looking like someone who had spent years in real combat. The battle resumed, and Keltis, watching everything, commented that now they would see what Dane could really do with a sword. With his new weapon, Dane started blocking all of Antares' attacks with quick and precise movements. One of the evaluators noticed that he had abandoned any defensive posture just to focus entirely on speed and precision, reading the enemy's movements and counterattacking with absurd perfection. Dane observed that Antares' arms were covered in flames, making it hard to cut them directly with blade flow, and that, ideally, he should explode everything with some ancient magic, but he couldn't do that with so many people watching. Delphinessa, alarmed, warned the president that things were getting too dangerous, and that if something happened to the student, everyone would be held responsible. She said she would perform the counter-summoning immediately, but Keltis asked her to just watch, which made her wonder how long he had been there. He replied that he understood her concern, but it looked like Dane had already found his strategy. In the fight, Dane was doing well against Antares. He then summoned several magic circles aimed at the familiar's weak points and managed to strike its leg, bringing the creature to its knees. This impressed the president, who didn't expect him to combine swordsmanship and magic in a single move. Keltas, excited, commented that maybe it was time to summon something even stronger. The president, on the other hand, was furious that a level 3 familiar wasn't enough to defeat him, as Dane had exceeded all expectations. Using the last of its strength, Antares began to concentrate fire in its mouth, preparing a final attack. Dane recognized it as a desperate move and thought the creature was being far too persistent. He decided he didn't want to use his last technique, but there was no other choice. So he activated his level 2 chain magic, called Mana Spear, and decided to end it right there. As Antares tried to attack, Dane released all the energy from his technique directly at the familiar, hitting it squarely and throwing it far away. Satisfied with the result, Dane gave a confident smile. Still shaken, Delphinessa asked the president if that test hadn't been far too extreme. The president, slightly embarrassed, responded evasively, but she pressed the issue, saying that no matter how talented the student was, making him face a level 3 familiar in his first year was completely disproportionate. The president tried to justify it by saying that, in the end, everything worked out. Delphinessa then said that it was the kind of event worthy of being recorded in the Empire's history, since a first-year student had defeated a level 3 familiar using a spear, a sword, and magic, as well as performing a forced summoning bond. Both the president and Keltis thought the same thing, recognizing that the result had been truly shocking. Dane had not only defeated Antares, but had also forced a bond with the creature, neutralizing all its hostility. For them, it was the perfect conclusion, both technically and in terms of spectacle. When this news spread, many would say that the test had been absurdly unfair from the start. The president then told the professor that he swore he had left safety mechanisms in place for the exam. But Delphinessa replied that, for someone who prepared the security, he stood pretty still when student Dane charged at the enemy. And as a professor, she wouldn't let that slide. The president was full of anger, thinking about how everything had spiraled out of control and how his entire plan had completely fallen apart. Meanwhile, Keltas reflected that he already knew Dane was a genius, but he hadn't imagined the boy was on such a high level. To him, Dane looked more like a veteran knight than a mere student. Both Keltas and Delphinesa were thinking the same thing. They could not afford to lose Dane as a disciple, no matter the cost. The president then officially announced that Dane Sogras had passed the special exam, granting him the title of Imperial Summoner and presenting him with the emblem. He wished for Dane to continue demonstrating his talent as a summoner of the Empire and asked him to receive the emblem. Dane thanked him, took the golden card, and thought to himself that the exclusive emblem was truly beautiful. He then raised the card and asked it to respond to his call, summoning a creature in front of everyone. The spectators were amazed as the creature looked like a rabbit. Its name was Altamar, a level 4 support type, familiar specialized in buffs, capable of drastically increasing the summoner's physical capabilities. Dane found it even cuter than he expected and said it was a pleasure to finally meet him. Delphinesa noticed that everyone was frozen in surprise and thought that with so many people witnessing it, the entire academy would be talking about it until the following week. In another scene, students were commenting that Dane had truly passed the special exam. Many wondered what was so special about the Sogras family, saying that at this rate, he would surpass his sisters in no time. Ernest told Layla that he couldn't understand how any of that was possible. Layla replied that he should stop trying to understand and just accept it, because after spending so much time with Dane, he would get used to it. To her, the boy seemed like someone from another world. Ernest then said he was almost done deciphering the map. Dane replied that they would schedule the first club meeting as soon as the decoding was complete, and everyone began to celebrate. Layla said she had been bored anyway, and Ernest promised to speed up the translation. Dane thought to himself that he was actually really curious about it too. He then mentioned he had to go because Professor Keltas had called him. In the next scene, Keltas commented that Antares was truly an absurd familiar. One of the summoners from the Drenic Empire's army had once caused chaos using just 2 familiars of that level, and it had cost the Empire 3 knights, 2 familiars, and dozens of soldiers. Dane then started to remember that event and realized that Professor Keltas had probably been present on that battlefield. The professor remarked that Dane had defeated one of those creatures without even getting scratched. Dane responded that he was just lucky, but Keltas said that sometimes being too modest could work against him, and that's exactly what was happening now. In Keltas's opinion, it was a sword strike that decided the fight, but the confidence and technique he saw in that sword went far beyond that. For that reason, he said he had been wondering something, and then asked directly if Dane would like to learn swordsmanship from him officially. Dane began to reflect on that proposal, and so the first season of this story came to an end. For those who want a second season, just leave lots of likes and comments.